I get to the bottom and come out the other end?
Well, I don't know that we can. As I said, I think mankind...
Because everything as we know is theory.
We
can't prove anything by natural science.
Yes, we can. We can prove that water is level. We can prove that water, when boiled at 100 degrees, will melt.
Do you
agree with those things?
But I agree. But the problem I'm having is I like to prove things. If I were to dig, like we're saying, how are
I met you years ago.
Okay,
nice
to see you.
I see your channel 24.
Yes. Thanks, man. Thank you, man. Thank you.
So how wide from, obviously it's a circle. So how wide is it from this end to that end?
Well, we think that, firstly on a flat Earth there's possibly much more land. So we don't know, like the Pacific is a lot of, the Southern Oceans, there's a lot of unregistered or unrecognized land. We can't go below the 60th parallel. Do you know about the Antarctic Treaty? We can't go below the 60th parallel.
Those creatures living deep now, how deep are we expected to know?
I don't know. I try not to think in terms of that. So I'm going to give you another example. Take the orange and slice it from top to bottom and let it fall open.
All right.
So where we are is where the seeds are.
Right. So it's
where the seeds are.
So there is a circle.
So it's like we're inside of a globe. We're inside a globe, not on the outside of a globe. And like I say to people, in nature, what you can prove to yourself is that every fruit you've ever encountered, every tree, every plant, every living thing has a skin, a bark, a peel, a shell, everything except the globe. Except the globe. So we say that it's an oblate spheroid perhaps, but it's a torus. It's an electromagnetic torus, and we live at the pinch point at the center of the torus, which is sort of like the hourglass, where the hourglass meets. That point there is when light can materialize, and that's where I believe we live.
So if we kept going, as Christopher Columbus was trying to prove 500 years ago, and he kept going, would he not fall off the earth?
No, well that was an ancient, that's taught to us when we're kids to make us think that's a ridiculous...
That's the reason he went exploring, because they believed at that time that the earth was flat.
So you know that history might not be what we're taught. Have you come across this idea?
I just go by what...
Okay. Because the Christopher Columbus is probably disinformation.
So you don't believe he existed?
No, not that, so much as the idea that we didn't know about the Americas. You see, because we see buildings in the Americas, South America particularly, in jungles that match Greco-Roman structures. So they had to know each other. There had to be communication long before the 500 years ago, 600 years ago story that they tell us.
So it came from one source, basically.
So, it might be that there was one one civilization that spanned the entire Earth. But on a flat Earth, we're comfortable with the idea that the Noah's flood could have happened in the last 500 years, not 6,000 years, as we're told. I know for sure that we've been flooded. I go around cities all around the world and observe the buildings that are stuck in the mud. I was in a building just in Gosport near Portsmouth just a week ago. It was the biggest red brick building in 1750s. Uses a hospital for the last 200 years, and it's been shut off to the public, but it's under construction at the moment. I got into the basement, and in the basement, which has all got windows up to the street, which makes no sense, but in the basement I found a window arch or door arch at foot level, at my feet level. And I spoke to one of the caretakers there, and he said, oh yeah, no, there's another 2 stories beneath your feet in the basement. They never talk about that, and the plans for how they dug that in the 1750s without any non-permeable tubs or barriers or anything like that makes no sense. But we see thousands, and London is littered with buildings that are, they've dug down and there's windows down there and doors sometimes and so on, and it makes no sense. It's just a rain trap and a dirt trap. So we think that we have been flooded, but in the last few hundred years alone.
So you don't think it's like 4,000 plus years ago that this happened? Or
No. Only because of the nature of the buildings. The buildings that we see that are surviving it seem to be much younger than that kind of would allow for. Now, do I think that this creation is almost like it has its own cyclical cleansing? Just like we have winter and we get the flu and all that. Well, I think it has cyclical cleansing, and that may happen every 500 years where this place just gets washed out. The Noah's flood, because the Noah's flood story is held by many cultures, not just the Christian culture.
That's right, because it's an international thing, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but not only that it might have been. I think that it could be. Sometimes it could be like a local thing that wipes out Africa, for example, just to be rough, and say it's taken out Africa, but other people have survived, and then they repopulate that place. But if we had an event like that, those survivors today would lose all communication, they would lose all education, they would live in caves possibly, like we see people did, and then they would make fires and forget their education. And then in 300 years' time, the survivors of that, they'll only remember a flood story. They won't know about the civilization that went before. But then we come across the Acropolis, Göbekli Tepe, other buildings that, like of Japan, they've found a pyramid in the sea. There's villages all around this country that are underwater. They admit that we used to be able to walk to France, but they say 10,000 years ago, Ice Age and all that sort of stuff. And I think, again, it could have been much more recent than that. Just looking at the buildings. And I've traveled a lot just in the last 5-6 years looking specifically at these buildings. So I think that, and that all makes much more sense on a flat Earth. It makes much more sense that this place the waters could rise up and then they could settle back down again after a period of time. People have come to me and said, I found seashells in mountains in England. It makes no sense. They shouldn't be there at all. But we know this is not hidden, that people find these things. So yeah, it's very possible.
So why would they be lying to the people about this?
Well, because just to continue that theme, that if that's the story, they don't want us to know that, because if we knew that, we wouldn't go along with creating this system for them, We would be far more anarchistic. We would say, no, you can't protect us from what's coming. God's going to decide, just like with COVID. God was going to decide whether you've been looking after your body and you're going to get sick or not. Your body gets your own body. So I think that they know that we would not play along if they didn't trick us. Some people say they're hiding more land and that there are other continents with maybe civilizations beyond ours. And the ET, the extraterra, Atlantis possibly could be, off at the Atlantic, and we just can't. We've never been out there. The shipping and flying is so controlled. There's an aviation system, there's a shipping system, and every ship must follow certain pre-agreed paths. Pilots as well, and there's you can't fly under 70th, 60th. They do fly some jets to below 60, but never 70, without it being a military thing. I spoke to Ranulph Fiennes' crew. He's an explorer in this country, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, and he said it took him 5 years to get permission just to walk across a peninsula of the Antarctic. It's not like you can go down there. I've seen guys being turned away on boats. Like, you can't take your pleasure boat down to Antarctic if you fancy it. If you've got a big enough boat and you can afford it, you can't go there. Santa is real, so Satan. Santa is an anagram for Satan. And NASA. I believe absolutely. I know. I believe that God is all love.
Any hate?
No, but I think this. I think that to create this environment, it had to be dark and light. It had to be cold and hot. It had to be winter and summer. And so it has within it, each of us has within us that potentiality for light and dark. And I say to people that if God is all, then God must include the dark. Just like your body has lower chakras, higher chakras in the central area, which is the heart, anagram for earth. I believe that we exist here on earth, but we have the devil below. And
even a literal devil?
No, I mean, I think that, the word devil is lived backwards, or evil is lived backwards.
Well, you could say that it's French, because the French always put a D before something.
Yes. But I think the devil is within us. You see, if you think about some of the horrors that went on over the last 3 years, I just heard of someone who was 48, died suddenly.
I heard somebody yesterday tell me 39-year-old.
Wow.
A bleeding thing on there, and I thought to myself,
yeah.
Could it be
so
intrusion? Well, we know that's a thing that's been very hot on my mind.
Take my flyer. You can share it with your friends.
Yeah, it's happening all over.
Because they want to control us, keep us as slaves. And they don't want us to know who we are. Because if we knew that we were the expression, we were the vibration that God created, then we would not have masters. And you see, what we saw in 2020 was people showed how much they are not their own master. Because the moment the TV came and said, you need to be frightened of something invisible, they all went and covered up, stayed at home, put needles in their bodies. And like I was saying, this 48-year-old man, he's left behind a 9-year-old boy who all of a sudden, he was meant to pick his 9-year-old up from school, didn't come, he's lying, they find him on the floor at home. 48, healthy, no problem. Now I hear of this all the time. Now, is that not the most evil thing? But people, because... a 25-year-old. Yeah, I've seen a number of stories, and I have people walk to me in the street and say, I know someone personally, or I know of someone who's had this kind of suddenly health falls off the cliff. Yeah. So this is real, and this is evil expressing itself, but it's doing it through the aegis of people who believe they're good. You know, the people working for a lot of these pharmacy companies and selling pharmacy and pushing the needles and all that, they're good doctors. You know, they're good people at heart, you know, but they've been drawn into doing for the devil, if you like, doing the evil. Money is the grease, and then the money is why people won't leave. Oftentimes status, money, these are the things that hold people in to it. And the system doesn't need money, but it uses that as a tool because we need money. We need money for a home, and we need money for a holiday, if that's what we want, or a new car, if that's our thing.
I'm going to give you something to really think about.
Best example.
Exactly.
Why?
Just changing the subject slightly.
All right.
Quite deep.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a woman's womb?
Yeah.
What does it look like? From
It looks.
if you look at it straight.
Yeah. It looks like the Baphomet, doesn't it?
A woman's womb.
It looks like
Actually, it looks like a cup. You look on it, right? It looks like a cup. Yeah, it's like this, and it goes down like that. Yes, and it goes, and then if you take the lowers, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be lewd or anything, but now I'm going to share something with you which I discovered the other day.
Yeah.
We're all in the woman's womb.
You think this?
The woman's womb is called in the Bible a word starting with the letter M and finishes with the letter X. Can you work that out?
Matrix.
Woman's womb
I like
is
it.
created by God to do two things. For one, it brings life, and to the other, it's the matrix, which can bring death.
Interesting.
And if you slide into it like it's like a funnel, you take any funnel and you turn it up with the funnel head up, it's a woman's womb.
Right.
And it has a underneath.
Now I'm gonna offer you something else, brother.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna offer you something else that I think that without the light that the man brings, without the light that the male brings, the female can't bring new life. Like a frisbee.
King of the universe, he made all the round planets, the stars, the planets.
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
So how long have you been doing this?
5 years.
Matrix, you said, the woman's called Matrix.
Yeah. It's the only one Bible that shows it in the Matrix. When you see the film The Matrix, what are they trying to do? Somebody's trying to escape. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I have never seen the films, but I know for a fact that everybody's trying to escape. Now, God, when He created Adam and Eve, created a woman with a matrix. And Jesus said these words. He said, must be born again. And the guy said, what do you mean born again? He said, how can a man be born when he's old? Can he go into his mother's womb and be born a second time? Jesus said he must be born of the Spirit and of the water. Water and the Spirit. Here is the problem. We will all, you see all this conversation that we're having here, you notice the Christians are talking to the Muslims and the flat earthers are talking with the round earthers. You'll never solve the problem because we're all in the same matrix. And we'll never get out unless we find the one who can bring us out.
Mother's tricks, matrix.
Mother's tricks.
But is it? Yeah.
But the mother's trick, you come out from the womb.
But you come out.
A man comes out
But
of
when
the
you
mother's
come
womb.
out, you go into another womb.
No. You come
We're
out
in that womb now.
Maybe we're in, like you say, like this is God's womb, if you like, and to spiritually, not physically in this avatar, but to
and
spiritually
and then the
ascend.
gospel is preached,
Then
which
you
tells
have to-
every man that you need, there's only one way to get out the matrix. You must be born again. And that is the message.
Born again means what to believe in then.
Well, born again means that you have to have your spirit.
Hey guys, I just need to put a bit of chalk down. I had a really fantastic conversation with a group of people, a large group, but it had kicked off straight after I put the banners up, and I hadn't started with the live stream. So I was gutted not to catch that for you guys. But I'll look at the chat in a little while. I just need to get talking to some people here. Oh, it's Trinity 4. Take my flyer.
Thank
Sit
you.
down there.
Thank you.
foil.
So, they said this man over here is saying it's a flat earth.
That's me. I'm saying that.
No, it's not true. I've had
It is flat.
I've had experiences. It's like I'm 23, dreams and visions of Jesus.
Yeah.
Angels. It's all wrong what you're doing, darling.
No, I disagree. I think
Well,
that it.
I'm letting you know.
Thank you.
I'm letting you know.
We're allowed to disagree. Yeah.
It's up to you. It's your
Give us a
life.
hug. Yeah. All right, sister.
darling.
Thank you.
What's your name?
My name's Dave.
Do you want to film my poster?
Do I want to film it?
Sure,
Yeah. Please. Thank you.
I'll pray that you
Thank
too, that you will also have visions and dreams that comes under Joel the prophet.
Oh, yeah.
Chapter 2. In the last days they will have visions and dreams. Young man.
Yeah.
Don't film me though, but just film the poster.
Okay.
This isn't my main message though, but yeah, I mean, shame on any Christian that doesn't believe in their Bible. Shame.
Shame on them.
Yeah.
I mean, as a teenager, I said your Bible is a flat Earth book, you know.
Yeah.
Curvature not substantiated. Axial rotation not Kepler's law does not work. Movement never measured. Gravity is not a force. That's beautiful. Gas pressure needs a container. Wow, you're so well versed. It's electromagnetic. So you've got my flyer.
Yeah.
It's electromagnetic. Or 66. Yeah.
I've got more. I've got another poster about that.
Wow.
Hang on, don't go.
Wow, well, you guys can pause that.
But look at this. Look. Why
Therefore,
don't people know about this?
Existence of ether.
Yeah, with
I
a
like
modern
that.
Michelson-Morley
experiment.
Yet this has still been denied 100 years earlier. The original
Later, yeah.
experiment had
Oh,
been
yeah.
interpreted poorly,
Yeah.
but had in fact been correct. Now, why don't people know that? Why
They've
doesn't
hidden it with the Lorentz contraction, haven't they?
Yeah, but I've got another one.
Bring it.
If you ask a sample of 1,000 scientists, is this yours?
Yes. If you ask a sample of 1,000 scientists, are viruses real? What do you think the answer would be?
Viruses are real.
Yeah. Like I can pass a virus to you.
Yes.
Do you think that's
They
true?
all agree with it.
There's a lot of scientists who disagree with that.
How come?
Because it's never been proven. It's called germ theory for the reason that it's only a theory that I can make you sick. But I
Right.
could go around all this park here today and kiss and cuddle with every single person. You think I'm going to go home sick tonight?
So when we observe, like bacteria and viruses,
Bacteria's
with
doesn't
microscopes, and we see them,
Yeah.
moving, and we
we
see.
can see that.
So if
But-
you've got
but-
observational evidence, because of course, for example,
But I'm talking about making you sick. I'm not watching it on a petri dish. I'm talking about making you sick. So terrain theory has been eclipsed, by the way. You should look into it, terrain theory. Anyway, let's go back to your question. If you ask 1,000 scientists today, guess what? Every one of those 1,000 scientists got exactly the same education as me and you at the age of 7 years old. Doesn't matter how many degrees they have now. The primary education was the first point at which I have your mind. So when you're 6 years old and I tell you it's Allah, or I tell you it's God, or I tell you it's Krishna, you're going to believe that most of the time. So people, when we're 6, 7 years old, they tell us gravity and it's too big and you can't measure it. And you just need to accept those things. So scientists go on and be good scientists based on accepting that fundamental principle of theoretical idea that something's falling to the floor. That must mean, because we're on a globe, it's begging the question, assuming that we are, it's saying that there's a gravitational force that must be causing that, rather than we're saying, no, what if none of that's true, and actually it's water that's level, as we've always find it. Water always finds level, and water will always run downhill if it's allowed to. These are things that we can prove and test for ourselves. Yes?
So when, for example, of course, because scientists, of course, based off observational evidence, right? So surely, up until now, we would have found some inconsistency with our understanding of gravity, because we've got many, many laws that govern, how gravity works and how, observational evidence, even without taking any photos or anything, we can,
Which law?
Newton's law of gravitation, for example.
No. Okay, no, that's a theory. Guys, it's a theory.
No, but it's been
observed.
It's observable.
Well, how's it been observed?
Well, so
Sorry?
no. So there are many. For example, so Newton's law of gravitation is not a theory; it's observable with actual, things. If you, for example, because we have instruments that can detect, forces between, gravitational forces, or because there are many, many ways to explain. So.
Okay, what if I, because I know that obviously I had the same indoctrination as you, so I know exactly kind of what you think about gravity. I used to think the same thing about it, and I raised children to university level on that same doctrine. However, I now tell people, just to cut to the chase, is that everything is really an expression of buoyancy. that if we jumped into a swimming pool now, we wouldn't hit the bottom, we wouldn't have the same weight.
Right.
Because we would be buoyant in that medium.
Yeah.
But in this medium that we're in now, we are much heavier than the air that we displace. But a helium balloon, no problem. It's going to fly up because it's lighter than the air it's displacing. Just like the football, when you force it under the water, it's going to rise back up again because it is out of its natural buoyancy.
There is
There is a bit of a fault here because when you talk about buoyancy is like it's special to water. It's specific to water, so you can't really apply it to all the other.
Yeah, so all liquids have their own buoyancy.
You can't really
point,
apply
yeah? Like mercury, you can float an anvil in mercury. Or dishwashing liquid will float things that water won't float, yeah? Oil will float on water.
That's due to.
May I ask what you believe? So assuming the flat Earth theory. So like when you get to the edge, what do you believe happens?
I think that if you're thinking about the edge, that's a pre-programmed idea. That actually no one ever thinks.
But isn't it a valid thing to question?
Well, what happens?
Well, what happens when you get to the edge?
Okay,
So you think it's pre-programmed?
okay, so there's a theory. Now I'm offering you a theory, of course,
Right,
to
okay,
counter
yeah,
yours.
okay.
But the theory is that there is a ring of ice that surrounds us, and
Right.
this was discovered and traveled by Captain Cook. He traveled 67,000 miles around what might be a ring of ice. Now in the 1960s,
So how come there's no like observational evidence of this? Because
Okay, you
For
hear
the
what
co-
I'm about to say then.
Okay, sure,
Listen
yeah.
to this. In the 1960s, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. Do you know what that is?
when countries, I know, like
All
they split up
countries-
Antarctica. I
All
understand.
countries, right, Russia and America included, who've been at war with all themselves, have not broken this treaty. And that is that 60th parallel and south of the 60th parallel, off limits to me and you. No matter how rich you are, you cannot take a boat. You can go on a guided tour and they'll let you go onto one or two piers and that's it. You cannot go and explore Antarctica. Why? So is there an edge? Possibly. On a flat Earth, there might be much more continents, many more continents. Some people say as many as 30, but I'm just speculating on that. But water must be contained. We know that the water in your bottle, if you broke the bottle, it's going to spill out. Yeah? So if we live in a water pool, it's a lake. It's a massive, giant lake with a rim around it. But when I look to nature, what do I see? That in nature, she always offers us skin, bark, peel, shell. Everything in nature that you can name has a skin of its own. Everything has a skin of its own. Apple, orange, you name it. Everything has a skin. If you take the bark from the tree, it dies. So how is it that we don't die if we've got no bark, we've got no skin, we've got no protective layer? And you know science well enough to understand thermodynamics.
Yeah.
So we live in a pressure system, and there's a pressure gradient as you go up. And to have that pressure gradient, we must be in a container. Otherwise, it's like if I punctured your deodorant can, there would be equalization into the atmosphere. And in our case, we've got this violent vacuum, and it would suck everything in. Have you guys seen, sorry to interrupt you, but have you seen that rail car where they put it under pressure, they put a vacuum in it, and it crushes in less than a second, but faster than you can blink, it's gone.
It implodes, yeah.
Implodes it, right? That's what pressure and non-pressure will do. So if we've got a non-pressure system outside of us, we have to be contained from it. Do you know that they've never put a man in a spacesuit and put him in a vacuum chamber? I would say that would be an important thing to test if you were going into a vacuum. But we see them testing it in the swimming pool. So what if the spacewalks are done in a swimming pool?
In a vacuum, there are no particles. How would he breathe? There's no gas to breathe. There's no oxygen to breathe. He'd die instantly.
Yeah,
That's what a vacuum
in a
is.
vacuum, yeah.
Yes.
So you would have to test your suit, right?
Yes.
But they've never tested the suit.
No, but even if they test it, there's no cells. There's nothing.
No, but
It's
surely
just empty space.
Wait,
It's
no,
completely
it's a vacuum.
empty space.
Though.
There's no particles. There's nothing.
So
vacuum is.
the idea that if the ISS got punctured or if your suit got punctured, that you would instantly die is not true.
You would instantly die.
Yeah, you would instantly die.
Instantly die.
So
In
don't
a
you think
vacuum.
that if you had zips on your suit, you would want to make sure that those zips had some better seal? Because the original suits that they went to the moon on were just zips. Nowadays they look a little bit fancier, but actually you would surely want to test it, right?
Because I have a
Sorry, let me just. I need a. You can sit on the corner here for me, ma'am. That would be really handy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, I've got a question. So, the cover-up, right? Because of course, if the general consensus, based on observational evidence of, Newton's law of gravitation, and you've got all these, because surely, if what you're saying is true, there would be some scientific inconsistency, right? So do you believe that there's been a crazy cover-up? Because what I was, and my logical surprise to the moon landing, being a fake thing, how come not even a single person has come forward and denounced it, or came out and said this was all a lie?
If I was to cite some people, well-known people,
it would
that
have been
said that we
such
never
a
went.
huge cover-up. Imagine, not even one person said a single thing.
Okay, so in order to pull off, let's just say we were pulling off a secret mission, right? There would be people that were
By the way,
supporting.
that is ignoring all the observational evidence that we have. Let's just ignore that. Let's talk about the fact that it would have to be
let me
so
touch back.
covered up.
One at a time. Let me touch back on observational evidence, because you've said it 3 times now, and every time I want to say yes, but science is not just observation, is it?
Of course, we have hypotheses, we test them, we make theories.
Test it and measure it. Yeah, you see, it's the measurement, because.
But Newton's law of gravitation is not a theory.
Okay, we won't agree on that. But let's say, you say that water is curving, the ship is going over the horizon, right? That's the observation. We theorize that's because it's going over the side of the globe, or the water's bending down. So the next step is to go and measure it. No one has ever gone out to measure it, and that's a big red flag. So we've gone to try and measure it, and of course we say, no, we can't see anything. In fact, the more powerful the camera we have, the further we seem to be able to see on a clear day. And a guy stood up in Wales recently. He went up to Wales and he took photographs of the Alps from Wales. Guys, that's 600 miles line of sight. And you can see all the peaks, and they've been mapped to be in exactly the same spots. So we can see, if we're high enough, we can see super far. In fact, when we take these weather balloons up to 120,000 feet and the camera spins around and it's not a fisheye lens, then you just see level as far as the eye can see. So we're at the point where we're saying, hey, everything is level. That's what our observation may be skewed because of perspective.
Because I've seen a flat earther, or there was a TV program where a flat earther and a scientist did an experiment, and not even that, you can literally see the curvature.
Everyone quotes that to me. Everyone quotes that to me.
Even the Concorde, for example, the Concorde was a commercial airline, I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
The altitude, so its cruising altitude was almost double that of a normal.
60,000 feet.
Yes. Even from there, people who've been in the Concorde can see the curvature.
I've had people said that to me as well.
Yeah.
But Neil deGrasse Tyson, have you heard of him?
Oh no, you know.
Okay, he's on record saying that even at the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner, 120,000, whatever. Not high enough to see the curvature. And why I don't know why he said that, because when you look at his the jump, it looks like it's all bending around, but actually that's fisheye lens on the cupola. When he jumps out of the cupola, there's one camera that's just a straight line camera, and you can see the horizon perfectly level through the cupola, which is exactly how it looked when he stepped into the cupola on ground level. So no, it could be a trick of the eye. In fact, I'm insisting that it is a trick of the eye. I've got pilot friends who are ex-globies, and now they admit that it has to be a flat Earth. They make no allowance for curvature that people say they see. If they see in curvature, we have to fly curvature. Well, they're not flying curvature. People say, oh, the plane somehow just seems to know gravity holds it at 35,000 feet or whatever. No, they have to do, if they're going up or down, they're controlling that unless there's wind or air pocket. So no, we're pretty sure that we can observe everything being flat. And actually there's a place in South America which it's the flattest place on Earth, and it's like a big sand desert. When it rains, it's known as the world's largest mirror. Why is it a mirror? Because it is perfectly flat. A mirror that was concave or convexing would be skewing the environment around it. However, what we see is a perfect image of the clouds and everything above. And a lake is the same, by the way.
I've only really got one question. Yeah. So going back to, so you suggested that, so when you were asked about, is there an edge and what would happen at the edge, you suggested there would be a layer of ice.
Well, that's just a theory, of course. But now I want to come back to what I was saying about everything having a skin. So I think that we live inside an oblate spheroid. They tell us we live on the outside, but I say we have to be inside of it. So if I look at an oblate spheroid in nature, what do I find? I find apples and oranges, yes? Grapes maybe, things like that. So if I cut open an apple and I look on the inside, what do I find at the center? I find a seed pod. I believe that seed pod is the material place where life will come from, life springs from. Well, that's the same as Earth. Earth is that material. Earth is a material thing that I think that so I would say.
Image.
Oh, this is just a cartoon. You know, that's a cartoon.
Yeah, but,
obviously,
but then that would infer that the orbital period of the moon is the same as the sun around the Earth, which is not true at all.
Obviously.
The orbital period is what, 29 days?
No, 28, 29. Oh, for the moon, roughly a month, and then for the Earth.
So I mean,
it's a year.
The moon is a very interesting study, actually. If you really go and think about what I'm about to tell you, is that when you look at the moon, say it's a quarter moon, in a few days' time, and you look at the moon, you'll see the moon is like this. And then you'll see if you watch it through the course of the night, do this.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's just the phase change.
Phase change?
Yeah,
no.
phases.
No, I think, no, because actually it's doing this clockwise in the north, and counterclockwise in the south. And it's got nothing to do with the phase change because it's exactly the same part of the moon. It's just rolling. And if you don't believe me, look at it with the full moon, right? You'll see it's got, in this country, it's got like these bunny ears that are sticking up. And you'll notice that's rolling around.
The thing about a full moon is, because it's a full moon, it will just appear as full moon. You won't be able to trace the rotation.
Oh, you can. Oh, no. Well, I've personally done this for more than 7 years now.
What kind of like instrument would you need to
my eyes.
see that?
My eyes are all you need. You know, you can see the craters on the moon. What they call the craters on the moon. Can you see the craters on the moon? Can you? Can you see the craters on the moon?
Yes.
Yes. So if you can see those craters, you can create an image in your mind of where the craters are, and watch how at full moon they roll clockwise, or if you've got a friend in the southern place, anti-clockwise.
May I ask, why would it be in the government's or whoever you believe's best interest to like make this cover up?
To hide God from us. Maybe hide more land, for sure, but possibly more land, but to hide God from us, because
how would a flat Earth hide God from us?
No, because the globe. I know you don't believe in evolution, right? You don't believe in evolution.
No.
Actually,
you believe in evolution.
I do. However,
most Muslims I speak to don't. Okay.
No, that's actually incorrect. A lot of us do believe in evolution.
Yeah.
However, there are certain restrictions on it. So we don't believe in Darwinian evolution, for example.
Okay.
The fact that we changed, we totally agree.
But that's speciation, you know. Like if you lived in a hot country, your skin tone might change.
No,
over time.
of course. These are just
we believe in natural selection,
but physical changes.
But black people in Africa are not going to get together on Saturday night and have white children. We understand that, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the evolution that most scientists, you asked me about 100,000 scientists, we got 1,000 scientists today, is evolution as Darwin taught it correct? More than 500 would agree that it is correct, yes? They would agree it.
But like what I said about why would it be in their best interest?
Part of that, so let me just go back to why the globe, or why the not the flat Earth. You see, because the globe comes from Big Bang. The globe comes from an explosion rather than us being created. A created Earth. And the Hebrews and ancient cultures all knew that it was a created Earth, and we had some kind of dome above us, maybe a dome below, like the orange, like I said. So for me, I was an evolutionist, I was a Darwinist, I believed all of that science. But now I say, no, that's all designed to kind of make me not trust that there really is a God creator. And not only that, if it's a flat Earth, that means we are the center of the universe. And just like WMAP, the background radiation that they do always puts Earth right at the center. It means that we are the center of everything. And if we are the center of everything, then each of us may well be the center of the center. We may well be our own universe, unique universe, and should be honored by those around us. So I hope that's helpful. I want to put some more.
Why are these gay men and gay women? What is this new thing started about gay men and gay women?
So, people who believe they come from monkeys.
Gay men. I'm talking about gay men.
Well, I know, but it's all about the damaging of God's creation. So what you do is you poison people's minds and you poison their food, and eventually people are not behaving in the way that they should. They did an experiment in the 1970s with a rat house. They built a rat house for 3,000 rats, and they started with 200 rats, and for the first 3 or 4 generations the rats got on fine. By 5 and 6 generations they got to 2,200 rats, and they started behaving really weird, like unusual behavior, not rat-like behavior. They started stealing, being, even preening and doing things that they didn't see before. So I don't have a bad word to say about where people are at in their own journey, but I do think that we are being poisoned on purpose because they want to demean God's creation, and they want us eventually to give up the idea of having children ourselves and maybe get it done by a machine, or that we're not natural anymore. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes.
On the pamphlet, it shows this quote from this one. You're a microcosm and a macrocosm from Pico della Mirandola.
From where?
Pico della Mirandola,
the
humanitarianist. Yeah, that's the creator of the quote. And I was just curious why you chose that quote.
Because I believe that we are everything that you see out here, we are inside, but at the microscopic level. So you see there's the sun and the moon, there's the Venus, Mercury, Mars. These energies are in you. And you carry all of that. And all of the DNA, if you like, if you call it DNA, I don't know if the DNA is real, but all of the DNA in you has the coding for what is here, because we are a fractal of God. We are a fractal of everything. Inside your lungs, you have trees growing, and inside your stomach you have forests of insects and creatures that we would never even be able to see because they're a fractal of us. They're a small part within us. So I think that we are a small element within the whole. So I give people the example of the orange. If you cut open an orange, you can find one cell inside of that orange. It's pure orange, perfect, but just tiny. It's not the whole orange.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Hello, man.
You are being lied to.
Yes, ma'am. Sir. Yeah, go ahead, my man.
I want to know, where did that money come from?
Which money?
During the pandemic.
They had money to pay for the pandemic. Yeah, that's a good question, man. But I guess we'll be paying, or the people that pay taxes will be paying for it for a long time. Wherever it came from. Because the bankers win every war, don't they? The bankers win every war. Hey, bro.
Mister.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Well, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Let me just put down a bit more chalk. But yeah, you hold on to your question a second. Yes. Okay.
Where are you from? I'll just come up with another question.
One more
if you don't
question.
mind.
Okay, go ahead.
So you know how we've got geostationary satellites we send up into space?
We're told that, yes.
Yeah. So we've got all sorts of satellites that analyze weather, whatever. So when we've got geostationary satellites that have been sent by all sorts of governments, whatever, up into space. Yeah. So once we send them up into orbit, of course we need to send them with fuel up into orbit, right? Once they're in orbit, they require no work to maintain their orbit. But then using the flat Earth model, you would require, fuel to keep them in a circle.
Okay. So on the flat Earth model, we've never taken anything outside of the Kármán line.
Right.
So that's about 100 kilometers up. What we do, and NASA's the biggest buyer of helium in the world, is that we fill massive stadium-sized helium balloons, under which we can... let me just finish the answer.
Okay, yeah.
So that we actually can hang, and we've seen videos, you can go and find these videos on YouTube, of them launching such satellites from balloons. They have a big crane shot, and then they launch these up. Now, they can float these up into the sky for months. They admit this in that part of their technology. They can float them up for 6 months. They'll put another one up. These places are launching balloons every day. They might use the jet streams to wash them over America. You saw the story about the Chinese spy satellite, balloon rather, I should say, not satellite. Yeah. So, and when they give us images from, say, top-down weather...
Those are very, very low Earth orbits.
Well, when they give us weather images from, say, let's say 20 miles, they can see the whole of England. They can take a picture of the whole of England from that height. So I think that at 20, 30 miles they can do things, but at 100 miles they can't do things. And so they don't, that whole falling around and stuff, I used to believe that we were falling around and just somehow slingshotting around and all that sort of stuff. Nah.
Check that.
Rocks don't float, bro. And nor do satellites. They have to be on a helium balloon.
The ISS is geostationary.
And we've seen
the ISS is geostationary. I'm pretty sure it is. But
no, it's not geostationary. The ISS is traveling at 19,000 miles an hour at a height of 240 miles. I know your model way better than you. Yes, my friends, Earth is not a spinning ball. We've been lied to again. Did you know that? Are you comfortable with being lied to again? Or I'm just here to tell you that we've been lied to again. The 2020 should have proven to you that we are being lied to.
Every country.
I know what a geostationary orbit is.
And the ISS is a geostationary
no, it can't be,
satellite.
because you see, geostationary means that it's locked in a position above you.
Yeah, so it's all... Yes.
Summertime, finally. It is it.
I've been travelling. I've been too busy.
Round the world.
Around the country.
I've been travelling round the world.
I've been travelling around the country, which means it must be a ball. I travelled around London yesterday. Is it a ball? I don't think so. Still struggling with this, despite the lies of the last 3 years to you, despite what they did to you the last 3 years.
What have they done? Oh, lockdown.
Someone I know.
We might agree on lockdown, but we're sure as hell not going to agree on
Someone I know this last week or so died at 48 years old, leaving a 9-year-old child behind, and he was a healthy man.
What did he die of?
Suddenly. He died of suddenly.
Of what?
I don't know.
Like
He
a
was
heart
healthy.
attack?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like
I don't
a
know
heart
the
attack.
specifics, but it was suddenly. He was meant to pick up his kid from school, never turned up.
How awful.
And people in the street come to me and tell me their stories of.
But we shouldn't be what's the word? Guessing though what he died of if we have no idea.
I know, but when they say myocarditis or cardiac
Because
failure,
what was the benefit of doing
Yeah, but if the
so?
earth flat,
Sorry?
but the earth is flat in anyhow.
I don't think you're that stupid.
even though we still don't know, do you know yet the curvature formula? I've asked you that a few years ago. Can anyone tell me the curvature formula, the formula for curvature if we live on a ball of curving water? Can we measure that curve? No, we can't.
Is the answer somewhere?
Hello.
She's saying, you see this round coin?
Yes,
That's
yes.
what the earth
Yes.
is.
All right, let's see in a bit.
Is that a ball? Is a coin a ball?
Eh?
Is a coin a ball?
No,
No.
it's a disc.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the world a disc?
Well, it might be.
But it is it.
I think it's electromagnetic. So I think that it's a ball, but we live inside the ball. There's no example in nature
We're
where the
inside
fruit
the
is
ball.
outside the skin. You see, the fruit must be contained in everything. The bark, the peel, the shell, everything in nature shows us that it must be contained in skin.
Inside.
And so I say that we have a skin, and the Hebrews called it the firmament, but I believe that it's still there.
We
No,
call
no,
it the
no,
crust, don't we?
The?
We call it the crust.
The crust. Yeah, but
the crust.
we don't live on the outside of the orange peel. You see,
where
we
do
live
we
in
live?
the inside. We live on the inside of the orange peel. You see where the seeds are?
So is Australia up there?
Where the seeds
On the other
are.
side of the...
It's still flat, Steve. Where the
said we're
seeds are
inside.
is where we live. Now, where the seeds are at the microscopic level is you. That's your body. Around you is an electromagnetic torus system. But
What
you now,
system?
you've stood up. Torus.
Taurus.
So you've stood up, and now you are walking around inside of the system, inside of God's fruit, but not on the skin of God's
We've gone
fruit.
down a God route now.
Now, well, the Creator. It doesn't
believe in the
have to
Creator?
be. Oh, absolutely. This is one of the things, because I was an atheist, and one of the things that Flat Earth showed me absolutely was this place was built. It's not a Big Bang, and by the way, a Big Bang is a religious belief because it was given to us by the Catholics. Yes, Georges Lemaitre is the Catholic who came up with Big Bang. He's a
That
Jesuit
doesn't
priest.
mean it's a Catholic thing, though, does it?
Well, the Catholics must have signed off on it. They're not going to let one of
Really?
their own come up with the theory.
Do they
as
sign
a-
off on scientific
Oh,
theories?
absolutely.
The Catholics?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. You know, the Vatican is the biggest buyer of telescopes in the world, and the last one they bought was called Lucifer. And once that became public, they changed the name.
Where'd you get this nonsense?
This stuff is
The
available. if you do
largest
your own
buyers of
research.
telescopes are Catholic,
Yes.
and the
And the
last
biggest-
telescope they bought was for Lucifer.
And the biggest buyers of helium in the world, and the biggest
Oh, it's
buyers
called
of helium
Lucifer.
in the world is NASA. NASA is the biggest buyer of helium in the world. Why?
Helium. Maybe they like balloons.
They float everything. They love balloons.
Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't like a balloon? Have you ever sucked
They
a
do.
helium balloon in and then gone all squeaky?
Yes, I have.
Very dangerous for the lungs.
I have.
I have, yeah. I'm doing it now. Okay.
But now what helium will show us, friends, what helium will show us is that it doesn't need gravity because it's just going to fly straight up when I let go of the
That's
balloon.
mass. That's difference in mass, isn't
A
it?
difference in mass, so it's lighter, yes.
That's
now your
right.
mass is heavier than the air.
Far too heavy.
Which is why we are down. But if we filled Hyde Park with 10 meters of water, we would float. Yes, because we are lighter and buoyant in water, but
you got
heavy
that.
and on the floor, just like a stone goes to the bottom of the lake. So we stay at the bottom of this lake, but helium has no problem. The football, if you push it to the bottom of the lake, it wants to come back up. Just like the helium balloon will continue rising in this atmosphere. So in that world, you do not need the extra force of gravity. Gravity has never been proven as a force, it's only a theory. So the idea that we can now, because this will fall to the floor, we can walk upside down and my senses will say, no, I'm still level. I can fly to South Africa and my perpendicular will go from here to here, but my senses will say none of it. My spirit level, my digital
You know why
spirit
that
level
is,
will
don't
say
you? You
none
know
of
how
it.
the inner ears work.
But let me finish this. That
Do you know how the inner ear works?
gyroscope. Do you know how the gyroscope works?
Similar to the inner ear.
The gyroscope.
Yeah.
The gyroscope. Yes. The
Which
gyroscope
bit of the ear
is
are they
spun.
called? Rings.
The gyroscope is spun up at the level of the plane starting, and it stays at that level while it's cruising, and then it lands in the next airport level. Now, when a pilot learns to fly, he's taught to fly on a non-moving, flat Earth. That's how they taught. And we've got NASA documents that have been shown now that show that they are building craft for a level, non-moving Earth. Now, people are never taught how fast we're spinning. But did you know that you are spinning at 1,000 miles per hour now?
Have you ever been on the waltzers at the fair?
We are spinning at 1,000
Have you been on the waltzers?
The what?
The waltzers at the fair.
What's that?
Chairs that spin round.
Yeah.
How did you feel afterwards?
I felt dizzy.
Right, why
and
is
I
that?
don't feel dizzy after 24 hours of spinning 24,000 miles
Because it's slightly
around.
slower, isn't it?
Is it?
Slightly.
1,000 miles an hour. How fast is your ride? How fast is your ride, Stevie?
Relative to the ground you're standing on.
You see, you're not standing at the spindle of the clock. You are standing at the end of a 4,000 mile arm of that clock. Because you cannot say it's only 15 degrees a minute, an hour,
not an arm.
when it's actually at 4,000 miles from the center of the clock. So the hour hand is moving so fast, they say 1,000 miles per hour. Not only that, the atmosphere above me, because it doesn't seem to be moving, they claim is moving even faster, so that the column of air above my head on a still day stays with me as I travel 1,000 miles an hour. None of you can point the direction we're spinning now.
Well, that's not
and
true
the interferometer experiments, the interferometer experiments,
we're not walking around with
have
columns
debunked
of air
the idea
on us
that the Earth
that
is
move
spinning.
with us.
The interferometer experiment.
Do you even understand how
debunked the
waves
idea.
on the beach work?
I understand.
Do you know
all
how
of these
waves
things.
work?
I understand.
It's not
all
the
of these
sea
things.
moving towards us, it's the sea going up and down towards us.
Right.
Which is pretty similar to I'm not walking around with one column on my
Stevie,
head. That's
you're
a ridiculous
desperate.
thing
You're
to
desperate.
say.
The thing is
So
that
you're
the
walking
sense
around
is
with
saying
one
you are not
individual
moving at
column
all.
on your head.
No,
Do you
of
believe
course
that?
not. No, of course
Right.
not. But you must believe that to be on the globe.
Why?
Because that's what they say. Is that
Who
this
say?
column of air, scientists.
They don't say it
of your
moves with. No
religion,
scientist says it
scientists of
moves
your
with you.
religion will tell you
Which
that
scientist
the air
says
is
the
moving.
column of air moves with you?
So
Which scientist has ever said that?
Mainstream science says it.
Which? Show me one. Show me a book. Quote me a scientist. No scientist says a column of air moves with you. None.
So the
You've
air-
made that up.
Okay, so tell me.
You made
is
it
the
up,
air-
haven't you?
Is
Yes,
the
you.
air-
Well, then give me the source.
Is the air moving?
Which scientists say columns of air move with you? You've made this shit
Neil
up.
deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You're making shit up. You can't give me any reference for any scientist that says a column of air walks with you.
Stevie.
No, 'cause
I
you're
know
just-
I'm
I'm
attacking
not
your
angry.
religion again.
It's
but
not
let
a
me tell you
religion.
this,
It's
friends.
not a
Let me tell you
religion.
this, friends.
You're making shit up
Is
to
the air
support your
moving
argument.
with the Earth, or is it not?
Some of it is,
Tell me
some of
your
it isn't.
science.
There are currents. There's the North Atlantic Stream, isn't there?
So the body of the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and an aircraft that is flying in the direction of the spin, is that going to get left behind because it's only 500 miles per hour?
It's within the atmosphere, isn't it?
Oh, so the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
But not as a
Make up your
column.
mind.
Not as a
No.
column.
Well, if it wasn't moving as a column, Steve, then that would mean that the clouds...
I don't stand
above
still,
me-
for starters.
The clouds above me at 500 meters at 5 miles would be moving slower, because that's how intelligently we know things work. If you spin a wheel, then the air nearest the wheel will spin with it, but only for a little while, and as you move away from
It's
that
called
wheel...
friction.
Yes,
That's
and as
called
you move
friction.
away from that, there will be less movement, yes? There will be less
You're
movement.
science-minded.
So there should be less movement evident in the sky above us. And yet they have never shown that.
People think you think.
Horizon.
How do you explain the horizon?
Horizon is...
If you are flat, how do you explain the horizon that we,
Okay, when you say, so is the ship going over?
Yeah, for
How much is it going over in 10 miles?
in 10 miles?
Yes. You guys are smart enough here, you should know this. How much is it going in 10 miles,
A
sir?
bit, I don't know exactly.
You don't know. So you sure it's not just an optical effect? Why have we never measured it? Why have we never gone
but
to
it
measure?
disappears.
If you can't tell me, sir, you don't know.
No, but
So you're here to learn.
Doesn't
Let me
mean
tell
you're
you
right
That
and
there
he's
is a
wrong.
formula for the
I'm asking
curvature.
why it disappears, not why it goes slowly.
Okay, so it disappears because of two factors. One is
One,
perspective. Do you understand what I mean by perspective?
Yeah.
Yes. So something in the distance is going to look smaller.
Oh, so
Yes,
it's just
and
going
no.
away.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
going away and coming back the next day on the other side.
okay.
So something in the distance is going to look smaller. But because you are standing at the bottom of the image, you're standing on the beach, you've got all of the stars.
why does it
above
come
you,
up in a
you
different
start to
place?
You start to
Why
lose
does
the
it come up
bottom
the
more
opposite
quickly.
side?
You start to lose the bottom more quickly. Yes? But if we think that we're going down from here to France, Is
You're
the
not
ship
seeing a
Whoa,
smaller sun.
see,
You're
see,
seeing the sun
let me
go
make my
like
point.
that.
Let me make
You're
my
seeing
point.
half a sun.
Is the ship, when it leaves France, going down or going back up?
When he leaves France.
No, it's leaving England and going to France.
Okay.
Apparently it's going down. When it gets to
No, it's
France,
going southern.
where it's going?
It's going southerly.
We're talking about curvature now. Follow along, Stevie. We're talking
No,
about
gravity-
curvature.
gravity
We're
is
talking about
condescending.
curvature. We're talking about curvature.
No, gravity is
Stevie Darling, I
Stevie
prefer.
Darling. That's more camp for you, is it? Camp enough?
Gravity is to the bottom of the ship.
Hold on, let me finish with the gentleman.
Okay.
Let me help you, because you believe that the ship is going down.
Okay.
Yes. Now, when I stand in France, the ship, when it comes to me, is coming up.
Still no southern.
Now, how can that
southern.
both be? So,
You learn
both
the
people
points of the
are
compass.
experiencing. Both people are experiencing
Never
the
eat
same
shredded wheat.
down. No, both people are going down from both sides. But the ship, if you ask the captain, he says no, it's level here. You ask him in 1 mile. The
person in
same with the
France will
pilot.
say it's
I've got
coming
pilot friends who fly for commercial airlines, and they say there's level. When we get up there, we hold it level, and we stay nose up 1 degree for as long as we
what are
need
the
to fly.
aeroplane
So the
instruments
ship,
measuring?
if it's going down,
Distance
they should
from
say,
the
right,
Earth.
you've made an observation, because good science says we're going to go and measure that observation. Yeah, that's good science. We made a hypothesis that, oh, a ship is going down. So let me go and measure that. Well, guess what? We could take 20 pylons at 1 mile intervals across from the channel, from England to France, and everybody could take a laser and measure that to be level, level, level. But when you stand in France and you look back at the white cliffs of Dover, which is a famous thing that you can see, they're only 300 feet tall, and according to the curvature formula given by the globe model, there's more than 300 feet of curvature between.
Okay.
Now there's a picture of the Finisterre Mountains, which I believe are French, where at sunset 2 days of the year you can take a photograph oversea 250 miles and see the sunset and the mountains. And a man recently went up into the highest point in Wales, and on a perfect day he managed to catch the Alps from Wales, 600 miles photography. The cameras are killing the globe, because we can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. But apparently the ship went over at 5 miles.
Have you got the reference for that quote?
Yeah.
Man in Wales could see the Alps.
I've seen the
the
video.
picture?
I've
Can
only
you give
seen
us
the
a
video and the
reference?
photograph. I've got it on my
got a
phone.
website?
I've got it on my phone. I've got it on
Will
my
you
phone.
give it to us later?
I can show it to you. But people will say, no. People who, of course, are wanting to debunk this will say, no, that's just clouds. So other people are going to have to make, that's what science is, right? Other people can go and try and make the same observation. The sun obviously has to be on this side, it has to be on the west, facing back towards the mountains, and then you will catch the snow peaks. So yeah, and before that, someone took a photo from Greece to Israel. Bless you.
Thank you.
And so we have got photographs in hundreds of miles of distance, which kill the idea that your ship has gone over the curve at 5 miles. And guys have done this with sunset. Actually, they've had a sunset in like a California or whatever, and they've filmed the sunset go away, and then they've zoomed back in, and the sun comes back again. And I had the similar experience in Dubai one time. Sunset on the ground, the plane took off half an hour later, and there's the sun above the clouds again. Now, how is that possible if I'm this tiny little thing, 30,000 feet? It should have been long gone over this globe.
Why?
But if you've been 30,000 feet, you do see the curve.
This is what we think, yeah. This is what we think we see. But we're seeing, we're looking into water.
Okay.
We're looking into water. Look, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I've already referenced, he's a famous scientist. He says, you not high enough. He's a TV scientist.
TV, what, transvestite?
Could be as well, yeah, could be. Could be.
Oh, that guy.
Could be.
That guy.
Yes. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Question. Is the moon a sphere?
I don't know. It's round.
But
I
it
don't
could
know
be a
that it's-
disc.
It could be a disc.
What about the sun? Is the sun a sphere?
No, I think they're both discs, but
They're
that's
both
what,
discs.
that's what I see. Yeah, that's what I see. I mean, if I'm looking at a globe, if I'm looking at a very bright bulb, I can't be certain what is behind the bulb. So I don't make claims about what it is. I mean, there were scientists before the moon landings, top scientists saying it's plasma, they can't land on it, and so on. But the moon landings, and anyone, you saw it with COVID, is that any doctor who said anything other than the party narrative, he was silenced. Well, any scientist saying anything other than the narrative with that,
because of COVID, you can't therefore say, and every other scientific.
It
brings it all into question. It really does. It really does.
If they can bamboozle those scientists and doctors, good scientists and doctors, to do what they believe was right, even to their own families, then trust me, it's easy to, because remember, this idea that you live on a globe was given to you before you had this mental cognition. You were 7 years old, 8 years old when you were first told you're walking on a globe. So you've never really questioned that stuff. And even if you go on to university level science, you still work on that basis.
You also need to mention that NASA received $27 billion per year in the budget.
Yes, it's over 18 million, 70 million a day. $70 million a day NASA gets. $70 million a day.
They invent so many stuff.
They could.
Your microwave from NASA.
That's it.
Your water heater from NASA.
No.
You're against for central, isn't it?
Yeah, for the army.
If you look at it,
All right,
from
so
a kettle.
So many.
Why is the north
So many.
right? A kettle. Look at a kettle.
Okay, let
Very
me have
north
a
hemisphere.
It's not a complicated concept.
Yes, to deceive us about God,
Electric
to
car.
hide God.
Electric car was invented
And maybe hide
one
land
time
and to keep us
before the
slaves.
natural state start making electric.
Your pole has been
Yeah, so NASA getting hasn't it?
But it's been sectioned off.
I like to tell people the story about Ranulph Fiennes because people here in England know Ranulph Fiennes, right? I got to go on the ship that was taking his crew to do this walk called the darkest or the longest winter. He was going to walk across at night time in the dark across a peninsula, just a peninsula of Antarctica, and his crew said it's taken us 5 years to get permission. Yes. Why? Because there's the Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty denies us access to anything south of the 60th parallel. That's a vast swathe of land, bigger than the land that we live on, actually.
Wouldn't a very easy...
That is incredible, though, what he's just said.
Wouldn't an easy test be flight time between, I don't know, South Africa and South America?
Yes, that's a perfect one. I'm glad you bring that up. Now, you can go home to your little globe.
Because on your theory, it would be a very, very long flight.
No, well, one thing is that we've never flown underneath. We've never flown underneath Antarctica, Steve. Never. And Australia to Peru is quickest on the globe underneath. People make excuses about that.
But the reality is not.
The reality is not. Now you can go back home to your globe on your mantelpiece.
Let me find a flight.
Yeah,
from...
well, this is what you'll find from Johannesburg. Take one from Johannesburg.
Sydney to...
No, try this one. Johannesburg to London and Johannesburg to Peru.
Signal's really bad today, so
okay.
I might not be able
Johannesburg to London, if you take it on a piece of string and measure that on your globe, you'll find that it's X length, and we'll call that X length. Then you take that piece of string and you take it to South America to where they land there, and it's almost X length. Guess what? The flight's 4 hours longer. Yeah. Swallow on that.
I haven't the connection.
And there's a guy who wrote a book called 15 Emergency Landings where someone's died or someone's given birth or whatever, and they pulled off a flight from Hawaii to LA, and they put up in Alaska. And you go like, why did they go to Alaska? That's so far, of course. But you look at that on a flat Earth map, which was, by the way, the United Nations logo is the flat Earth projection. And all flying planes.
That symbol's like that symbol's so If it's a big secret, why would they
You need another round of COVID, my friend. You need another round of COVID just to teach you how bad it is.
This doesn't work either. Lying to us.
This doesn't work. If you put this one, this map here, also doesn't work. If you put,
it may not be perfect.
Put strings.
Yeah, it may not. I may not. I don't necessarily stand by that in terms of the size. But remember, even in the mainstream, there is no agreed one map of the Earth that is correct. There's no one globe. In America, they have to sell all their globes as toys. They're not educational.
No.
There's no one map. Which is the map?
I saw it. They put underneath. This is for decoration. But they have to. Tell me why. Because they cannot make accurate globe for the schools. It's very difficult. But there are some maps.
They can make an accurate version of your heart. They can make an accurate model of your heart, but they can't do it of the Earth. And yet we've got satellites flying around.
Because this is decorative. They provide this as decorative.
Okay, what about the wall maps? Because even the wall maps, they say this Africa is too big in one or too small in others, yeah? So why are they not accurate? We don't know. So don't put that on the flat Earth and say the flat Earth must know, because if the globe doesn't know...
Because the one in the wall, it's 2D. But in the reward, you are living 3D, right? So it is like curving like this. You cannot put it in 2D. It's very hard. Bring an orange shell, and try to make it straight. 2D, it cannot.
Yes.
It's very hard to make it 2D.
Yes. But a flat Earth is quite easy. The thing is, though, flat Earth doesn't get the money. Just like the science. The science that says that you can't give me a virus, that doesn't get the money. Why? Because it doesn't make money for pharmaceuticals. It doesn't keep you on fear. It doesn't keep you under control. It doesn't keep you social distancing. All of those things. Those are all lies. You know that, right?
It's too much.
Those are right.
It's too much. They could have picked.
You can't make me sick. I can go to a hospital now full of sick people. I'm not going to get sick. Maybe if my body's a little bit run down, or I had a long night last night, or I was cold, maybe I'm going to get sick. That's my body doing that to me because of the drinking or the whatever. No. Not because you got drunk last night. It's not going to affect me. And you can't make me sick by just coughing here. No. You know, they used to make people think they can't even sit on a toilet because they might get AIDS. Lie. Water's always level. Water is always level. Take my flyer. Open your mind.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. Take my flyer, young man. You must have questions. You have all the perfect indoctrination side about you. You guys have had the globe rammed down your throat since you were 2 years old, right?
Yes. But,
Really, honestly, that's true. Eh?
Yeah, I have one question though. Look, you see on this picture, yes?
Yes, that's not. That's yes. Okay.
Yeah, so
That's art.
You see the sun and moon?
Yes.
They are over the earth and only this part is illuminated. That's not possible.
Why
Once
not?
it spreads everywhere. So
Have you ever been to a football stadium?
yes, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Do they have one light in the stadium, or do they have hundreds of lights?
They have more lights.
Why?
Look.
One light cannot illuminate the whole stadium. Would you agree?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. So that's what we've got. We've got a light here for
Yeah.
the sun. It can only illuminate half of the earth at any one time.
That's not possible.
That's very easy. That's possible. That's what we see.
There would be.
You know what? In time zones, there's not 24 time zones in the southern hemisphere. There are 23 time zones in the northern hemisphere, and the time zones are all over the place. They do not make sense. Same with the seasons. You know, the seasons make much more sense to me now on a flat Earth. By the way, I was also a glober. I believed in the globe most of my adult life.
Yeah, then why?
How the day and night happen then? How the day and night happen?
Day and night. Well, in the same way, like I was just saying to the young man here, is that if I was in your football stadium and I had one big light, I would be going around the stadium and only lighting half of the stadium at a time. The light doesn't travel infinitely far.
Can I have another?
You see, the light that we know from a lighthouse, the furthest we can see, 50 miles from a lighthouse. You see? So even the city lights, you can't see them from 200 miles away. So the same is true with the sun, is that the sun travels over our head once a day, and it comes, as it rises, it's sunrise, and as it goes away, sunset. Yes, very easy on a flat Earth. And in fact, all ancient cultures, up until 300, 400, 500 years ago, believed that the Earth was flat like that, and the sun is small. It says so in the Bible, by the way. Not that I'm
look,
flogging
on
the
this
Bible.
picture, going back to this, you see the sun and moon are kind of like spinning over the earth.
Yes.
But you can obviously see if the sun rises or sinks, that it like goes behind the earth. If the earth is flat, then this picture does not make sense.
Okay.
If the earth is not flat, then it makes.
Okay, so you can be on a straight road, a flat road, or a train track, and you can watch the train for 10 miles if you can see it that far, yes?
Yes.
And eventually that train will go away.
Yes.
But it hasn't gone downhill, it's just gone outside of your vision. So what we're saying is that, let me give you an example, my own experience. I was in the sunset in Dubai one year, and the plane took off half an hour after the sunset, and once we got to cruising altitude, I could see the sun again above the clouds. Impossible on the globe, but possible where as I said, perspective means that things go away from you eventually and they're too far. Now guys have taken a camera in the west coast of America at sunset, and they've seen the sunset, and then they've zoomed into where the sun was, and the whole sun comes back into play. So this is a perspective thing. Like your friends would say, let's say you're standing on the beach, right? You say to your friends, phone your friends, they're on the 20th floor, or they're on the Burj Khalifa, and they're in the very top there. And you say, the sun's set, and they say, no, it's still way in the sky. What are you talking about? You say, no, it's gone down. How's that possible?
You know how perspective works? Look, if I stand here and you stand on the podium up there, if there's a light, if the light is... I stand on the podium here, you stand on the podium there, there's a light. It's here, I cannot see it. Wait, sorry.
Think about it, and I'll talk to this gentleman here. You got any questions, sir?
I don't know.
I don't agree with what you're saying about the sun and the vision because if the sun is here and I'm in the dark there, I can see it. It's like you see the stars. You don't really have to look this way. It's just like you see the stars.
The sun. But eventually it goes away.
No, why would it go? If it was flat, I would see it all the time. It might not be bright in where I'm standing. It won't be bright, but I can see the sun over there. So that, to me, is not a good argument.
Well,
need another argument.
Let me put it to you like this. The sun isn't a physical object.
Okay.
And the height of the sun is very low.
So what is the sun then?
Well, the sun, we often photograph it in the clouds. So the sun is low. I think that, though, the sun is not a unique object that we're all looking at. I think that each of us perceives the sun differently. And I'll give people this example of the moon. On a moonlit night, it's cloudy, and you look up at the moon, you'll see there's a halo around the clouds, just where you are. And for about 500 meters or a mile on either side of that halo, you will see it illuminating. But 2 miles or 10 miles away, it's dark in the clouds. Now, your friend who's down there 10 miles away, you ask them what they see. They won't say they can see the light by you. They'll say, no, there's just a halo for me.
Yeah, but that's the refraction of light on the clouds.
That's an excuse.
No, that's the light refraction.
Well, your excuse, that's the observation.
No, not excuse.
That's a
You're to make it excuse, because if the moon is over there in those clouds, and the guy under it can see the refraction. Here, I won't see the refraction because I will be seeing the moon on top. So that doesn't apply. You need a better argument.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What about water level?
Tell me. I don't know. Tell me what.
Well, you've heard the phrase water level, I assume.
What do you mean?
Well, we say water level because water, when it rests, is level.
Yeah.
So you can take that water bottle, you go, it doesn't matter what angle you put it at. Once it comes still, the water will have a level that is parallel to the next body of water nearby. And you can prove that for yourself. You can test that at home with glasses and bottles and all sorts of things. But every body of water will come to rest parallel to every other body of water in your kitchen. And I say the same is true on the mountain.
Because they're in the same place.
The same is true in the mountain.
Let me tell you, water comes to rest in the container it is in.
Yeah.
So if this container is infinitely flat, water becomes infinitely flat. If it's in this bottle, it will rest in this level because this is the volume of water divided by this area will give you this level. That's all.
So you're confusing it with maths. You know what Nikola Tesla said? He said modern scientists are building formula that eventually will bear no relation to reality. And that's what you're saying. Because the Suez Canal, sir, is 120 kilometers long and engineered level.
No.
Level.
It's not.
It's not going like this, sir.
It's not what you dig. It's not what you dig. The top level is different.
There's no bending.
It doesn't bend. No. The water level is
level.
Yeah.
120 kilometers.
I know.
So I can give you lakes that are even longer.
Yeah.
And they're level. We can go from one side to the lake to the other side of the lake. There's no curve.
Yeah.
No curve. So water at the basic is the truth of this realm. Is that the water?
How can you prove that? If you.
Well, I just gave you an example.
No, because you gave me an example on a small scale. How can you prove on a large scale?
How large would you like it to be?
The perimeter of the Earth.
No, you can't.
See? That's it. Because you're proving something on a small scale.
Yeah. So the positive claim must remain with you because if my Olympic swimming pool and my Suez Canal,
which are so small,
are so
compared to the Earth, they're so small.
Do you know what the formula is for the curvature?
Are you going to be around for a while?
Yes.
It's very interesting. I'm kind of
on the fence.
Not on the fence. No, I really don't like this.
Okay.
But I can't. Not yet.
Right.
No.
Well, come back and talk.
Yes. I need to find haiku. But
okay.
Well, you're around for a while.
Just like this one. This is correct. It's not wrong. This is right.
This is right, yeah? The bottom one here? Now, how can you demonstrate that to me? So that's a tub. That tub could be 1 meter, 100 meters, or 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
So can you demonstrate that to me over a meter?
I can calculate it for you. I can't show you to you.
I
can't show you.
No, physical. I need physical. I don't need numbers.
But I can't show you because
maths is a religion.
No.
Mathematics.
I can't show you because it's too big. I need a plane to show you.
Well, then,
I need a plane, but
there's pilots that say there's no curvature.
There's pilots that say there is. I've asked the pilot myself, and he says once you get up there, it is curved.
Yeah, but we don't fly for curvature.
Yeah?
We fly level.
No, but they can see the curvature.
Yeah. Again, we come to what we can measure, though.
Yeah.
You know, if we can see
but
something,
that's
we
what I'm
measure
saying.
It, right?
You can't measure. Where's the sun or where's that star? You can't measure it. You just can calculate.
Yeah. So we have to believe.
You can calculate it.
You know, so.
But you can calculate everything.
So how far is the sun?
Why don't you believe calculation?
Well, if I could, okay, let's say
you calculate from here to Baker Street.
Let me say to me, you said to me, listen, my house is 10 miles from here.
Yeah.
I could walk that, right?
Yes,
I could actually go and test that.
But you can calculate.
But if I said the sun was 3 million miles away, how could I prove that?
That's what I'm saying. I can tell you how high that building is without going there.
So how far is the sun today? How far is it? They say.
I don't know the exact number, but it's 8.5 minutes light.
So they say it's 93 million miles away, but they've changed that distance 13 times in the last 100
by
years.
10 meters or what? But it's
103 million, 3 million, 27 million.
It's a calculation.
Exactly. So let's.
But these calculations they get better and better and better.
Did you follow the government's advice in 2020?
No. What's that? What was that?
They had a calculation that hundreds of thousands were going to die, and you need to take a.
Government said that?
Yes. Don't you remember? They said 500,000 are going to die this year from the pandemic.
Never heard of that. I don't live here. I don't.
They didn't make you take the needle in your country?
Yeah, I took it.
You took it?
Yeah, I willingly took it. I took a lot of needles, man. Not only that one. Every needle they say I
You don't
take.
trust God?
So I trust God. Yeah,
You don't trust
yes,
God?
I do. But God.
You can't serve two masters.
No,
bro.
I trust God. But
You
God
cannot
told me.
serve two
God told me. Think and do
For yourself.
Yes.
Don't tell the government.
So you trust God? Jump up in front of that car, in the front of the bus.
No. He's
you
made
can't
me
do that.
smarter than that, sir.
Yeah, so that's what you.
Aren't you a little smarter than that? Here's some flyers for you guys. Some info. Some info for you guys.
Thank you. This is the outside. Okay.
All right.
Guys, that's been quite a session from Israel was the last video. Thank you very much. Back in Speaker's Corner. We're here in Speaker's Corner and this young man has come back, he's got his questions sorted out.
Okay, so,
Yes,
do you know the plane, the Concorde?
Yes, I know about Concorde. I've had people come here and tell me that they've flown at 60,000 feet and they've seen the curvature. But what do you want to make? What's your point?
Yeah, that's my point.
Ah, okay.
Wait, you see the curvature? What?
Okay, so again, that's a visual effect. Yeah?
Yes.
So we still need to go and measure. Science requires measurement. Now, if I told you I saw a ghost last night, you would want recording of it. You would want some evidence of that. Yes.
Yes.
So I'm saying, where's the evidence of this curve that we keep saying we see? Even though there's some pilots who say there's no curvature, by the way. There's pilots who are on record saying
Name one.
that.
Name one pilot that says that.
I've got a friend, I could call him up now. He's an Australian commercial pilot. And there's a video. Go and look it up on YouTube saying airline pilots say Earth is flat. Just go and look at that. You'll see there's at least 5 in that one video. But by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a well-known TV scientist, he says that you cannot see curvature even at the Red Bull jump height. You remember Red Bull jump? Felix Baumgartner, are you too young for that?
I've seen the video, there's the curvature, obviously there's curvature.
Yes, but you realize they're using fisheye. Fisheye lens so even when he gets 10 meters off the ground, it looks like he's on a globe already. But that's fisheye for you. But now when he jumps out of his cupola, there's one camera in the back, behind his head. And if you look for that footage, you'll see that the horizon is perfectly level.
Okay, then it's just a logical question, yes? Do you believe in other planets?
No.
Okay, so why do you, so there's like on the flag, somewhere they're saying that NASA is like using CGI.
Yes.
Why would they do that? Why would they hide the fact that you're living on a flat Earth and there are no planets?
Well, the planets are stars. They're lights in the sky. Exactly what they are is another conversation, but they're lights in the sky.
Yeah, but why would they hide it?
Why would they hide it?
Why would they hide flat Earth? I mean, it's...
Because it's created Earth. You see, a flat Earth is created. A globe is not. A globe is Big Bang. A globe is lucky strike, billions of years, evolution. All of that stuff comes with the globe. Whereas once I knew this, I was like, oh my gosh, then evolution's a lie. And that means that there must be a creator.
But there's proof of evolution. There's proof.
Well, I don't think so.
I think so.
I think that what they've done is they've stitched bones together. They've done that many times. In fact, the first dinosaur was designed from a tooth. They found one tooth and they came up with a dinosaur.
Yeah, you know how
and I was
DNA
just down in Crystal Palace. I was just down in Crystal Palace today, where they've got the world's oldest dinosaur display. And there they are. They admit that the early dinosaurs, a lot of them were stitched together. They're not real. If you look at the difference between the early 1800s dinosaurs and today, they're quite different. So they've never found a full. They might say they got this one bird dinosaur, tiny thing, but they've never found a megalodon full intact. Never. And most of these museums that you go to are all plaster Paris. They're not really. They say the bones are in the basement. But no, there were giants. There were big animals here before, and that explains the bones. But the idea that there were 65 million years and the big lizards and then an asteroid, all of that goes away.
Yeah, but then go to creationism. So in the Bible it says God created the sun on I think the fourth day.
Yes.
But with no sun, there's no days. The sun defines the day. Cannot be a day.
Not true,
of
actually.
sun.
Yeah, I think this is a bit deep into Plato theory, but actually the daylight is not just about the sun. The sun only provides a portion of the light of the day. Biblically, it was deep and dark up until they put light down. Yeah. So, which is obviously against mainstream science, which science says the sun comes before the earth. Questions?
You know what I get theory, you know. So with an idea of like a flat Earth,
Yes.
What's the explanation for gravity? Is it acceleration of the Earth upwards, or is it the buoyancy idea?
The acceleration of the Earth upwards is what we call Flat Earth Society, which is a government psyop. So I really do not believe in that. I think that if we were accelerating upwards, our asses would go through our mouths faster than we can realize it.
We'd also be going faster than the speed of light.
Right, eventually you would get that fast. Right, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to me at all. No,
light years away from us as well.
My starting point is that, okay, I don't know what's outside, whatever the vacuum of space is or whatever's outside our world, I don't think we've ever been there. But I say that primarily we are not moving. That the Earth that we're standing on is still just like your senses knew when you were 6 years old until teacher said, by the way, you're spinning. What? I'm spinning? Yeah, and by the way, she never tells you this, but in the equator it's 1,000 miles an hour, and up here in Europe it's about 700 miles an hour, about the speed of sound. They never tell you that. But they tell you you're spinning, you just can't feel it. Yeah. So I used to
when I'm sitting on an airplane as well, I'm pretty still, and I'm at 35.
Great, and I love it when the scientists give me this example, but you've not thought about it enough, my man.
Okay.
Because you've offered me as an example an enclosed capsule. And I say this must be an enclosed capsule. If the enclosed capsule that we're in, the train, the plane, whatever, is moving in a direction that we can't feel in some way, yes, it may be that. But that's not on record. We can't. An interferometer, you know, interferometer obviously. But they tried that for 30 years, man, to try and say that the Earth is spinning. They failed.
Surely we are.
Einstein said it himself. There's no experiment we'll be able to devise that will show that we're spinning.
Surely we are enclosed though by an atmosphere and by electromagnetic.
But the example you gave me was an aluminium hull.
Okay.
So how can that be atmosphere, ozone, or gravity? None of those things are physical.
Well, the atmosphere is
you could say it's physical, but not in the way that I can contain. You can't contain a bottle of water in atmosphere. You can't contain a deodorant can without the can.
Well, there's clouds, like that is water in the atmosphere.
Absolutely, but that's our observation inside a closed system.
Right. But it just so happens that this model perfectly explains everything, or almost.
It doesn't though.
Everything.
Do you know that there's only 22 or 19 time zones in the southern hemisphere?
Okay.
Do you know that?
A lot of that is geopolitics, though. Because, like Russia, for example, some of its islands.
I hear the same as why Africa is not drawn the right size, right? Do you believe that also? I think they can't.
Yeah, because the current atlas and map of the world was best used for distance between the ports.
The shape of Africa.
Sorry,
nobody actually went to heaven.
The current map that we have is based off an 18th century map, which was good for explaining distances between ports.
Yeah. So, but if we have satellites in space, like people claim, and they're able to kind of perfectly map, the human heart, exactly every island and everything. Then that should by now
we do have an updated one. It's just like this one's been in use for about 200 or 300 years, so there's not that much of a drive to.
Let's not make too many excuses. You know, people are making excuses about what went on in the last 3 years, and people are dying suddenly as a consequence of that. I don't know if you've heard of that, but the death rate in this country is 15% higher now than it was in 2020. And no one's talking about it.
Isn't that like because population increases?
Sorry?
Is it not the ratio of population increases?
No, it's based on, because actually if you look at just pure numbers, 1985 was far worse than 2020.
Are you talking disease or?
I'm talking about overall baseline death rate, and people your age, young men, are falling over on the football field and having sudden myocardial events that they were never having in my 55 years of life. I know for sure that what's going on in this year, and people dying a guy I know, just 48 years old, just fell over, boom, in his lounge. Going to go and pick up his kid from school, didn't make it. 9-year-old kid. So, no, the thing is that what we're doing and what you're parroting is the same sort of excuses or theories or reasons as to why it works in the way that it does. But there's lots of things that I can't answer and can't prove. But there's things that I can help you with. You know, and this is that one, we cannot measure and point to the direction we're spinning. So we can work it out by saying if the sun's going that way, we must be going that way. But you're having to
relative to other things. We can say where we're traveling relative to other things. It's just the universe is infinite, so there's no one objective frame of reference. We can say relative to the sun, relative to Jupiter.
Are you aware of the number of trajectories that the Earth is moving on at the moment?
the number of trajectories?
No, so it's 4. We're moving in 4 trajectories. One we're spinning once a day, then we're going around the sun once a year, and then the sun is moving through the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is on its own trajectory at more than 1 million miles an hour. And in total, these are millions of miles an hour that we're changing. And if we're all moving and flying in millions of miles an hour out of some kind of explosion, you have to be the kind of person who would believe that a bomb could be dropped in a scrapyard and a Ferrari would drive out the other side. Truly, guys, we're seeing the same zodiacal signs that the Sumerians saw. And if we're all flying all chaotically in different directions, we should not. And not only that, is that today, that if I was standing on the globe, looking out into the darkness of space, 6 months from now, I should be 180 degrees onto the other side of the sun, looking into that part of space, not that part of space. So I should have a completely different, not just a little different, but a completely different set of stars in 6 months' time. Just on that one movement alone. You know, because my nighttime is now this way, but in 6 months' time, my nighttime is that way into space.
But part of it is that they are hundreds of light years away, and we can say over time.
So the further they are away, okay. But think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying.
constellations do
Think
change.
about what you're saying. If they're hundreds of light years away, or further, then they have to do a loop.
But
Go so fast to get to where I'm going to see them in 6 months' time.
It will also
Not
take.
possible.
It'll also take millions of years for light from those stars to
When your
actually get to
girlfriend,
us to
when your
measure
girlfriend,
that change.
sorry, but when your girlfriend is dancing with you on the disco and the lights are turning in your eyes, are you starting to imagine that the Earth is spinning, the floor is spinning, or is it just simply the lights in the sky that are moving? And for me, that's what I see. I see that the lights are moving past us, and that's what the ancients, even Airy's failure, by the way, which you may know of. You sound quite like you've studied a bit of science, but George Airy was the astronomer royal in the mid-1800s for the king. And he came up with this experiment that was going to put to bed the question of whether it was the Earth or the stars that were moving. And he filled a telescope with water, and the outcome of the experiment was that it was the stars that were moving, so they call it Airy's failure. And then the other thing I quoted to you earlier on is the interferometer experiments. They buried that until Lorentz came up with the Lorentz contraction, in which he imagined that the device was being squashed this way by the spin of the Earth, hence why they weren't picking up the spin. It's a lot of bullshit to but remember, all as smart as you are now, you are only this smart, 7 years old when this was rammed into your head. And none of the top, physics people in Cambridge or whatever that have come to speak to me are bringing me much more than what I learned when I was 8 years old, which is that, it's spinning, gravity is the force that's holding us down.
Well, in an empirical sense, that's good, because if what you heard at 7 is the same as now, maybe it's been tested for 20, 30 years.
Give me the boy till 7, I'll give you the man. That's why they give them religion as soon as they can.
Right.
Because the sooner I indoctrinate you with an idea, the less likely you're ever going to leave it. Christians do not leave Christianity, and Muslims do not leave Muslim, because why? Their parents taught them that when they were 5.
No, it's not about that, it's about facts. How do you, for example, explain? Of course. How do you explain, for example, the lunar eclipse and the solar eclipse with the flat Earth model?
Well, how do you explain that we've had a lunar eclipse and the sun up at the same time?
I believe we live
on these 7 occasions. There's been the lunar eclipse with the sun above the sky, and I can't see it now. But I see the moon almost 3 weeks of the month in the daytime. And it's a partial moon. And when I was a kid, they taught me that the moon is shadow is because of
the
Earth.
Lunar eclipse come to existence, the shadow of what?
All of these things. Well, the ancients used to talk about two dark bodies in the sky.
What that dark body is?
They're called. The names just escape me right now. It'll come back to me. But there's 2 dark bodies. I'm theorizing because I don't know.
Well, yes, that's the question. That's the problem.
But I tell you what I do know. I tell you what I do know, sir.
No,
is that I'm not moving, and the air above me is sometimes moving.
I think you're moving.
You think that, but you can't prove that.
You can prove one thing. There's a something. I need a whole fully model to know how you explain lunar eclipse, solar eclipse, the air current, the ocean current. How all of this happening if you have a flat, standstill Earth?
Have you heard of that book that was taken out of the Bible?
Books?
Called,
I want experiments. I want to show, to demonstrate.
Okay. So, you're being very demanding of me. So why don't you demonstrate to me?
I know nothing. I know nothing. I'm not the one who actually seeing. I'm the one who's reading this.
I'm offering you.
I know nothing. I believe that we're living in a simulation. That we're living inside the matrix. Now I want you to explain to me your theory in a demonstration.
That you might be closer to the truth than you realize, because it's all electromagnetic. I think we're living in an electromagnetic universe. What I say to guys while you've got the time to hear me is that I think that we're living inside the fruit, not on the skin. In nature, you'll never find anything living without a bark, a peel, a skin, a shell, whatever. It's always going to be contained. And I think that we live inside a container, call it an orange. At the center of the orange or the apple are the seed pods. And the seed pods at the center is what our continents are. And then the electromagnetic energy that rolls over our head each night is the stuff that feeds.
So you believe it's fruit?
I believe it's fruit. I'm just using the fruit as an analogy. I think you're smart enough to, but you're hurting a little bit of the
that was a bit frivolous.
Water is always going to find level, bro. Yeah. As much as people like that man, he doesn't want to face the truth, is that water is going to find level. Now, you can prove me otherwise, but the only way you can get water to do anything other than level is put it under some sort of tension. Blow on it, drop it, whatever. But once it's in a pool, it's going to be level. And that's small scale, medium scale, Suez Canal scale, the Lake Buoyancy in Russia scale. People have taken a photograph of all of Chicago skyline from 50 miles away over Lake Michigan. These are things that we can see, and I was telling people earlier on that the guy's recently taken a photograph from Wales and caught the Alps at sunrise, at sunset, where he's been able to pick out the 5 or 6, 7 maybe mountains, 600 miles.
I mean,
and there's a guy in America. There's a guy in America who took an infrared camera up to altitude, and he was in California and was able to identify Mexico.
We can see stars hundreds of light years away. So
we're told.
If the Earth were flat, we'd be able to see. You'd be able to see Australia, South America. But I mean,
in the physical world, in the physical world, what's your best example of light traveling infinitely?
Infinitely?
Yeah, not stars because we're contending that they're close.
Well, I mean, light isn't instantaneous. It has its speed limit, so it'll be, I don't know however far it travels.
So what we do in the real world is we either create searchlights that are going to point up at the sky for planes during war, or we create lighthouses for ships. Yeah, and the record distance that a lighthouse has been seen is 80 miles. So the brightest light that we have peters out after 80 miles and it cannot be seen anymore. Firstly, that's 80 miles over straight water so that the ship could see it. But it's like what we're saying is that light actually is finite. Same as a sound, there's no sound that you can make that will travel infinitely. So we think that light is actually a finite medium, or it's finite property. It has finite property. So the idea that it travels, that it has infinite distance to travel and so on, light years and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I honestly
that's
can't
theoretical.
talk about if it's finite or infinite light. I really don't know.
Yeah, but we can't. But the thing is, you have to accept that as okay. That's what it is, and it travels 8 minutes from the sun, and blah blah blah. You got to accept that stuff, or you can say, "Are we sure?" Again, what can I physically test for myself? Or do I have to take that because scientists believe it? I was saying to someone earlier on, now, not only that, they used to say the sun was 3 million miles away. Still the same size. Now they say 93 million miles away. Still the same size. It hasn't changed. The physical thing that we see isn't
Over what space of time, though? Are we talking from Galileo to...
No, in the 100 years. And Kepler, that was only 80 years, I think. He was 27 million miles.
Johannes Kepler?
Yeah.
Actually, I can't remember.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is, I once had a flyer with 13 different over the last 100 years where they've moved it up to 103 million miles. It's now sitting at 93 million miles. And every time they move it, theoretically, the sun is either bigger or smaller because they're saying it's 800,000 miles wide.
Those figures are changing because they're being tested, and surely that's what you and I and everybody wants. Not necessarily for things to change, but for things to be constantly tested.
Yeah. If I could say, let's test the size of Hyde Park. Yeah, we could. No argument. Yeah, we might disagree by a small factor, we might refine our experiment and so on, but eventually we'd be able to map it perfectly, and I'd be happy with that. But you and I can never, we have to take, okay, we're going to use this formula today, next year we'll do this formula and we'll say it's this distance, but we can't test the stuff. So it's stuff we have to take on belief, because science teacher, when we were young, gave us this idea that science knows, just trust the science. Just like I said in 2020, just trust the science. Go ahead and take the needle. So I don't trust the science anymore, and it was the formula for curvature. Because I grew up by the sea, I knew I'd seen things over my childhood that it was like, no, I saw that way too far away for it to be occluded by the curvature and so on. If you can look up a coastline and see street lights at night, 20 miles up, it's like that's impossible on the globe. But I know that a train that's built, an engineered train that's all the way along the coastline of England or whatever, it's going to be 10 meters from above, 20 meters above sea level, and it's going to hold that and be super level the whole way through that journey. And as I say to people, you can travel from the east coast to the west coast of this country, and you'll have the same sea level. You'll go up 300 or 400 meters to the Mendips or wherever, and then you'll go down 300 or 400 meters. We know that from topography, from our maps, so that you know it goes up to a high point and then goes down to a low point. But if you had a swimming pool and dropped a rock in it, you would have exactly the same experience of coming up and a certain amount, and you'll drop exactly that same amount down to get back to the water on the other side. East coast of England, west coast of Africa, it doesn't really matter. You know, you can make that as model as large. Yes.
How close is the sun then?
How close is the sun?
Well, yeah, from what you were saying.
Well, firstly, I don't think the sun is a physical one unique. What we're seeing now is similar because we're in the same space. But if you ask somebody 20 miles from us to say, how do you see the sun? Oh, they say it's either clear. We're saying it's playing in the clouds right now. We see it in the clouds right now for us. Then if you jump in a hot air balloon, I believe the sun will rise to a point. Because there's a video some pilots took from their 747 or whatever, where they're filming down onto a sun that's actually in the clouds. You can see clearly that it's actually buried inside of these clouds. So what I say to people is a good example, best example, a real world example that you can think of is that at a full moon night, or a well-lit night, where there's clouds in the sky, notice how it creates like a halo or a hot spot in the clouds just over you, where you're looking at it, there it is, oh, now it's creating a halo, just like the sun is doing actually. But when you look down the blanket of cloud into the valley or 20 miles, 10 miles away, you'll find that it's dark. Now, you ask your friend who lives where you say it's dark, and they'll tell you, no, it's creating a halo just for me, around me, and it's dark where you are. So how could that be a single...
It's really close.
So it's really close. I think it can move as you move. If you're on train traveling east across it like this, you'll see it just running through the clouds like this and keeping line with you.
So you're saying it's all individual, so
yes,
our own individual
absolutely, because I think we're an electromagnetic universe inside an electromagnetic universe. So we have the sun and the moon within us. It's almost like you have a decoder in your body that's decoding the energy as a ball of light.
We're all seeing the same sun now.
So we've all got our own sun?
Yes. We are all our own. I think that we could be the multiverse. So there's 5 here.
The same way now,
and then now, if you take it to going to get biblical, but you and I verse. You break that down. You and I verse. We talk. We create through vibration. You know how the biblical people say God created through speaking the world into. Well, I think everything is vibration. Even Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of frequencies. No, I'm more spiritual than religious.
Oh, okay.
I think that we are spiritual beings in an avatar, having a sort of day at the theme park. It might last 80 years, might last 100 years, but you're at a day at the theme park either to learn something or to learn nothing. And then maybe we recycle back in order to learn that. Maybe our higher self needs to learn certain lessons. And that's why we come into this crazy, mixed up, dark and light, hot and cold, crazy and angry and loving and mad.
Is there any podcasts? Updating podcasts?
Podcasts? Yeah, there's some podcasts. You mean like as in proper, not video?
Every month, every week it comes out.
I think there's one called Flat Earth 101. But I have to...
Planet 101?
No, Flat Earth.
Oh, Flat
Earth 101. And it's also on Discord. It's a bit of an angry, febrile place. You know, because people are very angry about this topic. People do not want this spoken about. Our YouTube channels are shadow banned. You know, it's very much a controlled thing.
Where is the link to the Discord?
Link to the Discord?
Yeah.
Well, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth. Just.
Oh, okay, 24/7 Flat
Earth. Yeah. But it's an ugly place. On Discord?
Yeah, where would I find it?
Oh, take my thing.
Okay, thank you.
Take my phone. I've got our website then.
I've read up on that, right? And I'm very open-minded to it.
Yeah.
I know.
Good.
I kind of became on the fence, right? On whether either way.
Okay.
Because I try and stay on the fence.
That's
most
not my
things
channel,
anyway.
but my channel is Trinity 4 on YouTube. You can take my flyer.
Okay.
By all means. And I've enjoyed talking to you. You know, even though you don't agree with me, I can tell you're at least handling it with respect, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I don't need you to agree with me.
Yeah.
I was 47 by the time I started looking at this. So, and I had to do that. I first had to be told that the battles that I was in Angola in 1987 were staged. Now, I knew that the CIA was on the ground even though the people didn't know. I knew that we were in the theatre even though the people in South Africa were not being told that we were there. And then I found about 9/11, and I found out about the Gulf of Tonkin affair, which started the Vietnam War, and all these things that are like, shit, there is some big gameplay going on here. And then I took DMT in 2015, and that was like, whoa, we are not from monkeys. We are divine. We are from love. I had an experience of my higher self, that we are the expression of the higher self, which is somehow connected to whatever God is, whatever nature is, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. It's not a man with a white beard, but I think that it's your higher essence is an eternal, unquenchable being.
Do you believe in God in some aspect?
Sorry?
Do you believe in some aspect of God? Like,
Yeah.
Do you believe that God takes interest in human effort, or he just exists outside of that?
Well, maybe God expresses himself through human interest, but God must know that in God is all night and day, winter and summer, dark and light, bad and good. And so in each of us, we carry all of that, and ours is to temper or to manage our own journey such that we control our urges. They call it the 7 deadly sins in religion, right? We control those things. We're not greedy. We're not avarice. We're not all these things. It's not to say I think that God's waiting to beat you with a stick because you didn't do those things. I don't believe that at all. I think that it's really you that puts your head down on the bed. And as the Muslims say, you want to find Allah is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. And this is called the temple. I think that this is the temple of God. I think that we are the micro of God. We have all, although obviously we're only tiny, we have all of God within us. And we are meant to express that. But for some reason, you could say it's, whatever reason, it doesn't matter. But for some reason, that journey is either set to be hard, or some people have intended to mislead us so that we never find that truth. But it doesn't really matter. To me, it's a bit of a test of mettle, because if you want to be the captain of the ship, then you need to go out on those dark nights, those stormy nights. You need to have encountered all of this stuff. So I say, I got children that are 22 and 24, and I say, this is your journey to experience all. You've got to go and stub your own toe. You've got to go and get drunk if and that's why I say to the Muslims, you don't stop me from getting drunk. It's me who has to learn the lessons about how that harms me. If it doesn't, if I break myself on the way through that, then okay, I'll have to try again or whatever. But don't stop me from experiencing it, because only I should be the master of me doing better the next time I'm in a situation like that. You see, so that's how I see it. So I think we are the expression of whatever that God is. But like the Russian dolls, the nested dolls, there's 7, and I think we might be small. And then there's higher self, and then there's more and more and more until you get to whatever all is. What's outside of this bubble, this orange, this apple, this grape? Are there more grapes on the bunch that we would call other universes?
That's a spherical model of the Earth, I'm afraid. Yeah.
But I say it's spherical, but it's the electromagnetic torus that's spherical.
Okay.
It's an oblate spheroid even. I'd be happy with that. But if you had to take an apple and turn it into a light, when I was on the DMT, everything was light, not material like we see it. And the first words I said when I came back, it's true, there's a God, and I was an atheist 7 minutes before.
Yeah.
But for me, if you think about the apple as an electromagnetic globe, inside it, where the seeds are, is where we have to be. And I just, because you stood here long enough, I'm going to smash you with this one thing, that I think that black holes are real.
Yeah.
But I think that we're standing on top of a black hole. That I think that the energy comes up and around the torus, smashes up into a black hole, stops, because in mainstream science they'll tell you that light can become so dense, it's super massive. A black hole is super massive, even though it's so small. Well, I think that the only way that this light being could be super massive 666 carbon is through being smashed into a black hole. And then eventually, and you'll know this from quantum physics, you probably studied a bit of that, is that there's so much energy rising through us all the time, through the floor, and our body is being recycled every 7 years, at least every 7 years. So I think that the energy is constantly cyclical, entropic.
So you're saying it's a donut?
Yeah, like a donut.
So you're saying the world's not flat, it's a donut?
No, think in terms of the inside. Now we've got to cut the donut open. To see where we stand, you've got to cut the donut open, flip it open. Think about the apple. Cut the apple top to bottom or sideways, and look at the star pattern. Cut it sideways and look at the star pattern that it forms, the seed bed forms. And I think those are our continents. So the donut, if you think about the donut, it's 2 parts. You've got the outside of the torus, and you've got the inside of the torus. The inside of the torus is like your plug hole in reverse, where the water's coming up. Cheers, man. Cheers, man. Where the water's going up the plug hole like this, right? Think about that. Now, as the hourglass, how it squeezes at the pinch point. That's where Earth is, at the pinch point, and around it is the tree of life.
So we're on the inside. We're on the inside of the outside.
We're in the inside. Like I say, you didn't hear me say this, but in all nature,
no fruit, no living thing has not got a skin, a bark, a peel, a shell. Everything has to be contained in this world, including us. Including ours. On the outside is an unknown, but we theorize water.
So the sun is on the inside.
Sun is inside.
Okay, so does it have a fixed size?
Sun?
Yeah.
No, I think that what we see when we see the sun is an optical effect. It's a secondary effect.
Is that why it doesn't get bigger or smaller when it goes away?
I've seen the sun.
If you see the sun, if it's so
it depends on the weather, though, hey? Because you know how water can make things look bigger.
Yeah, but even on a clear day,
it
doesn't. If it's close, we should see it get bigger when it gets closer, and get smaller when it goes away. But we don't see that, which is one thing I question about how flat Earth can be true.
Because we don't fully understand how the sun works. But one of the best examples I can give you is the moon. I've seen the moon on some nights where I've stopped the car and gone, oh my gosh, look at the size of that moon. And they explain because the moon's come a whole lot closer. No, it's not doing that. It's not jumping in and out of space and so on.
You don't see that with the sun so much, really.
No.
And the other thing that I question it for is summertime at the moment, 10 o'clock, 10:30, it's still light.
Yeah.
It's twilight. Okay? As you know, if you go up to the Arctic, you get 24 hours of sunlight.
Yes.
Why? How can it be? If the world was flat and it wasn't a globe, then how do we see the identical sun patterns in the south?
I don't know that we do. Brother, I don't know that we do.
No, my family. I've got my best friend working in the Falkland Islands.
Oh yeah.
And it, not too far from.
Yeah. They're
and
very
he's telling me the same, exactly the same patterns, but it's flipped. And it doesn't make any sense because it makes the flat Earth model make sense with when you're looking at the centre, but it doesn't make any sense when you're looking at the southern. Like, how can Australia stay light for so long when the sun theoretically should be passing over, and then should spend a long time away?
I'm going to offer you something else to think about then.
The only explanation I can give, can I tell you what my explanation of what my theory is, that we are on the outside, and you're saying about the skin is right, but there is a dome, and the dome is the skin, and because of the dome, that has like a kind of reflective light on how it circles, and it's the only thing I could think that would.
So I lived a lot of my life in South Africa, and one of the
there you go, it's from the South Hemisphere.
Well, one of the things that I noticed, and you can ask your friend in the Falklands this, is that in the summertime, the drag out of the day is much quicker, i.e. the sunset, the darkness, comes in Africa much quicker. And in Cape Town, which is the most southern point of South Africa,
in summertime as well.
In summertime, you do not get. You know how you get the super long, and the sun might have even gone away at the moment, and it's still light. Right. And that's what you see in the Scandinavians as well, is that it's still light all day. But South Africa does not have that, and we don't have we don't have the range. You know how here you get a sunset at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the winter, and in the summer it's like 10 o'clock. Well, in where I grew up in Durban, it's 6 o'clock in the winter and 8 o'clock in the summer.
That's definitely just there. Like in the Falklands, it was getting that. In the Christmas time, it was getting dark at like 10 o'clock.
So now I'm going to offer you a different flat Earth theory, okay? Right. And that is that the Earth, when you look at the wall map on the school they put a wall map on the Earth. Well, imagine that you have a light that comes from Japan, the land of the rising sun, once a day, like an ECG pulse, and it flies across the Earth once a day. And so whether it's in Capricorn or Cancer will determine the effect that we see as the long, drawn-out thing. But I'm not comfortable with the way that the sun works. I'm not comfortable with any of the flat Earth models. I can't say that. But just because we can't prove it doesn't mean that we should throw out the model.
But one thing what you say does prove it is because you're saying you get that suddenly it's daylight quicker and it's darker quicker. Because on a flat Earth model, so the world would look like the UN map, and Antarctic is in the centre, and the Arctic Circle's in the middle. And so if it's on the out, the Arctic Circle's in the middle. Right. So the sun, when it's summertime in the northern hemisphere, it can go around this speed, but imagine when it's summertime in the southern hemispheres, it has to go around much faster, which would make sense with what you say, but it doesn't make sense in the sense that in the Falkland Islands, they're having these long evenings. That suggests that it is a globe and they're getting more exposure to the sunlight to have those longer evenings. So, the same in South
So let me give you my theory on electromagnetic universe. How this works is that, can you imagine standing on the beach, but you're like 20 meters into the surf? Yes? Now you've got a friend who's standing 10 meters in front of you, a friend who's standing 10 meters behind you, and then friends spread 10 meters left and right of you, okay? Now a wave is coming towards you. You recognize that your first friend is going to see the sunrise of that wave first. And then as the wave presses over him, the wave is going to then start sunrising for you. The wave is going to start rising up your body, and then it's going to wash over your head, and you can watch it go at midday over your head, and then there it goes towards your friend who's behind you, yes? So that's someone who would be standing on the same line. But someone who's standing left and right of you, because a wave is not a perfect, uniform 2 meter high wave, it's going to have curves to it like that, yeah? It's going to do that. So someone who's standing to the left or right of you will not have had the identical experience of it, depending on the way that the wave is washing into the beach. So that's what I think is happening during the seasons, is that the wave form is changing. It could be because I mean, I don't know that the roof isn't a balloon, that it actually doesn't have a convexity and concavity to it, and that doesn't move up and down, which is what creates some of the air pressure systems that we have. And that in that doing so would affect how the light would then play within that constricted area of roof space.
Or the reflection, that kind of.
Yeah. So think about it in terms of a wave, and that you know, in any wave, it's not uniform across the entire length of the wave. Even though someone standing directly behind me might see exactly the same experience.
Some people say two suns. What do you think about two suns?
Yeah, I've seen some pictures that are interesting. Oh well, yeah, but you see, remember that I do not believe that it's a single point of light that we're all observing. As I gave you the moon example earlier, didn't I? Which is how that creates that highlight just for you, and that highlight for your friend 10 miles down, and your highlight for somebody else 10 miles down, and the sunset comes just to your feet and not someone else's feet, but they will see the sunset come to their feet. It's unique to you. I think it's each of us having our own unique experience. So, good question, but stay on the... Did you get my flyer?
Well, thanks.
Take my flyer. I think that God is within us. I think that we are the Creator expressing Himself here, but they don't want us to know that. That's why they mess with everything.
Why do they want us to believe the world is why have they changed the shape of the world?
Well, I mean, there's nowhere to go. If you're on a globe, there's nowhere to go. On a flat Earth, well, we could be an extended plane. Some people say in flat Earth, infinite plane, that it's infinite. I don't know that.
Yeah, it's moving. It's been moving for a long time.
Well, the land masses themselves may move, or
so the land masses freeze over.
But yeah,
and for thousands
I like that.
of years, and it doesn't come back again.
And that's what we say about the Antarctic ice ring, is that it sometimes defrosts if it's a ring. Sometimes it defrosts partially, and people can get out.
Around, it's a nice ring, like a puddle. It's a puddle.
Puddle, yeah. And wherever the sun centers itself is where it melts.
Right, so it's moving around.
Yeah, that works for me. Yeah. But we are in the theory world. You know, we've got to get out of the idea, because remember, with
as being in the theory world, how can we get out of the theory world?
Well, no, let's say we can prove that water's level, even though people fight me on that.
That's the trouble, isn't it?
You can.
You've got people going up in rockets and killing themselves.
Oh, that's all psyop stuff, man. Listen, you can't measure curvature over water. Fact.
Yeah, but there can be. I mean,
you can see
it. Should be able to get like a really good laser from, say,
guys have done laser experiments.
Trinidad, you know, South America to West Africa, across the ocean.
But what about that photo? You heard me cite that photo from Wales, man. And then that's the longest one now, 600 miles. But before I used to cite one that was 270 miles over, you know, where you can watch an island from France. You can watch the sunset behind
it. Isn't very far, considering the size of the Earth, right? So
well, let's look at the maths. Let's look at the maths. 300 miles. 300 miles is 5 miles of curve. You should not be able to see. You could only see Everest, maybe.
No, but that's taking the assumption that the globe is a perfect globe, right? But there could be like flat plains, couldn't there? Have you ever
thought
water?
That?
Well, not necessarily just the water.
No, I'm only talking about the curvature of the water.
I'm just saying that, like, let's say England itself could be, the island of England, UK itself, could be perfectly flat, couldn't it? Upon around globe. You know what I'm saying?
Or
there
like
could be flat spots, couldn't there? Flat areas.
There's flat land.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Idaho and Oklahoma, and there's a place in South America known as the world's largest mirror, because when it rains, the salt pan has a glassy effect to it. Yes, right. And it perfectly mirrors the clouds and everything above it, which means that it's flat. Because if it was bent at all, it would damage the image. It would bend the image.
Example of the water, and
and as I say to people, this Lake Billikol freezes over every year, and they ice skate on it. It's the world's largest ice rink. It's 300 miles long, man, and there's no curve. Suez Canal, 120 kilometers long, and the ships are not going downhill. If they did, like the Panama Canal, they were dropping them down the mountain in locks.
If I was saying the truth, then there'd obviously be like bridges, wouldn't there?
For ships.
If I was saying the truth, there'd be ridges between the flat plains to make it go on a globe.
Okay, so we're only talking.
There must be certain parts.
We focus on the water. You see, because the land, it's confusing because there are mountains, there are flat plains, of course. But I know for sure that I can go from the east coast, and I recently have, to the west coast of England and go up a certain height and go down exactly that same height to get back to sea level, aside from tidal variation. So we have seen things over such long distances that should be, when we're really critical about this curvature formula, and I don't agree with the curvature, I think it should be much more, but even taking their formula, at 10 miles you should leave the ship, at 30 miles you should never be able to see buildings, things like that, over water. But we've seen plenty of things like that that really kill the idea that water's curving. And anyway, to believe that water's curving, you have to believe in gravity. You have to believe that this attractive force is holding Nile to the side of a ball and it's running up the side of a ball. Not possible. Water must run downhill. You can't show me one example of water running uphill.
Yeah. You're preaching it to the converted in many ways. It's just
nice to talk to you.
But
did I give you a flyer?
Yeah. What about the?
Do you have a question?
No.
The young lady. All right. Listening young lady.
What about escaping?
I haven't done any research on this.
Cool. Well, it's good that you're honest about that. But like I say to people, what we're given up until the age of 10 years old is all the programming that comes back at me. Even if people have gone to university and studied science, the baseline program is that we are too small, Earth is spinning and you can't feel it or measure it, and that water is going to be.
It doesn't feel like we're spinning. It's 1,000 miles an hour. It's not. Yeah, the
no,
clouds
1,000 miles an hour
or something.
1,000 miles
you get some experience of the movement, but there's never any.
Never any spin. And on a still day, the clouds will be still and doing nothing, but we're meant to be spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Planes don't have to account for it. Pilots don't fly as though they're on a globe, they fly as though the Earth is not moving. Because if you were on a globe and you were flying up this way and the Earth was spinning or turning around like this way, you would have to fly in the direction that it was turning. Yeah. Hello, mate.
What this one is saying?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so this is just a buoyancy and density experiment, pretty mainstream. Different liquids are held at their own buoyancy depending on the density, and then within that you can drop different objects. Some will go all the way to the bottom, some will stop part way down depending on their own density or buoyancy in that density. Yes, because we're in a medium right now. These things are in a medium. If we took them
is the word buoyancy, is the word buoyancy doing work in this thing?
Buoyancy is not doing work, but it's always things are trying to find buoyancy, aren't they? They're trying to find equilibrium. Yes. So if I push the football,
school science, so
I
know density, but not buoyancy.
Okay. So you understand it because you push a football into the water and it's trying to find its way back up again. And a helium balloon, we let that go and it's going to continue up because it's buoyant in this atmosphere, and we're dense in this atmosphere, more dense than the atmosphere. Therefore, we sink.
Yeah.
Whereas if we filled Hyde Park with 5 meters of water, we would float in the water. Because we are.
Gravity is what's pulling us to Earth because it's to do with our buoyancy or lack thereof within our atmosphere.
And a sprinter will run faster at high altitude than at sea level because the medium that he's running through or she's running through is thinner at altitude. Essentially. So that's what our environment, our world is made up of things being either buoyant or dense enough to sink. Some things will sink quickly in through water, some things will take their time, and the same is true with things we drop in the air. A leaf or a feather will drop slowly because it's kind of buoyant and it's
why would this
resistance.
Specifically flat Earthian idea rather than round Earthian idea?
So let's imagine that this test tube here was 1,000 miles long.
Okay.
Then all of these strata would be horizontal, parallel to each other, and they would remain in that. And then we say that's true with our sea, that's true with things that are at the bottom of the sea, they're in strata at the bottom, and things that are like light gases are in strata above, unless they're being interfered with by wind. So gravity is required to make us, there's a few things with relativity and gravity. One is to make us stick to the side of a ball and not know it. And the other is that, the other part of gravity is that we are able to float around
I know that's sorry, my mind's a bit fried. Einsteinian gravity is that we can fly around the sun, bending time and space.
Okay.
Yeah. So we say no, it's all about density, and if anything was heavy in this air, it would fall. So if the moon was a rock, it would fall on the floor. It has to be a light.
You guys still have the definition of density as the attraction of a body towards a larger body?
No. No, you see, you don't need that. Yeah, you don't, but you don't need attraction to a body. We think there is an electrostatic attraction to, like a balloon, you can rub it on your hair and it'll have that electrostatic effect, but it's a very mild effect. And in quantum physics, they'll tell you that the gravitational force is 1 to the power of 25 zeros smaller than the electromagnetic, nuclear force, and
certainly a small scale.
So the strongest forces here are electromagnetic, I believe. But once you bring a lot of light together, you mass it together like we are. We're a mass of light. We take on a certain amount of density. But a pumice stone, for example, is a stone, but it'll float in water because it's actually less dense than the water it's displacing. Same with a boat. I mean, when we're talking about displacement, you can take.
Can I think about this for a little bit?
Please.
I feel like I'm at my
Take a lump of steel. Take a lump of steel, drop it into water, and then fashion it into a hull. And now all of a sudden, gravity's not effect. Why? Because we've created buoyancy in that environment. Same with a parachute. We can create buoyancy such that we fall more slowly. Okay? Thanks, guys. Okay. Hey, how you doing?
You alright?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
You got some quizzos for me?
My partner's got a question for you.
Okay. Have you studied science?
So my question is, if people can go into space and see the shape of the Earth, like,
Yes.
how is it flat?
Okay. So that claim that you just made is a claim something you've seen on TV or something you've done yourself?
I mean, not something that I've done myself, but...
So when we claim that, when people say this, but we've been to space. No, we haven't. No more than 500 people. Yeah, 500 people in the world have so-called been to space, and all of these people are secret society, military, and so on. So if it's possible they're keeping a secret, it is possible. If you and me or you and your boyfriend could go on a trip today and spend a week in space, or go to the moon for 3 days, come back and go, Dave, I went to the moon for 3 days. I'll go, now that's evidence, yeah? Now, no, not only that, you went to the moon and you took pictures, in fact, selfies of the Earth spinning behind you. You do that, right? And guess what? Neil Armstrong and them, they went to the moon and didn't bother taking a photo of the Earth. The first 5 missions to the moon, they didn't take a photo of Earth. 6th and final mission, they take a photo when it can't be debunked, and there are no stars in that picture. No stars and no video. Why not video? Why not? If they've got time for the golf and the dune buggy, why haven't they got time for the video?
That's the first thing you'll do if you get to space.
Yeah, if you went to Grand Canyon
take a photo,
or you went to the moon, you'd be like, and you'd show me those pictures, you go, look, this is me running around there. And in fact, I've got a 5-minute clip of Africa or Asia or something coming into view and so on. They couldn't do that with technology they had in the 1960s, so they never did. Today, NASA can give us technology that, they've got technology like CGI. Sandra Bullock went to space in a movie called Gravity.
Yeah.
She never really went to space, right?
Yeah.
She was only in a studio.
Yeah.
Blue screen and so on. So they do the ISS using blue screen. They use harnesses to make it seem like they're floating, and you can see sometimes they're pulling on a harness or it's snagged on a shirt or stuff. Sometimes there's CGI glitches in their live performances. And then when they do the spacewalk, oftentimes when they do the spacewalk, we see bubbles sometimes leave the helmet. Now, where they practice in a swimming pool. And the swimming pool that's well known in the swimming pool is that they have the most clean water on Earth, super clean, pure water. And then it's all in blue, so they can do a blue screen black backdrop and make it look like they're in space. But we've seen a reflection of a scuba diver during a spacewalk. We've seen that they've never tested the spacesuit in a vacuum chamber on Earth, but they apparently go into a vacuum all the time. No, you would test it first in the vacuum chamber, and then you would go out to space, yes? So the same suit they're using underwater is the same suit apparently that survives them in vacuum space. Yes, Sandra.
So you think the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah. Well, the water's flat. The mountains are not flat, of course.
So what about exploration with the Elon Musk thing going around and
Starlink?
Not Starlink, but like where you can pay up and go around the Earth 2 times and stuff like that.
Yeah.
do you think that's being faked or?
Yeah. So now let me tell you what they do with that. With the Virgin Galactic and with the Blue Origin, is that they can take you up and get you into 0G for about 5 minutes. The reason they achieve that is because you're in a parabola. And as you know, with the NASA train in a 747, where they could get 0G, but only for 45 seconds. These guys have, with the Branson one, he took it up in a plane and then fired them up even higher to get them even further up, so they got more time to drop.
What about the SpaceX one, where because I know people have been able to pay to go to the ISS.
Yeah, I'd say that those were paid shills. I would say that. Honestly, I think that if you go and look critically at the footage of what the ISS is, you would start to ask questions. You know that the ISS, we've never seen it built here on Earth. It just somehow appears up in space all of a sudden, and then they can add pieces onto it, the Chinese piece or the Russian piece or whatever, and they all seems to work perfectly. And they never go between each other's sections unless on very, very, very rare occasions. But for me, I'd be able to move between, if I was in one craft, I'd be able to move around the craft all the time. So no, we say that what the ISS is all Hollywood. It's all, and the people that are paid to go up, I think they're probably paid to keep quiet. Now, Neil Armstrong, he never gave interviews after he went to the moon, and he should have been the most celebrated man. But he said in his last speech that there's a big secret that has to be revealed. And now Buzz Aldrin was asked by an 8-year-old girl on TV, it's not on TV, but there's a video of it on YouTube, and he was at an event, and this girl says to him, "Why have you not been back in more than 50 years? He says, "That's not an 8-year-old question, that's my question." He says, "The truth is we never went." I'm paraphrasing, but he says, "The truth is we never went." Now there's a Russian astronaut called the cosmonaut who says we never went. Yeah.
What possible purpose would people have in pursuing that as an aim to tell people that the Earth was
flat? Well. Okay, so in a globe is
out of everything in our whole world.
Let me answer the question.
People that the Earth is flat. Why bother?
Okay. All right. Are you finished asking the question?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the answer. The truth is they want to hide God.
They want to what?
Hide God. Hide the Creator. Hide that we are the Creator. In fact, we are the essence of the Creator. That's hard for you? Yeah? There might be more land. You come from the Navy?
No.
Oh, you see you got Naval Academy on there. Did you buy it? So can I ask, did you buy in the last 3 years? Did you buy everything from the last 3 years? Did you buy everything from the last 3 years?
I don't know what you're talking about.
COVID. I'm talking about COVID. Did you buy COVID? Did you?
Say your part. Let me say something.
Doctors around the world were hoodwinked into believing a lie.
Try and suggest that the Earth, out of everything, that the Earth was flat.
Well, because the sea is level, sir. We say sea level.
That's just.
We say sea level. We say sea level, and they might be hiding more land. They might be hiding more land. I'll be with you in a second.
So why are we being lied to? Like if the Earth is like flat?
If the Earth is flat, then it was created by God, brother. It was created by Allah, and that we are inside the body of Allah. We are inside the body of the Creator. That's what we get. But if you believe that we live on the outside of God's fruit, name me one fruit that God made with the fruit on the outside of the skin. Name me one living thing that doesn't have bark, skin, peel, shell. Everything that God creates has a skin.
As a covering. No,
but not the globe.
Why is politicians lying to us then? What is the purpose? What is the motive?
Politicians are the PR department of whoever runs the world. The world is not run by Westminster. The world is run by powers behind Westminster, powers behind maybe the Vatican even. But roads lead to Rome. So it might be that you could look there to find many answers. But I believe that the governments of the world are all controlled. And like I was just saying to this man now, in 2020, 200 countries in the world locked their people down on bad science. 200 countries that are not even friends. 200 countries where this country says, listen, if I don't lock down and you lock down, I'm going to get rich because you've gone to sleep. And I'm going to keep working. Why? Because I've got 10 people die. I don't care 10 people, I've got 10 million. That's how the hard businessman would be. If you had a business, you got 10 million staff and one person or 10 people or 100 people get sick. Keep going, we got to keep working. When 500,000 of my staff get sick, now that's a problem. Now I'm going to buy you. Yeah? But how did 200 governments are all stupid enough? This is what people like to believe. Or they are controlled enough to all go along, and then when their time to come, the red phone rang and someone said, you're shutting down today, tomorrow, and they did it. Who's controlling that? So yes, the governments of the world are controlled. The education system was given to us by the same people behind that who want to control what you think. And from the day you go to school, they're really telling you what you think about who you are and where you are in the world, rather than you are God's creation. I believed in evolution because I was taught that in school. I thought we came from monkeys. And that's a lie, and that's demeaning to God. Because God created us perfect, as we are, each of us, not wait millions of years and let the black people get the white people and blah, blah, blah. No. We were brown and black and white and all that. We were created as we are, perfect. And this idea that we come from a globe means that we had to wait 4 billion years for the sun to get cooler and for water to come to earth and No, that's all against God, against Allah. I think we are inside Allah. I think that we are a micro of
the big thing.
And God is here, Allah is here, right? Closer than the jugular vein.
No, but what's the agenda? Like, is there some land that's been hidden?
There could be land. And also there's other things like this place is getting flooded. Like the Noah's flood story, every 500 years, maybe every less, it's getting flooded. And if we knew that, we wouldn't play along. We wouldn't play the game with them.
Excuse me.
So there might be more land. Yes, sir.
How come the moon changes from like a full to barely any to a crescent?
Okay. There's a number of answers to that question. Obviously, our observation is that the moon goes crescent moon and full moon and so on. But you could take a pipe, like a hose pipe, and look down the pipe and then bend the pipe, and you could create that half moon, quarter moon effect. So it could be like you're looking up an electromagnetic torus, and that as the torus turns through its cycle, the 29-day cycle for the moon, it does this. But let me ask you this about the moon. Did you know scientists, not flat earthers, have proven that the moonlight is cold, and that the shade of moonlight behind there, the light is warmer by 2 degrees, and you can magnify it with a magnifying glass to increase the coldness. It is the opposite light of the sun.
Very interesting.
That is interesting, and something you can prove and test for yourself. Not only that, people have photographed through the shaded part of the moon. They photograph stars, and there are some countries in the world that have a crescent moon with a star inside of it. But I've seen a photo of that. I've seen a video of that where I've seen a star through the shaded part. And then when you see the moon in the daytime, which you can see at least 2 weeks of the month, you see that the shaded part of the moon is exactly the same color as the sky. Light blue, dark blue, whatever. It's the same color.
Self-luminary, isn't it?
Yeah, self-illuminating. And so how it actually self-illuminates the whole moon, part of the moon. Like I say to people, look at the moon on a cloudy night and you'll see that it's only lighting up the clouds just like that sun is doing. It's only lighting up the clouds near your head, but if you look 20 miles in the distance, all right, cheers, brother. You look 20 miles in the distance, you'll see that it's dark. But your friend who lives 20 miles in the distance will tell you, no, it's lighting up the clouds just for me.
Is the moon round?
Yes, like a circle, round.
The moon is round?
Yeah, definitely round. But is it spherical? I'm not sure.
Thank you for your time.
Do you want my flyer?
Oh, sure, I'll take one.
Thanks, man. You'll find us on YouTube on Trinity 4.
All right.
This is live now.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you don't believe the pandemic was real, do you believe in the 1919 alien flu? The bird flu of 1919?
No, I think, because it's an electromagnetic universe, I think that people do get, we do have what could be called a pandemic of people getting unwell at a similar time. Normally that happens at winter time, people normally get flu at the winter time. But I think that we live on a vibrating system, and if that system the vibration changes, then that dissonance is a little bit like listening to music that's slightly off. That can make you go, oh, that makes me feel, that's hurting me. But I think our bodies may have responded to that. But the idea that I can make you sick, you can't make me sick, I can't make you sick. Unless you torture me or poison me. But your condition, your health today, I'm not at all worried, and you should be if you were one of those people who social distanced over the last 3 years. But look at all these people crushing together here. What's changed? Just the media. They started talking about Ukraine and not COVID. Now people can all mingle. It's gone away.
No, but there's a unity, and I would guarantee that 99% of the people here have had COVID. And now immune to it, therefore they cannot give it because your body is immune to it.
Well, every year. And I agree in terms of your natural immunity. Your natural immunity is far superior to anything that man can give you, right? So for you to get flu, or for your child to play with dirt and germs and so on, it's actually going to strengthen their immunity, isn't that right?
Oh no, it absolutely does.
Absolutely. So all of that stuff of, oh no, you've got to stay at home rather than hug your grandma,
Except grandma doesn't have as much immunity because as you get older that breaks down, and therefore you can actually kill grandma by hugging her.
No, that's a lie. No, that's a lie.
You don't think that's a lie?
That's a lie.
That's not.
I've visited old people. We might be able to give each other a cold. We can catch a cold.
Yes.
But we've never caught the flu. We don't catch the flu. We get flu. Your body has a flu, which is like the chimney getting cleansed because your body has become toxic.
So influenza,
yes,
right, is an actual description of a virus, and viruses are transmitted in different ways.
I've studied a little bit of virology, but I'm not a virologist. But I do know that the science of virology is a little bit like the science of heliocentrism. There's a lot of stuff that you have to take on faith. Do you know that you can't take a photograph of an atom? You know, you can't. There's never this COVID-2 virus has never been isolated out of a petri dish to say here it is. Now, if I cough this into this environment, all of these people are going to get sick. We can't prove that stuff, by the way. It's all germ theory. And even Pasteur on his deathbed has claimed to have said, it's all about the terrain. Your environment will determine your health, not the germs in the environment. So my mother was a long time, for 20 years, was an intensive care nurse. Had the sickest people in the city coming through her ward. We were never sick. She was never sick. But this idea is new. That I can make my grandma sick, I can kill my grandma. That actually makes a hair stand back up on my neck. Because let me tell you, how many grandmas died alone in 2020 because of that lie. A horrendous lie. And I'm sorry to be so blunt with you.
But it's okay, but I would say that if you take the 1919 flu, the bird flu, you can actually trace its movement from the trenches of World War I through different areas as they came out.
I know that they can do that, but people claim they can trace evolution.
Yeah, but when those soldiers didn't go back to certain other areas of the world, they weren't infected not as quickly. Because you can actually trace where that came from.
So I don't believe that chickens can can make me sick. I don't think that things came out of a wet market in China and spread around the world. I do not believe these things.
Okay. But Ebola comes from monkeys.
Okay, but Ebola's, but you've skipped now from a virus to something that's not quite the same as Ebola. It's not, but I can't really, is it dengue fever or hemorrhagic fever? I'm not sure about any of these things. But truly, I traveled around a lot in the pandemic years, and everywhere I went, people said it's not really that bad here, I was pulling it out before the end of that year. I was pulling out the death stats for this country, and it was like, hang on, the only spike in deaths is over 85, and those were the people that were worst treated. They were shunted out of hospitals, they were denied surgeries, they were denied their loved ones, so I think a lot of older people died sooner, some 50,000 possibly, died sooner than they should have done in that year because of that. But South Africa is a great case in point, is that imagine if you had a city, and in that city, on average, 550 people died every year. Yes? Can you imagine?
Okay, yep.
That's a city, it's 100,000 people, whatever, but 550 will die year after year after year. This year, 556 are going to die. Will you call that a pandemic?
No, it's not categorized as a pandemic. Because it's all about...
South Africa went from 550,000 to 556,000 in the year of the pandemic, from 2019 to 2020. No one with a bit of intelligence who's not trying to defend what's happened over the last 3 years would agree to lock anything down on that minuscule data.
Then let's talk about New Zealand, who completely locked down.
Yeah.
And they didn't have COVID at all for 2 years until they reopened.
I'm not sure about that. I know. Obviously, that's the story.
And Australia.
Yeah.
Very, very low in numbers contained, and they were completely locked down.
I can't really explain. that. But let me tell you this: that most people who got COVID got it because it was on a test, not because they were lying in bed. I know lots of people who got tested, they tested positive, but they said they felt fine. Lots of people felt fine. So those people that were testing regularly, how would I know?
So you never tested? You never tested, right?
Well, no, I had to test once because I was flying out of the country in 2021. And so I had to have a test. And so obviously but the thing is that COVID is just a name for a state. Do you know the guy who invented the COVID test? Kerry Mullins. Do you know any of this?
Terry Mullins invented the test, but it was actually an HIV test. And he said before his death that his friends are saying around him that this was never designed for COVID, and it's far too blunt an instrument. It's not like a pregnancy test. It's far too blunt an instrument. What it's measuring is protein spike in your system. So your protein could spike because you went out on the lash last night. Your protein could spike because you've been stressed. Your protein could spike because your body is a little bit run down, but you've not got flu, and you're certainly not going to make your granny sick, and you're certainly not about to end up in ICU. That's the truth of it. And now today, and this is what makes people uncomfortable, is that the death rate in this country is way higher than 2020, but because it's not in the media every night, no one gives a shit. But the truth is that young people are dying hand over fist right now, suddenly, from needle damage. But people don't care. Why? Because it's not in the news. But I promise you that the average death rate is 15% higher in the UK today than 2020. And that you can go and check the national statistics.
I will check that.
And that's true in Australia, by the way. Australia is seeing off the charts increase in their death rate. Off the charts, because I'm following a doctor.
Do you know what the death is caused by? Anything in particular? Is it heart or is
Blockages.
Blockages.
And there's a documentary called Died Suddenly, in which they claim these pathologists are doing pathology on bodies, and they are pulling. Is this disinfo? I don't know. But they are pulling stuff out of these bodies. They say is like calamari. That people's organs are being stopped up, and they're calling it myocarditis and a bunch of other things, brain things, and people's cancers are coming back super strong. It could be a whole raft of things. But for sure, I mean, there's a study that's just come out of Norway, Sweden, where they have proven that one batch of Pfizer, which was given in the early months of the pandemic, it only accounts for 4% of all the Pfizer jabs given, but accounts for 70% of the injuries. 1 in 20 people claim to have had, not even those who don't realize that years down the line they get sick and they're not going to put it down to the vaccination. I met a homeless guy. He said, my partner died a few months ago of cancer, and I said, did she take the needle? So, but 1 in 20 people, you know, there's VAERS, which is the vaccine, you can phone in, you can, go onto the website and put in your injury, right? More than 500,000 people in this country took the time to say that. And those are people who are aware that it's injured them, let alone those people that are not aware. So 1 in 20 from this vaccine from Pfizer have reported an injury. This is peer reviewed. It's been put in one of the main journals. The top 4 journals wouldn't take it, but when another one, the European Journal of Medicine, took it, and it's been peer reviewed and it's been authorized. And so it's a matter of fact that people are dying as a consequence of what they did in 2021.
I mean, some of our friends didn't get side effects, heavy ones.
So you guys got a question on flat Earth? You know that water's always level? You speak English?
No, I think we're okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
You know that water's not level? You think that it forms a ball, the water? You know, we live on a globe that is a bloke spheroid, they say, and when we look at the blue marble shot that NASA gives us, it's almost a perfect sphere.
Yeah.
Right? So that sphere is measurable using trigonometry.
Okay.
So because the water is 70% of the Earth's surface, we should be able to stand on any island and measure the curvature of the water, because people say the ship's going over the curve, isn't it? That's what they say to me, the ship's going over the curve. All right, so measure it. If you're a science mind, you're going to want to measure it and not just say, yep, that's what we think it is. Because some people say the ship's going away at 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles. It should be, if it's a 10-meter ship, it will go away at X distance because there's X amount of curvature. It has to be about the same. The globe Earth cannot have bulges of water here and flat butts of water there. It's all round. It's all spherical, according to the model. But you can't measure curvature. It's not water will never curve. We build the pyramids apparently we're using water. We build using water all the time. You build an Olympic swimming pool, you're not expecting to see a little curve, a little hump in the middle, are you? It's going to be level.
Because it's too small of scale.
Not true. Not true. If you're going to cite, gravity is pulling everything to a center mass, then for every step I take, my perpendicular is realigning such that by the time I get to South Africa, my perpendicular is this way. But for every step, so even at the micrometer level, we should be able to measure said curvature. And I've done the math a little bit on the 50-meter pool, the Olympic swimming pool. You should be more than an eighth of an inch of curvature. That should be measurable. That should be...
Well done, I agree.
All right, sister, take my flyer.
Yeah, well, no,
And it's the gamble.
But yeah, so there is no body of water. Now, if you want a bigger example, I'll give you the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is 120 kilometers long, and it's engineered perfectly level. And if the ships were coming down, then like the Panama Canal, they have to put it through a lock. They have to drop it down 10, 20 meters, let go on a flat body of water, 10, 20 meters, flat body of water, 10, 20 meters, flat body of water. And each of those bodies of water, if they're at rest, are parallel to the one above up the mountain or the lake. You can come down the mountain, lake, parallel, until you get to the horizontal, the big one, the sea, which has got tidal variations and obviously forces, winds and so on over such a big body of water will cause waves and undulation. But that's not globe, that's not ball, that's not spherical. That's still level water just being disturbed, like you're blowing on your glass of water. It's just being disturbed. But doesn't make it, once it goes back to rest, the lake perfectly still on a beautiful morning. You can look at the reflection of the trees, the mountains, everything in the background. Perfect mirror, specular reflection. It's exactly the same image. So that body of water has to be level. It would be the fun house or the horror house or whatever where they bend the mirrors. That's what you would see. You'd see a stretching of the trees. The clouds wouldn't look right, but it's all perfectly level. So water's level. And if you think you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour but can't feel it, there has to be all sorts of excuses that we were given when we were 8 years old to say this is why you can't feel it. Too small. It's not that fast, but it is. It's a 4,000 mile radius to the center, and at the center it's turning 15 degrees an hour. But out here at 4,000 miles away from it, that's 1,000 miles an hour, faster than sound. We're spinning faster than sound, but the clouds on a windless day will sit above your head for an hour, and yet we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you don't feel it because the acceleration is unchanging.
Okay, but acceleration, generally when people cite that, they're exciting like being in an airplane or in a car. But these are closed systems. If you were standing on the wing of the airplane, would you notice it?
Yes.
We're standing on the outside of the airplane. You can't claim to be on the inside part of the model and sometimes on the outside. It's either inside or outside. I say we're on the inside of the system. We're inside of it, inside a closed pressure system. If it's moving, then we can't recognize it. We can't see it. Our ground is not moving. The sky is moving above us.
When the Earth is spinning, the atmosphere is also spinning.
You think so? That's what people say. That's mainstream science. I had an older guy, a veteran of this place, tell me earlier on, no, it's not spinning. It is. Well, no, mainstream science says it is spinning. But here's where they won't teach you this, is that if it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour by my feet, how fast is it spinning 10 miles up? Because for the column of air on a still day, to stay above my head like the clouds example I just gave you, then that has to be motivated by something such that it stays at exactly the same speed as me. And the wind in America, for example, all the weather that was blowing over from Canada, all the weather that was blowing smoke over from Canada, it was blowing in the opposite direction to the Earth's spin. So it should be, we're spinning this way, and yet the Canadian winds seem to be able to come this way across America, from Canada over to New York. Impossible on the globe if it's spinning. And let me come back to your point, because this is what people say, so it's no harm, no foul on you. But if it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour with me, the air, right, the atmosphere, what happens when a plane goes up and tries to fly against that wind? 1,000 miles an hour. Now the jet stream, the fastest they can get into is like 200 miles an hour, right? That's the super jet stream, and they can really speed up the plane and the flight of the plane and stuff. That's only in certain parts of the world. It should be the case that I could jump up now and then come back down, or have to fight against the wind that's pushing against me. If I leave the frame of reference, like the Earth's surface, I should have to fight against that oncoming wind. Or if I was flying with it, and the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour away from me, how does the plane at 500, 600 miles an hour ever catch up to the city that you're flying to? I don't expect you to answer that, but just think about these questions.
I do have something. I actually have very recently actually watched a YouTube video about it.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of disinfo on YouTube, by the way. YouTube is government controlled, you know that. YouTube is government controlled.
He is also a former NASA worker.
Okay.
So he knows what he's doing. I'm not entirely sure, but at that point I remembered that it makes complete sense why the Earth is spinning and why it wouldn't make it faster or slower to go one way when you're traveling than the other way. So
there are trade winds. Hey, you're back.
One last question.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I got a good conversation.
No, well, you sound like you're American.
So I am.
Okay. Let me just think of a good American proof for
said something about Canada and New York, the wind.
Oh, I was just mentioning that, yeah, because it's one of those weird things you'll know about the Canadian wildfires, and then all of New York was being completely like blizzarded.
From, yeah.
Oh, it's the state?
Was,
Okay. So if the globe is spinning like to create the sunset that you see, the sun that you meet, the globe is actually spinning this way, right? So it's spinning towards the east. But the wind was coming from the east from the west to the east, which means that it's going against the spin of the Earth. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, what else? I mean, there's a guy who's called Jay Tolan Media. He went up in a plane with a camera that could break. It was infrared, and so he could cut through the clouds. And he took a photo of from California to Mexico. By Mexico, 1,000 miles. They can see all the land masses from 1,000 miles away. So we know for sure that we can see far too far according to the model.
Do you believe in the whole James Webb telescope? What's going on with that?
James Webb telescope?
Yeah.
No.
You don't believe in that?
See what they do, you know, like you'll know of the Hubble.
Yeah.
You know Hubble. Hubble is a plane.
Thanks.
All right, then. Thank you. Cheers. The Hubble is a plane. And it's called Sophia. You can look this up. A plane called Sophia. You know that NASA costs the American taxpayer $17 million a day.
A day.
17 million a day.
A day.
A day. And they are doing so many things. In fact, I met a guy in South Africa who dives into one of the big lakes in South Africa. He says, I work for NASA. I go down once a day to collect data from a box at the bottom of a lake. I'm like, why is NASA looking at the bottom of a lake in South Africa? That's got nothing. That's geo stuff. That's not space stuff, right? They shouldn't be involved in that. But NASA's got their fingers in everything. In fact, NASA funded Elon Musk. Elon Musk is just...
To study the Earth, you kind of have to take every little detail into consideration.
The what?
So my question is, like, don't you think that if you're actually trying to study the Earth, that you really do have to take every little detail into consideration?
Every detail?
To get a scope of something that's so large compared to us. You know what I mean? And all the kind of atmospherical kind of influences as well.
Yeah, no, but there's so much of what we have in our minds about the model we got when we were 7, 8 years old, you know, and in class you had a globe in your classroom every day of your junior school life, I believe, you know, and this is where you live and this is how it works, and so before you can really question any of these things, you imagine you're a tiny little mote, a dust speck on that thing and it's spinning around but you can't feel any of it. So you trust all of that stuff implicitly. Like someone who was taught a religion, by the time they're 10 years old, you can probably, you know, you can't teach them some other religion really. You know, it's already in their minds. So, you know, for me, the basics, we have to stick to the basics, is what can we test for ourselves? And this idea that we can test curving water, it's easy to debunk. Water is level. Whenever we measure it, water is always level. The Panama Canal is, which you'll know about, is, you know, to get those boats to come down the mountains, they have to use locks. They take a body of water flat and then they they dig down and they go flat. It's like steps, like that. So yeah, you've got to really be willing to do all your own research and not, but in terms of how the world really works, we may never know. I think we have to be humble enough to say we may not know because we are that small inside of a massive system.
Well, I respect all the research you've done and standing here expressing your opinion.
Thank you.
Really
you want to take my flyer home with you as a memento of your retirement?
Can you explain to me the whole? Do you know there's a boat theory that proves the point of the Earth being flat?
Yes.
So you said something about when the further the boat goes, and if you can see it, it proves that the Earth's flat. But if the boat disappears, that means the Earth is round, so it slips under. So I don't know if that's correct or whatnot, but if you know it, then
well,
it makes
that's
it
I mean, it's a bit of a. It doesn't necessarily be one or the other, because you see, when the train goes away from you into the distance, right? You'll see the train get smaller, progressively smaller and smaller in the distance. Not only that, the train lines are converging. If you can see far enough straight, right? They actually can come together. So when we look at something in the distance, it's smaller. And when the train gets closer to you in the station, well, it's big.
So the same is true with the ship. As it's going away from you, it's smaller. But because you're standing right at the bottom of the image, i.e. on the beach, then you're going to lose the bottom image parts first and the top bits last. But if you took like a hot air balloon to 500 meters, gosh, you would see that ship for 20 miles on a clear day. And if you've ever flown over the Mediterranean or whatever, you can look down from 30,000 feet and see little boats dotted all over. Looks like a flat lake. Yes. And so is it a trick of the eye that perhaps that? So guys were taking powerful cameras. They've waited for the ship to go away, and then they go and zoom back in, and boom, that ship, they can bring it all back in for another half hour or whatever. But eventually it gets away from our telescopes or our cameras, and we can't see it anymore, for sure. But that doesn't mean that it's gone downhill. It just means that it's gone out of range.
All the way around? Yes, all the way around.
Yeah, what if this was a cup, or if this was 100 miles long, you would still get the same result. But we're told, oh no, gravity will bend it. No. Just because the pencil fell on the floor does not make it mean that when our water is going to bend around a ball. We can't do that. Water must be contained. This is the basics of law of thermodynamics. Must be contained. Same with the gas. Must be in a container. If we had no container here, this atmosphere would be ripped off in a second. People say gravity, but it's like, what? Gravity's holding the air down? No, it's not. Air's moving wherever it wants. Just do your own research. The thing is, there's so much disinformation, and people say, "Oh, look, we've done a laser test over water, so we can prove that it's like it was bending." But light does bend in water, so lasers are not perfectly straight over 10 miles. They'll start to scatter like this, and so you can't use that as evidence that the Earth must be a globe because the laser scattered. Because that's what people bring me, is the National Geographic documentary that says, "Oh, we spoke to a flat earther, we tested it, and we found that the light didn't go through the hole at 10 miles or 5 miles or whatever it was, so it must be a globe." No. Ancient cultures all knew that. Ancient cultures from Sumerians, Egyptians, they all knew. Mayans, they all knew that the Earth was an enclosed system. But we think we live on the outside of that system, which is really, I think, the meaning to God, is to try and minimize us, to weaken us. All right. Yeah. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Thank you. All the best, guys. Have a good life. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. You've been lied to. Can you face up to it that you're in a religion, a belief system, that water is going to curve around the outside of an object? Never happened before.
What difference does it make if it's flat or round? Like, why would they lie?
Oh, well, I mean, they could be hiding more land, but I think that it hides creation, actually, because, you see, the globe is part of the Big Bang evolution lie. They want us to believe that there is no creator, there's nothing higher here. It's all just lucky science, that, we were wet enough on Earth, and there was slime, and it became fish, and then fish became a monkey.
Don't you think this model is simpler?
The flat Earth?
The flat Earth. The round Earth is more complex, so that points more towards God. This one is...
No, not at all. Well, I mean, it actually breaks the laws of God, because actually, can you name me a single living thing that has no skin? There is no living thing, sir, without a skin or a bark or a peel, shell. Everything has that, except the globe. So now you're breaking natural law. Because the natural law says you must contain it. If you peel the skin from the tree, it will die. If you peel the orange, it will dry and it will wither away. So where's the protection that's going to stop us from withering away in this environment? So I'd say that if you look around you, then this is evident that, well, the Earth is not spinning or moving. It's that the lights were created for us, and there are signs, seasons, and wonders.
Can I listen to what you're saying about that?
Absolutely.
So how about other planets?
Other planets.
Where are they? They are also within the...
Everything has to be inside of our enclosed system. And the lights, the sun, the moon, and the stars, they are not only are they in the enclosed system, but they're actually in you. That we are a microcosm of this macrocosm, which is why the zodiac actually matters, because the alignment of these things seems to have a bearing on your well-being, your energy, how you feel, and so on. So we see lights in the sky, and when we look at this Sirius and we look at Mars and Venus under a powerful camera, then we notice that they seem to be like sonoluminescence. They're vibrating a repeating, shimmering pattern like this. Maybe a star in water. Have you seen the star in a jar experiment? Sonoluminescence, where they fire a frequency into a liquid and it implodes into a star. Now when you take cymatics, when it is the study of vibration over sound, just mind your backs, yeah? All tooled up. Come back, ladies, come back! Come back!
We just need to drop something on.
Take my flyer.
So you
Keep
believe
him
that
open,
the Earth is flat?
I think the sea is level. We have one sea level on Earth. Yeah, it's all zero sea level, and all mountains are given the same height above sea level. One sea level. If you travel from east coast to west coast of any continent, any country, you'll go up 500, 1,000 meters, and you'll come down 1,000 meters to the other side.
How does that make the Earth flat?
Well, obviously the continents are bumpy, yeah. But the sea is flat. And 70% of us is water. 70% of our body is water. 70% of the Earth is water.
So how has someone never fallen off?
Oh, well, like I was saying, I get asked that question a lot, and that's a question you were given when you were 7 years old. You know, we were all taught that. People used to think the Earth is flat. They say you fall off the edge. But of course, we know that water must be contained. In physical reality, water must be in a cup. If you pour it out of the cup, it will roll downhill until it finds a cup, and it will we'll call it a pool or a lake. Yes, and then the next lake will fill, and it'll flow to the next lake down the mountain, and each of these will be level.
So when you reach this edge, is it just like
Okay. So have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty? No. Antarctic Treaty bars mankind from going below the 60th parallel. That's 30 degrees south. All of 30 degrees south, all the way around the Earth, we're not allowed to travel to unless we're on a military. You know about that? Yeah. And that's a treaty that Russia and America have never broken. They've been at war, and we're going to go to war, and blah, 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 but they never break this one treaty. And they signed it in the late 1950s or early 1960s, after they'd done a whole lot of stuff around there. And the guy who led the expeditions down there was called Admiral Byrd. Admiral Byrd comes back and says, I found land bigger than America. I found resources that'll last mankind for lifetimes. And then they shut it down the next year. So we don't know what's out there. So what I want you to hear before you walk away is that this, I think, is an electromagnetic bubble that we're in. So you know, like a snow globe.
Yeah.
You can't leave the snow globe. You can't, if we were an electromagnetic orange, we can't leave the peel. We can't leave the skin of the orange. We can only stay in the center, which is where the seeds are, and around us is the seed, which is the fruit of the orange. But all the same is true with you got the light stuff in the sky, all the light gases, helium goes up very high, and freon and all these other gases go high, and all the heavy stuff, it goes down. You know, so the heavier stuff is down, and the light. If we filled Hyde Park with 5 meters of water, what would happen to you? You'd float up. Yes, because there's no gravity, it's about buoyancy. You are buoyant.
How come we've never seen an airplane behind the sun, or
we've never seen an airplane fly behind
within this area? So,
yeah,
and it's really right there. So
yeah.
you would see.
Okay, so the sun is not a single physical object. In my opinion, it's not a single physical object. What we're seeing is a projection that each of us has a unique experience of. And I'll give you an example of how the moon works. On a moonlit night, when you've got clouds above you, look at the moon and see just a hot spot of light right where you are. Right. But where your friend lives 10 miles down the road, it looks dark and black. However, when your friend phones you and said, no, but the moon is light for me too here, but dark where you are. How does that explain by it's a single light illuminating an entire blanket? No, it's a unique experience that each of us has, personal to us. So as you move up in a plane, for example, you will not see the sun in the clouds like that. You'll see it above the clouds. I can give you an example of in Dubai, the sun had set, and then the plane, half an hour later, it took off. And then I saw the sun again after sunset. I've been there taking pictures of the sunset from the airport. Half an hour later, it's above the clouds again. How is that possible if it's a single object, or on globe model or flat model? So I'm saying that it's an object, an energy form that washes over us every day, and each of us has our own unique experience, which is why you can stand at the beach at sunset and the light will come to your toes. And your friend who's 10 meters away can't see that, but they can see it come to their toes. Each of them is having their own experience of the sun. Now, to use that same example, if the water was curving, like they say, and the sun has gone down, light cannot run over the curve. It would stop before it got to my toes.
I have a question. In this picture, it says you're being lied to.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are they lying to us? Why would they lie to us?
To control us? Yeah, to control us.
But why are we? What difference does it make if the Earth was flat or round?
Because flat Earth is a created Earth. A round Earth is evolution.
Yeah, but what? Like, what are they trying to achieve with line cuts?
I think, I mean, there's a number of things. You know, one is to control mankind, keep it under control. And two, that there's more continents, there's other land that we will never go and seek, because one, we can't go below the 60th parallel, Antarctic Treaty, and two, we won't think that there is anywhere else to go, because, you know, like on the globe, well, there's only 5 continents or 6, and that's it. You know, whereas on a flat Earth, well, there could be a whole lot more Earth that's been hidden from us. Higher civilizations. This same guy, I cited just now, Admiral Byrd, his son released his diaries after he died, and he makes a claim that he actually met a higher civilization. He was thousands of kilometers past what we call the North Pole, and he met a higher civilization who took control of its plane and blah, blah, blah. Might be misinformation, but I think it's possible that there's other land. That's one of the reasons. And as I said, I think that you know, the whole evolution, Darwin, and all of that sort of stuff, it requires billions of years, not thousands of years. You know, this Earth could have been created in the last 100,000 years, maybe a million, but not
How
billion.
do you think the Earth was created? Like, are you are you religious? Or are you atheist?
No, I'm spiritual. I used to be an atheist, I'll be honest. I used to be that. But I think that it's an interesting question, because either there is a higher self, just imagine yourself, but like at God level, yeah? There's a higher version of you at God level that says, I'm everything. I can't touch myself, I can't taste anything, I can't feel hot, cold, sad, happy. I can't feel, because I'm all of those things. So I'm going to create a world that I can fractalize myself, minimize myself into a little being like yourself, and go around and experience hot and cold.
Yeah.
Yes? So that would be the one way of seeing it. I'm certain there's a higher consciousness. The other way I see it in the electromagnetic world is that this is like a donut, an electromagnetic torus system, like an apple. And as the light comes around the torus and smashes up into the, you know, like the hourglass at the center, it smashes up into the bottom, and light can materialize briefly and become matter, or what you call matter, trees and grass and people and animals and so on, and it can materialize through that process. And that process, I think, is happening. There's an electromagnetic process that's happening all of the time. Energy is rising. The quantum physicists will tell you this. Energy, huge, vast amounts, trillions of bits of energy are rising through you every second. And that's all rising through our feet, but it's come from something hot, something magmatic. And the magma is the ma, or the Mother Earth, of magnetism. It's feminine is the magnet, electrical is the masculine. So the light comes to the dark, which is the black hole of the feminine, creates life. So I say to people, like the apple and the seed analogy, is that the only place that new life can come from an apple is the seed. And the only way that new life springs on this earth is through our seeds, or through on the land, like this where the seeds are. Yeah. And where the mother, I mean the feminine, is so important in that, because you are the bringer of that new life, the feminine. The Mother Earth brings new life, trees and plants and so on. The mother, the female, brings new life in mankind or elephants or whatever.
Just one question. If the Earth was to be flat, where would like the cores of the Earth be?
The core?
Yeah, like magma, crust, all of them.
Well, all of that is happening really low down, really shallow actually. You know, most magmatic pools and stuff are only a few miles down. Yeah, pools of magma and so on.
Down where?
Below our feet. So remember, in the flat Earth, on the globe, there's no up and down. Everywhere is up, everywhere is down. Whereas on a flat Earth, there's only one down and there's only one up. So down beneath our feet here in England or in Australia or in America or wherever is heat. There is hot stuff churning and moving. We can test this, we can see this, we have it coming up as lava flows and so on, undersea lava flows and that kind of thing. But mankind has only dug 8 miles into the ground. Okay. That's the furthest that anyone can tell you that for sure that anything is. Everything else that you're given about the mantle and the crust and the inner core and the outer core and the spinning iron center and all of that stuff, that's all made up science. That cannot be proven.
So how does the moon like spin around the Earth and the Earth spin around the moon?
Well, so they, just like the sun, I think it's a waveform that travels over the Earth, and it's also a torus system. You know, you can see, if you watch the moon for 6 or 10 hours, you'll see the moon does this. It actually rolls like a coin, yeah? and it rolls clockwise in the northern hemisphere and anti-clockwise in the southern. This is my observation. It's actually turning anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere. So, what is this? We think it's plasma. We think it's a point or a point of energy. It may be that the moon is the feminine energy and the sun is the masculine energy, which is why in this world of masculine domination, they like us to get to worship the sun. When you believe in the globe, you are worshipping the sun, essentially, because you're saying that the sun is the center of our universe. Without the sun, we would be dead. Whereas that's not true. I think there's ancient stories about the time before there was even a sun that people lived here on Earth under a vapor canopy, and that things grew to an astronomical size, which is why they got these big bones that they call dinosaurs. But that could have been in the last 5,000 or 10,000 years, not millions of years ago. So the moon is an interesting study, and if you really go and start observing the moon for yourself, you'll notice that it's turning, as I said, and that doesn't make sense with any of the models.
So if the moon is round and the sun is round, and when we can like see planets like Venus and stuff, and they're all round, why wouldn't the Earth be round?
Okay, well, on a pool table, is the pool table round or flat?
Well, the Earth's not a pool table.
No, but the balls are round on the table.
Yeah, but...
So you're giving me an example of where, because the football is round, the pitch must be round.
Yeah, but this isn't a pitch or a football table.
I don't know. I think that it works much better. We can't really balance on a ball. To be honest, we can't really balance on a ball. I don't know if you've tried it, but it's almost impossible to balance on a ball, no matter how big it is. And even if you could, only one person would balance on the top. Everybody else who was on the side would fall immediately fall off. So, let me just answer just finish my answer then on the lights. I think that they're round, but not necessarily spherical. But even if they were spherical, then I wouldn't say that means that just because the disco lights are round doesn't mean that the floor is round. Yeah? But what we see when we look at these lights is that we see like a light pattern. We see it looks like a flat image on my screen, but I'm seeing this light show happening, and that's called cymatics. You see this repeating light pattern and sonoluminescent sounds in water. So we think it's vibration that you're seeing, and that's all that is. So it's a point of light. Could be round, but I don't need to argue whether it is or isn't. To me, it looks flat, but it might be round, and I wouldn't say it matters to the shape of the Earth. And of course, these are small points of light. They're not giants that are so large they would swallow the Earth. These are all insignificant. The Earth, the mother, is most important. But you want to give it to the masculine. You want to give it to the sun and say the sun is millions of times bigger than the Earth and millions of times more important. No, all life springs from Earth, and it doesn't actually need. We've got plenty of things that grow without sunlight. You don't need the sun. We have daylight even without sun, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. So we can find that the amount of light that you get from the sun is only a part of the amount of light that's available in the environment on a regular day. So something's happening as the wave goes over us, that it excites the atmosphere such that it lights up.
Yeah.
So it's not just about the sun giving us the light. So yeah, it's a weird thing because, I really believe that what we're defending is a man-made, man-focused, putting the masculine or the patriarchy on top system, when in fact it should be that the feminine is on top in a way, and that we're given more authority to Earth rather than the sun. More authority to the mother rather than the father. Because the mother is the one who nurtures new life, not the father. You see? And this world is skewed, so they don't even want mothers raising their own children anymore. They'll send them away to school by the time they're 3 years old, and you don't even raise your own children anymore. So this system is about creating women who would much rather wear a suit and tie and beat the boys in the boardroom than be the best mother to the next generation. Yeah? And that's why, for me, this whole thing is about deceiving mankind on an industrial scale such that we never realize our true Godhead, our true divinity, that feminine, masculine divinity, and that we honor each other and we honor our Earth, our home, in that way. Past this life, I believe that we are eternal beings. I think that we don't die. This is just an avatar that you put on a suit to visit Disneyland for 80 years. Yeah. Now you can play in Disneyland, stay in Disneyland, and be lost in Disneyland if you want to, or you can say, "Wow, I'm going to use this opportunity to take my soul on a journey," and hopefully that's to raise. That's what why religion has got some good about it. You are meant to be on a soul journey, but religion will tend to make you feel lower rather than, well, you're the center of it, you're the most important thing of it.
Are there scientists or big names who hold this view?
If you go back before the moon landings, there are the top scientists in the world saying, like some of the top scientists saying that the moon is plasma. They can't land on it. And I've seen a video of that.
Thank you, by the way.
Hey, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Did I give you a flyer?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
All right. Keep an open mind. Yeah, I mean, not really, to be honest. I mean, but it's a little bit like we saw with the pandemic. You know, most doctors won't talk out of turn. You know, they know that if they talk out of turn, they won't be published. And any scientist who comes out and starts saying, even with pilots who start saying the Earth is flat, they quickly lose their job. You know, or they're silenced by their comrades. You know, don't talk about this stuff.
Can I grab a flyer, sorry?
Yeah.
Can I grab a flyer?
Yeah, sure.
Cheers.
Sure, man. Can I offer you one, sir?
No, I'm all right.
I don't mind, but
please take one. I got loads. I got loads. I got loads. Thanks. Yeah, no, not really. I mean, there are top scientists saying that the Earth is, the moon is giving off a cold light. There are scientists saying that. And Nikola Tesla himself said that scientists today are getting so carried away with mathematics, they are building a model that will not resemble reality. Because they can mathematically model the Earth perfectly and the way that things work. But physically, can you prove it? No, you can't. No, you can't prove the globe. And that's where they all come at me with like all sorts of straw men. But I say, just keep it simple. One, we can't prove that we're spinning. And you can come up with all sorts of excuses as to why, blah, blah, blah. And two, the water, whenever we measure it, at rest is level. And that's a great starting point. I mean, I don't trust the government at all. So when it's a government agency like NASA or Elon Musk, then I don't give them credence to say, oh yeah, Musk has flown a car into space, it must be real. Even Musk said when he did that theater trick, he said, it looks so fake, it must be real. That's his words. It looks so fake, it must be real. And that's why they're giving us all CGI, everything pretty much. You know, once they do the rocket launch, after that, after 20 miles, everything's CGI after that. And then after that, you don't see that the rocket is just going to tank into the Bermuda Triangle, they scoop it up, and then they start again.
I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that the pictures are edited.
Yeah, of course. And
he said it himself.
And there's not a single photograph of a satellite in space. If you Google satellites in space, all you find are cartoons, drawings. No one's gone, let's take a photo of that satellite as it comes past or as we launch it, and the stars in the background, it looks like a real thing. But what we have seen is satellites on helium balloons that have popped and landed in the jungles, and people, it's hard to reach for the people who've got to pick it up, right? So some local has come there with his camera and filmed it, bleep, 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 it's got a solar array on it and so on, and a balloon hanging off the back. We've seen these launched. We've seen them launch. They can launch stadium-sized balloons full of helium. Up they go, and they can carry a 5-ton satellite into what they call geosynchronous, and it'll just float over England for a month or a week or whatever, depending on the weather at that height. And it comes back down, and they collect it up, and then they put another one up. And so when we get some satellite phones, you know, a few things do work off satellites, I agree, but they're satelloons. They're low altitude, maybe 40 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, something like that. So we've never really put anything into outside of this world. Really, everything that comes from the government is pretty much mind controlled.
Right. I'll give a detailed reading and
okay.
We'll
all right.
do that.
I could do a little smoke break myself.
He said that if I love somebody, you're not going to love me back. What do you just say?
It's been nice to be able to get back into
Just switch up. You know how I ask him if he loves me.
Squirrel, hey brother. Yeah, I'm at speakers, man.
They say you're a non-Muslim.
It's the usual suspects, yeah. The Muslims, the Christians, and others. It's nice to be here. It's a good stream. Good conversations today. I got my plans here. But those over there, it's hard to service both of them on my own, to be honest. But I have had some good combos. Hello, sir. I'm sure I've spoken to you before.
When was this?
Months ago. Have you been here before? Months ago. Like I say to people, when you settle this water, it'll come to a level, and it doesn't matter what I do with this bottle, doesn't matter how I hold the bottle, it's always going to maintain that same level when it rests. And this bottle could be 1,000 miles long, it would be the same result. So curving water is a myth. It doesn't exist. Other than inside something, or maybe if there's surface tension briefly as a drop falls through the sky. I've been talking so much. You see, it's good here because people are coming through this way for a festival of some sort. Let's go all the way across. Equals brainwash.
So what's the proof?
Yes, my brother, water. Water's the proof. Can you show me water that curves over the surface? Body of water that's curving, if you can bring that so
if you can put it in a cup, maybe.
In a cup? Only a bit of surface tension by the edge, yes? Suez Canal. You know the Suez Canal?
Yeah.
120 kilometers of level water, sir.
Yes.
If the Suez Canal was 10 times longer, you think it's going to start curving? You think ships are going downhill? But if you stand on the Suez Canal, you can see ships, they look like they're going downhill.
But it's not curving, it looks like curving, but it takes a long way, an easy way to curve.
What's the formula for curvature? If it's curving as the ship goes away, we should be able to say a 10-meter ship, 20-meter ship, it'll go away that far or that far because it's curving always the same amount over water on a globe.
So if it's flat,
yes, sir,
the water, where does it go?
It must be contained, like in your cup. It must be contained. So we say we live inside the fruit, not on the skin.
Not on the skin.
You see. So in nature, God shows us that everything must have a skin or a shell or a bark or a peel. Yes. But why not the earth? Why not the earth? God created the earth like He does in nature, that everything must be contained. You see, if you peel the orange, it will start to dry and die. If you wring that tree, it will die. If I take the skin off the person, he will die.
True.
So if I take the skin off this earth, because in the Old Testament they say that there is a roof, but if I take that roof away, we will die. Because thermodynamics demands that equalization of pressure, low to high, yes, or high to low. So you puncture the canister, it's going to immediately it's going to equalize the pressure. But they say that there's ozone and gravity and these theories that are keeping it in. No. Ancient cultures from the Middle East and beyond, Sumerians, Egyptians, they all said, no, we have a roof. We are enclosed. We are inside a closed system. Yes. What's beneath us? We don't know. What's outside the Kármán line? We don't know. We think it might be water, but we don't know. And we don't think mankind has ever left that, but mankind in his arrogance wants to say, no, we are leaving God's earth. We are going to Mars and all these other places, when these things are actually given to us by God as signs and symbols. Yeah, the lights in the sky are there for us to know what seasons are coming and so on. The sun is small and not as important as Earth. Earth is God's most first creation. Sun comes on day 4 of creation, according to Old Testament. Yes.
Water comes first, mate.
Water, yeah, maybe it's water, but separate water from water. So just like your body is water, you are separated by the skin from the water around you. If you go in the swimming pool, or this is water around you.
Yes.
See, so we are separated waters from waters, but we must be inside something that's also separated from water.
We have to travel, me and you, all the way down to see it.
My brother, take my flyer. Take my flyer. Have a nice day, man.
Thank you.
God be with you. Yes. Questions? Any questions? Did you have a question yet, bro?
I just feel sorry for the next generation. I just feel sorry for the next generation. They're going to learn all this nonsense in college. that the earth is free and it's flat, eh?
Yeah.
And you have to do exams.
Yeah,
And you have to pass the exams as well. So they don't write what they want. No, if they don't write what they want them to write, and they fail.
Yeah. No, you have to write the earth is a globe.
You have to write the lies, the opposite
Otherwise,
lies.
but that's how it worked. I mean, you saw 2020 how they got all those doctors to believe that they had to do what they did. It's crazy.
Are you sure they're hearing your voice now? The people, the masses.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I think they make mistakes and they sometimes correct them because they've been caught out. YouTube blocks or limits the amount of people that can see my content or any flat earth content. They went to the US government in 2018, 2017, and they were asked a question in government and said, what are we going to do? YouTube, the chief exec said, well, if we get a question like flat earth, we're going to obviously we're going to reduce the access to that people have on questions like that. Why does the government need to, if it's so stupid,
that's why you don't believe in
why would they need to? Well, I mean, 2020, you know that I went to South Africa, right? In South Africa, the death rate in South Africa normally is 550,000 per year. In the year of the pandemic, it was 556,000. It went up by 1%. It is not a pandemic. No pandemic, bro.
Yep.
No pandemic. It's worse today. There's more people dying today in England than in 2020. That's a matter of fact.
Okay.
And that is because of things that we've done to our health in the last 3 years. Let's get back into the throng. Thanks. There's enough talk there for a little exclamation mark. I'm trying to what do they call it, like upset the algorithm in a way, because this information is laughed at and so on, but if enough people work this out, they would stop believing in the cult of government. See, the cult of government has most people believing that we need these authorities to tell us what to do, to tell us how to behave. But actually, God speaks to us in our heart. And if we raise our boys and our girls well, then we should not need super governments stopping us from doing what we want to do. Traveling and getting around and keeping us like they can keep us slaves in different prisons. Oh, you can't travel to my country because you don't have the right paperwork. That's a prison, sir.
Yeah, of course.
That's a prison. Whereas if this is God's earth and we are all created equal, then I should be able to come to your country and you should be able to come to my country much as you want. If you want to come and steal from my country, that's a different problem. But if you want to come and be here and do good things, then you come. Same as, but the reason why people steal partly is because people are poor. People are struggling or they are in lack. So they go and take something else. Because if I gave you $1 million, you wouldn't need to steal. Some people still steal, right?
So you support freedom of movement, yeah?
Freedom of movement, freedom of people to do pretty much. See, because when you're young, the only way to survive is you go to school, you get the best marks you can get, scores, and then you go and get the best job you can get. That's the way they do it. But that has got nothing to do with your creator power. Your creator power, your creative essence. Maybe you're a woodworker, but you would never choose to be a woodworker like making beautiful carvings or whatever, because there's no money in it. So you have to go to the office. You have to go and do the office job. How many people, you look like you come from Africa. How many people I've met from Africa who have come here simply because they're not earning enough money back home in Zimbabwe or South Africa or whatever. So they come back here, they come here to earn some money that they can send home. Now they're not even with their own family anymore because and their own people and their own land. They have to be here because it's the only way to get the money. That's wrong, man.
So you're thinking the invention of monetary is a disaster to the world?
Yes and no. I mean, it's the use of money, I think, the way that it's used, because some things, for example, your crop that you might grow in Zambia or whatever might be worth something today and then nothing tomorrow because of the way that the world currency markets work. So money is a means of exchange. Like if you come and do something for me, or I do something for you, then you're going to exchange something. Maybe you give me some cattle, or maybe you give me some money for the services that I give you. But it's an easy way of exchanging. But the people who control the money and they lend money to the country, they can devalue that money through inflation. I mean, you see how much things are costing today. So, you know, the banks that print the money, they're printing it out of the printer. It doesn't cost them gold. They doesn't have to give up anything. And then when you go to the bank and say, hey, I want to buy a home, I want a mortgage, they're not giving you £200,000 with their money. You're creating that £200,000 when you sign the mortgage. All of a sudden, magically, £200,000 comes into existence. That's how it works. You didn't know this, but then they will cripple you if you don't pay them back. Your own money plus interest. Even in the Bible it says usury is against God. Charging of interest is against God. And this system loves to charge interest and make things much more expensive for you. Keep you a slave, bro.
How would they be able to manage the system when they don't have something invention of money?
If they no, as I say, I think a means of exchange is necessary. A means of exchange is necessary. It's just the people that have been sitting behind it and the energy behind it is not in our best interest. They are trying as much as they can to control us, using money as the grease.
Of course, yeah.
You know, and there are people I know in South Africa who work all day very hard for less than £10. For less than £10 for a whole day, not per hour, for the whole day. And that's their God-given time. That's their awesome time for almost for nothing. That they're having to give it away. It's slavery. So we are slaves. Some people are well-paid slaves, and others are poor-paid slaves. But we're all slaves, bro.
We are slaves. I know that.
And the COVID years, I was in South Africa in 2021. The COVID years proved to me and my black brother that we are all in the same prison, because not one of us got excluded from having to put on a mask, social distance, all that stuff. So we were all put in the same conditions in that situation, you know, proving that we are, but there is something controlling us.
You think there's something controlling us?
Yes, something controlling this, steering mankind. Now, whether that's to force you to get off the sofa and do something impressive in your life, or whether it's because it's like the devil trying to steer God's creation into something weird, like we're all, you know, we don't even have children anymore, you know, like people don't even know what their gender is, you know, all these sorts of things they want to put a computer in their brain rather than just use their own brain, all of this sort of thing, which is against natural order. They want us to bite into that cherry.
It's not missing you, right?
Cool, bro. Cool. Hi guys, the Earth is provably not a spinning ball. There's no experiment that proves the Earth is moving. And there's no experiment that can prove that water will do anything but find level when it rests. I got flyers. Can I give you a flyer, man?
What's this about?
This is about one of the greatest deceptions on Earth, and that is that this whole idea that we live on a globe, the heliocentric model that we fly around the sun, this is all against God. Actually, it's all against creation, because we live in an enclosed system, man. An enclosed system that has a roof, a firmament, like it says in the Bible. So I'm going around telling people that the Earth is flat, man, just to get their attention, because it's much more than just flat. The sea is level. We have one sea level on Earth. If you live on an island, you can go across from one side of the island to the other side of the island, and you will find that the sea is the same level. You went up by 50 meters and you came down 50 meters. The sea is always going to be level.
I can't say I know what you're talking about.
Okay, man. That's all right. Have a nice day. Or read my flyers. Michele, my brother. So born. Lovely to see you, my friend. Nice to meet you. I hope you talk again soon. Oh man, I'm so happy to go. The journey that we've been on. Not that I wouldn't want to live that ever, but I really doing constructive stuff.
gang. E1.
Hello. I was interested to understand a little bit about your perspective on something.
I appreciate that.
Sure. I'm curious from having read some of the things that are on those are your placards?
Well, these were made by a friend of mine 6 years ago. I still wheel them out. Those are mine over there, more modern ones over there. But
okay,
yeah, it's just that people like to point out spelling errors and things like that.
But no, I mean that's not in the spirit of.
Yeah.
You have
Inquiry.
you have a message and an opinion, and it's a good place to be able to speak with people that may agree, may disagree, or may know nothing about it.
Yeah.
So in reading some of the flat Earth type stuff that you have posted, and I heard a little bit of what you were saying earlier. I'm just very curious to understand from your perspective, maybe as a starting question, how would you explain, and obviously I'm targeting towards the concept of gravity, but you answer however you feel would help me understand your perspective. If I hold a rock or something in my hand and let go, why does it fall in that direction?
Because it is more dense than the medium that you released it in.
Because it's more dense
than the medium. So if we fill this area now with water and you let the stone go, it wouldn't fall as fast, but it would fall. I'd agree. Yes.
So you believe in buoyancy?
Buoyancy, yes. Well, I prefer not to use the word belief, but I can test things to be buoyant.
Sure, whatever words you prefer. Are you a scientist by nature?
I think I am.
Or by
although I don't have the
mentality?
qualifications at a university, but I have a scientific mind.
Sure.
But yeah, so buoyancy and density sort of are the explanations that I give to why things are either going to rise or fall. Like a helium balloon will rise in this medium. A football pushed underwater will rise in that medium too. Yeah, because it's buoyant in the water rather than not in this air. But when people are taught about the Newtonian apple falling on the head, him coming up with the idea of gravity, the reason I believe that they use the apple is because no one ever thinks about the initial force, which was the lifting of the water drop by drop from the ground through the tree to form the 150-gram apple, which then when it breaks its connection to the tree will return to the ground. If I put a puddle of water or a pool of water halfway between that journey from the tree to the ground, it would obviously float on that water because it changed the medium, changed the density of the medium, and so therefore in that medium it's buoyant, although it's not in the air. Same with the thing that you lift up. Anything that you lift up, you're imparting potential energy, yes?
You are creating potential energy.
Creating.
Yes.
Yes. So the higher you lift that stone or that thing, then the more potential energy it has to return to the ground. So that's really all what we're doing is that we're
right, but that, and I'm not trying to interrupt, trying to again understand what you said there though. If you're going to acknowledge that you gain more potential energy by raising the altitude of something, that's described by the G M1 M2 over R squared equation, which you're probably familiar with.
I'm familiar with it.
Right, at least have seen.
Yeah.
Which has as part of its basis gravity.
Yeah.
But I may be mistaken, but I don't think you believe in gravity?
No, I think that we could kind of do away with gravity. Now, there is an electromagnetic or electrostatic force that you could use to, say, hold a balloon to my hair. You could rub it against my hair.
Electrostatic.
Yeah. So there is a very mild electrostatic force that may be a downward, it may be creating the vector, the downward vector. There may be that electrostatic force. But we don't need G in that formula. I simply need to know what is the buoyancy, what is the environment that I'm in. Because the thing that we drop, as I said, someone else or to you earlier, if I drop the stone now, it's going to fall at 9.8 there or thereabouts meters per second squared, but it's not going to fall that fast in a different medium. If it was through water, then it's going to, go more slowly down.
So you're okay with drag?
Yes.
And friction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we create very little drag in this environment until we're traveling 100 miles an hour and we put our head or our hand out of the car window, all of a sudden we can feel an extreme amount of drag.
Well, even more if you approach the speed of sound.
Yes.
Where it becomes non-compressible.
Yes. So I have no issue with that. But
in understanding drag, in the heliocentric model, we have to excuse it from the rotational moment of the Earth, because the Earth is turning 15 degrees an hour, but at the surface that's about 1,000 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound, you see.
But in the model you believe in, it's like a pie plate turning, not a sphere? Or
no. So the pie plate is disinfo. Yeah, no. Let me explain what I think that it is. Yeah. I think that we live inside of an oblate spheroid. I think we live inside of a globe, but it's an electromagnetic globe. So I'm going to give you, just as food for thought, I'm going to give you what I see in nature. Watermelons, fruits, all around. But the seed bearing, the life-bearing seed is in the center, protected by water, and then a skin, or a pith and a skin in the case of an orange. Yes.
Sure.
So I think that our pith and skin are the extremities of our universe. The fruit of the orange are what we call the great oceans. And the seeds are the continents. The seeds are the land masses, and we stand inside of that. Now, obviously, an orange is a physical object that we couldn't wade through, but we're able to wade through this environment because heavier things fall. So we've got a sea level where the heaviest liquids go, and then the gases at sea level are most dense, but as you get up, they become thinner and thinner incrementally, don't they? We have a pressure gradient in our system. The light gases tend upwards, and the heavier gases tend downwards. The light stone tends to be nearer the surface, and the heaviest, they say gold, and there's so much gold, according to the globe model, there's so much gold in the center of the globe that you could coat the entire continents with about 2 inches of gold or something.
So if I might though, why are the heavier things going down?
Density.
But why? Why not up? What is it that in your model makes it so that heavy must be down?
Well,
that's a vector.
If I may,
please.
In the model, but in the model,
yes,
I'm enjoying your discourse. But in the model that I come from, the globe model, there is no up and down. There is only a relative up and down, depending on where you.
Well, and that's where maybe I'm struggling to understand the model a little bit, because I misinterpreted the pie plate model. But now I see there is a bit of a sphere, but it's an internal reference.
Internal, and that the landmass itself isn't moving. Just that the pith of the orange is an electric show that's turning over our heads, and so there is this movement. We see the stars and so on. That's all moving within our universal space, within the orange itself.
So are you also okay with 3D orbits?
Yes.
Okay. 3D-dimensional orbits.
It's a good question. I haven't thought about that actually. 3D meaning
3 axes, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. So. See, I don't know exactly how the lights work in the sky. I make the observation.
That's fair.
There's a theory that they're all traveling around us like a disco light is spinning around the center of a discotheque. There's another theory that they're approaching from the east, from the land of the rising sun, and they're just moving over us. And our flat Earth, as we are on it, is like a wall map. It's just like a flat map. We've got a cold top, which is what we call the North Pole, and we've got a cold bottom, which is what we call the South Pole, and then the hottest part is the equator, which is where the sun runs, and everything melts around that and cools as you get away from that. But the up and down, right, is that, so on a flat Earth, there is only one up and one down. There is no need to confuse that. So things are natural things in their natural order are going to find their own buoyancy point. In the same way as the helium will rise up to a point where it'll pop the balloon, obviously, and it'll probably keep rising until it meets gases that are lighter than it, and it won't go any higher than that. It'll sit atop the gases that are heavier than it unless it's stirred. So the things going up or settling down is almost like a law of nature.
But why couldn't it be the other way around? Why couldn't positive be negative then? If we don't give some credibility to gravity, why don't the light gases go down and the heavier things go up?
But I mean that would break the fundamental rules of the place that we're in, which is that heavier things go down. A person gets edema in their old age because the blood can't pump its way back up again. So we are in a world in which heavy things fall and light things tend to rise.
I don't disagree with you. At least in the things I tend to believe are true, gravity plays a big part of that, and my understanding or concept of what gravity is with the interactive molecular forces that cause tiny forces from each molecule to the other so that a large body attracts another body, which is measurable and can be scientifically proven. But I'm trying to be respectful of your opinions and see how that...
You've studied some quantum physics?
Yes.
Okay. So in quantum physics, they say that the gravitational force is orders of magnitude weaker than the electromagnetic force, and that the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, both of them are also a lot stronger than the gravitational force. When they show gravity, they can put like 20 zeros or 24 zeros and then a 1 after a dot, and say if the strong nuclear force is 1, then the gravitational force would be 0, 24 zeros and a 1. Small. It is so infinitesimally small that I suggest it might be what I was saying earlier on about it being an electrostatic force that they're measuring, and that things just by dint of their own mass will either go up or down in a medium. Like an anvil will float in a bath of mercury. And that's really just about the density buoyancy combination.
Okay.
A 1-ton lump of iron will fall to the sea floor until I hammer it into a hull, and then I'm displacing.
A larger area.
A larger area. And the same is true of those guys, those daredevils who jump out of planes and then put like wingsuits on.
Yes.
And they slow their descent, and they can control their descent through the medium, almost like you were diving in water.
Almost identical. Yeah. It's an aerodynamic force.
Yeah, but they've only done that by reducing or increasing the drag, by increasing their size, essentially, in order to, like the ship in the water. It's increased its size and its spread, and it's obviously got stop water from coming in, so it's going to be buoyant in that environment.
Well, and just a hint of aerodynamics in the case of the skydiver as well.
Yeah, just a hint. Yeah, just a hint of that. Yeah, for sure.
No, that's great. That helps me understand your perspective a little more.
Cool.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Can I give you a flyer to take home?
Yeah, why not?
Memento of our conversation. What's your name?
Rico.
Rico, I'm Dave.
Good
I've
to meet
enjoyed
you.
it.
And as have I.
Yeah.
As have I.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, Rico.
How are you?
You guys still laughing at the theory?
Oh, he was just telling me he just flew over. Yeah, I just got a 7-hour flight.
From
Dubai.
Okay.
So it was all flat,
Yes!
So we didn't go like this. It was just straight.
You can,
Just like this?
Yes. In 2016, I took a spirit level on a plane. I zeroed it on the ground before we took off, and I watched it the whole way through the flight. And the nose was up for the flight, 1.5 degrees. And then we settled to come down. He had to bring it down to 0.5 degree, and we came back don to ground. But we never did anything like this.
Yeah, nothing like
none of that. And what I tell people actually in Dubai, I was at Dubai's sunset one year, and then half an hour later the plane took off to the next flight, and push, there was the sun again above the clouds. After more than half an hour after sunset, it was back up again, because your height will determine when the sun sets. You know this. If your friend's at 20 stories up in a high-rise building and you're on the beach, sun sets for you long before it sets for him, at least 10 minutes before. And that's simply because the higher you go, the further you can see.
I saw it on Burj Khalifa.
Burj Khalifa,
yeah, 152nd floor or something. So I saw I don't see sun when I was on the ground, but when I go up, I see it.
You see the sun again. Yeah. You go off to sunset and you can catch the sun again. Absolutely. Because it's like the crow's nest on a ship. The higher you are, the further you can see. Now you go up a mountain on a clear day, that's the best view you're ever going to have. Take my flyer.
All right, so I'll take it. Thank you.
Cheers, guys. You're welcome.
So what do you do for a living?
I raise my children for a living. I mean, I used to work for the government, man. And then when I found all this stuff out, I was like, I can't do that anymore. So I do this. I go around to different places. People send me money from YouTube and stuff like that to support me.
From the community, right? Basically.
Yeah, and
Like Patreon or?
Patreon and Buy Me a Coffee and others. PayPal. I mean, it doesn't pay all my bills. So I've been living on the road for the last 3.5 years. Yeah. Traveling and
well, at least you can travel
forced
to
me to
Dubai.
get around.
Yeah, it's quite expensive.
It's what I do at the moment, and I do try and coach people as well, because we've all been traumatized. If we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth, then pretty much everything is on the table as being a deception, which means that we from very young age have been messed with. In different ways in different countries, yes, but we've all been messed with systematically. And for me, it means that they've tried to mess with who God is or what God is in us and who we are to the Creator. And I think that has a traumatic effect on us. They've got us at war with each other. They've got us in scarcity. They've got us fearing germs. It's a frightful place, this world. So when you finally come to the realization, wow, everything's been a deception, and people need a little bit of help getting through that. And I've only known this for 8 years, but I got to 47 before I worked out that the globe is a lie. So I go around. I'm saying that because also my subscribers are listening, and if they want anyone to talk to them about their shit, then I'm a good man to talk to.
Nice, cool, that's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Cheers.
Good luck, guys. Thanks, Ed.
Well, I've got a question for you here. Yeah? With flights, with aeroplane flights,
yes,
that is where they try to prove that flat Earth doesn't work, where you basically, if you had a flat plane, one flight to one edge of somewhere to the other would take so many hours, right?
Yes.
Explain that to me.
All right. It does raise some questions about exactly how the map works. Is it a circle? Like this old flying map here. This is a 1950s aircraft map. Not all of it makes sense. I can't say.
I know the maps are crunched in to get on a page, but not, either way.
And also, there's a guy wrote a book called 15 Emergency Landings that prove the flat Earth, where they've done these landings for someone dying on board, and they land in a place, Alaska, for example, and they're flying between Hawaii and Los Angeles. It'd be like, that makes no sense. You've flown hours off course in order to do that. The same as Argentina flights from South Africa. We used to go up into northern hemisphere to get down to the southern hemisphere again. And a lot of flights go through Dubai, and they make no sense on a globe model. But when you look at those stretched out on a flat map, it's like, okay, that's almost a straight line. So now here's a great one I found myself.
Anomalies that have to be explained, and it's just,
Well,
wow, it's shocking. It's really shocking. So many times.
Here's one that you can check for yourself, is that you take a piece of string from Johannesburg to Heathrow, and then you take that same piece of string from Johannesburg to South America, because they've got a flight from Johannesburg to Heathrow and to South America. The string is about the same length for both flights, but the flight is 4 hours longer to South America. And they've never flown under the globe to get to Australia.
Yeah, there can be some other reasons for that. Like, are they direct? Are they flying around countries for political reasons and things
that
like
used to be the story, I believe. Like in the 70s, when I flew to England from South Africa, we used to stop at an island called Ile de Sol in the Canary Islands. They'd say that was because SAA, South African Airways, is not allowed to fly over African countries because of apartheid. That may or may not be true.
Right.
But there's a lot of anomalies that you go, okay, why are we doing all these zigzags? As a kid, I used to accept the argument that when they started flying the Argentinian rugby team over to South Africa for rugby tournaments, they fly them up into Europe first rather than straight up. It's like, why are you doing that to them? Why are you just not? It's a quicker flight from Argentina to Cape Town or to Johannesburg. But so we used to say, for economic reasons they can't. But when the Football World Cup team won, I think it was Argentina that won the World Cup, they also flew them, instead of flying them out of Saudi, Dubai or wherever they were, they flew them up into Europe in order to get them down into South America.
Yeah, I don't know about that though, because that you can say that, but a lot of them were already living in Europe too, yeah? Most of them are playing football in Europe, so
that's a nice one. I like that answer. I like that answer. No, but they were all getting on the next flight to go to Argentina. Because don't you think when they got home, there was a ticker tape parade for them? People wanted to shake their hands, push checks and money into their hand.
of course they went to Argentina first before then going back to Europe to go and play football.
Yeah, of course.
And the World Cup's normally at the end of the football season.
Have
right?
you ever heard, you probably have, but somebody took if you take a smartphone, let's say you're here in England, and you put it on a complete level place someplace, and you make it level, it's your smartphone, it has that bubble thing on it.
Yeah.
All right, then you shut it off, and you fly halfway around. Let's say you fly to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And then you turn it on. See, then it's. Let's see, how does that work? You have you heard about that? The smartphone, when you turn it off.
Plane. At before we took off.
Okay.
On the ground,
yeah.
Zeroed it to make sure it was nice and level.
Yeah.
And I use it for building and other things. I know it works. And then we flew, and I watched the spirit level stay at 1.5 degrees nose up for the entire flight over to France, and then dropped to 0 degrees, 0.5 degrees nose up for the descent. So what it showed me was that my plane is staying level. It's never doing this. And this pilot's who on record, I've got a good friend now who's a pilot, commercial pilot, who says, no, we don't make any allowance for curvature. If we did, we would have to be trained for that. But the manuals teach us to fly as though the Earth is flat and not moving. That's what the manual says for
gravity. But pilots saying that they know that the Earth is
on a
flat.
smartphone.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the apparatus. Isn't there on a smartphone, something mechanical on the smartphone, real small mechanical that has would have like a. How
they've got several gyroscopes in them.
Oh, okay. Well, in other words, there's something very small that pulls down to the gravity. Isn't that on smartphone? I mean, if it's soft,
I think it's called the. It's a movement sensor. It can tell that your car is moving. Hey, it's like if you're moving.
No, but what I'm saying, I mean, it depends on
play those games.
It depends on how the smartphone reads. I mean, isn't there an instrument? I mean, I'm not sure how to explain it, but
let me help you.
Yeah, all right.
There is a thing called a gyroscope.
Okay.
There's a thing called a gyroscope.
In other words, but exactly what isn't that like a?
It's called artificial horizon.
I have a laser. Okay.
You have a laser?
But it's one of these big ones. It's not okay. And inside the laser, it has automatically levels itself.
Okay.
And it levels itself wherever I go in any country, because if the Earth is round, everything pulls to the center of the Earth wherever you're at.
Understood.
So if I go on the other side of the globe, and I turn my laser on automatically, the center of gravity will always pull that thing down.
So the machine does
so
that
it's level
for you.
wherever I go. But
is the laser with the light?
What I'm asking is the smartphone the same?
Okay.
See, if the smartphone has that same apparatus that self levels everywhere I go. All right. So so it levels itself when I'm on this part of the globe. All right. So when then I turn it off. So when I go to another place, when turn it on, it should immediately go out of level, but then level itself because the center of gravity pulls it. So I was wondering. I mean, at first I understood the theory, kind of, but then when I
my two friends they want some. Yeah.
Take a few.
Then what? When I rethought this, but how would that work? Doesn't the smartphone?
Doesn't the
smartphone level itself same as as my big laser? With that apparatus wherever I am. So I was wondering, but then on second thought, how does that prove though that the Earth is not round? I mean, there was something
how does it prove that it's a globe? Because on a flat Earth, remember, I could just tell you that your device is going to self-level itself to the local whatever the perpendicular is to that place. But on a flat Earth, we're always perpendicular. We never have to even account for that. We never have to allow for that gravity at 4,000 miles beneath my feet is attracting everything and making everything seem right. Your body has incredible systems. Some of the best systems. We can't even make systems that are like your body. And your body will not tell you when you're flying. So I fly to South Africa quite often. It'll not tell me that my perpendicular is 90 degrees different now than when I left London. It will not tell me that. And my drink and my thing will not tell me that we're doing anything but staying on a level plane.
Let me tell you idea right now. I'm I'm neutral right now.
Okay, good.
But shouldn't with the technology that is in the hands of the common people?
Yes.
Shouldn't we be able to test that?
We have.
In other words,
now let me give you that because I can.
In other words, on the smartphone, there's an apparatus in there that always
you're presupposing.
In other words, there's a little weight in there, microscopic or a little weight there that pulls down, and then automatically it makes it horizontal. Okay, in that sense, if let's say I'm here in London. All right, and I travel to Los Angeles. I travel, to America. Anyhow, I'm on the other curvature.
Yes.
So here I level it.
Yeah.
Then I turn it off, my smartphone.
Yeah.
All right. So when I travel then to halfway around the Earth, the globe, quote unquote, and turn my smartphone on, shouldn't that thing be way off a kilter? Because now it's, but then immediately it should rectify itself. If the Earth is round, like they say, but if it's flat, then anywhere I go, it's going to be showing.
Show you,
wouldn't that be a way to? I mean, or is there something I don't understand in the smartphone?
Yeah, no,
but you know what I'm asking.
Yeah, but because what we're saying is if we say that the I can't think of it. There is a little thing in your phone.
Smartphone.
Because people can play games where they're rolling marbles over the screen. It's a digital marble, but you can turn your screen like this, and it immediately knows. Maybe the guys in the chat room will be able to remind me what it is. But your phone has got a little movement detector or a movement sensor in it. Yes.
Yeah.
But to say that it's now going to answer the question that gravity is going to realign it to a new perpendicular is sort of presupposing the globe. So I'm going to give you a piece of technology that
presupposing the globe. Yeah.
Because I'll give you some technology that kills the globe is the Nikon P900 camera, P1000 camera. These two cameras alone have taken photographs of things at hundreds of miles of distance that should be well below the curvature of the globe.
Right.
So we're seeing things. A guy, if you're talking about California, a guy took an infrared camera up at altitude, and he was from California. He could film into Baja, Mexico, and that's over 1,000 miles apparently. And they've got the whole landmass. They've mapped it out. They can see it now. Recently, a guy in Wales went up to the highest point, and he took a photo of the Swiss Alps at sunset, where the sun was facing against that 600 miles over direct line of sight.
That should be way behind.
Way behind.
Well, that would be proof right there to me.
Well, for most people, for me, I grew up by the sea. And this formula, when I saw this formula 8 years ago, it immediately made me question, because this formula for the curvature called trigonometry, the curvature of the globe is meant to be 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
And at 10 miles, at 800 inches, because it's getting faster and faster, it's miles squared.
Okay.
At 100 miles, you're talking about miles of curvature. But now the American military have got a rail gun that they can shoot at Mach 15.
Oh, what you're saying is the further you go out,
the more it's meant to go.
Because and finally, when you go out so far,
it's almost meant to be going down.
All right, infinite. You'd go into infinity. There wouldn't be any number because you're out of the curve.
Yeah, but I'm not saying I agree with this formula, but this is what the globe. If you go onto Google and say what's the amount of curvature that's going to be between here and France,
right,
and you put in the miles and the height of the observer, and they'll say it's 300 feet.
Okay.
Trinity 4. Take my YouTube. Take this flyer.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool, man. So the American military have got a rail gun that they can shoot at Mach 15 at a target, ship to ship, laser sighted, and it's going straight like a dart for 100 miles. We can see mountains, and as I said, a lighthouse, for example, can be seen up to 50, 60 miles away.
Yeah.
And that's only at 200 feet, maybe 100 feet behind lighthouse, and we can see that from 50 miles.
Yeah.
According to this curvature formula, even the White Cliffs of Dover should be hidden from France, but we can see all of the White Cliffs of Dover from France.
Yeah. Well, right there, that demands an explanation.
So
I mean,
here's
that's-
another, and I'm glad you're thinking about it. Now, here's the thing, living in America, I've traveled east to west overland in America, and I know I went up the Smoky or the Blue Mountains, and I went up other mountains, but I knew instinctively, even though I believed in the globe, that I'm going to go up a certain height, and then from the east coast, and then I'm going to go down the same height to get to the sea level on the other side. And USGS admits that the difference between Pacific and Atlantic Oceans is 9 inches. There is only a 9-inch difference in the height of those two oceans. So the oceans, and the better example is here in England, we can easily in a day go from the east to the west coast, and we can watch how high we go on the altimeter, and we'll go to 300 meters in the middle of the country, 400 meters maybe, and then we'll go down 400 meters to Wales, and then we're at the sea again. Yeah? Where's the curve? You know, it's all, you can take a train up the coastline, and you know that train is on the same level for 100 miles. There's no bending.
Well, I mean, the way that they explain it, you know, is because the law of gravity. I mean, the train is really not pushing upwards. I mean, because
it's like the ball is rolling underneath it. Because with relativity, everybody is on the top.
Are you a Christian, by the way?
No.
No.
But I think we are all Christians. Actually, I think Christ I am. I think that Jesus was trying to tell us that we are God's expression. That there is no one higher here than us.
The reason I ask you that is because if there's a flat Earth,
yes,
then that's actually more of a mystery than, you know, just to believe that they're, like we've been brainwashed to believe that there's a globe, quote unquote, okay? You know what I mean by quote unquote. I don't know exactly what to believe. The Bible supports a flat Earth.
It does.
The Bible supports, it says, then the Earth, how does it say? No, it says the sun stood still.
Yes.
See?
Yes.
And whereas
and
the world, the Bible says that the world is, is deceived. The whole world lies in deception.
Matthew 24,
the academic world is in deception.
Yes.
Okay,
the
so everything is actually, you know, in other words, it's Earth-centric, not sun-centric.
Yes.
See, if the Earth goes around the sun,
it's heliocentric. Hell.
Well, sun-centric, or well,
that's
whatever.
they call it heliocentric.
Okay,
it's called heliocentric.
But see, God created
Helios.
the Earth.
Yes.
God created the Earth,
and on the fourth day,
then He created the sun
and the moon.
I mean, if the sun would be 1 degree off, or the moon, you know, the moon controls the tides, as they tell us.
Not necessarily so.
Well,
but you know about the Great Lakes in America?
Oh yeah.
They have no tide. And the Mediterranean Sea has no tide. So the tides are something else. It's something else. It may be connected to the moon, but it's not the gravitational effect of the moon. There's something else. And it may be because these are salty bodies of water, although the Mediterranean's salty. So there's no tides in the Great Lakes.
Yeah, especially you'd see that if you go to Essex and you see how the
tide is huge. And it should be, and you were over in Wales recently, and the tide is massive there. But you go to the equator, where the moon is nearest, and it should be the greatest amount of attractive force, and the tides can be 2 foot.
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah.
There's so many things. But even time zones.
You know, for me,
there's not 24 time zones in the southern
part. For me, as a Christian, believing, you know, that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, that brings about a question. You know, well, what is on the other side? Then if the earth is flat, what is on the bottom? There has to be a bottom side. Well, you know.
Well,
that almost is more of greater mystery than.
Well, you've seen this is I've got it on that banner over there and much larger, but that's the Hebrew cosmology. That's the Hebrew conception based on the Bible, and in it you've got the Sheol, which is obviously biblical, and you've got the Great Deep, and you've got this is like a tooth. If you think about Earth, the continents is like a tooth in the gum of God.
Foundation of the earth, kind of
set upon pillars, and so what's beneath, you know, we've only Russians drilled the Kola Deep mine, went 7.8 miles, something like that, and that's the deepest mankind has ever been. See, God created Earth that we're not meant to leave. I don't believe we're meant to get out
of the dome of the
out
earth,
of the dome and out of the beneath us. But because it's electromagnetic, in my opinion, I think that it's a bubble, it's an orange, it's an apple, electromagnetic, the big apple, and that the torus system of electromagnetism runs around the outside of the apple and then up in the butt of the apple and then rises up through the floor as initially magma, superheated light that has been slammed into a brick wall or a lead wall. It's slowed down and becomes super hot. and then everything starts to speed up again back to speed of light, and gets colder and colder as it goes higher and higher, and eventually that becomes frozen. I think that the gases up there are frozen into the what they call God hammered it like the metal plate or something. That's what they talk about the firmament being like a hammered steel or something. But I think it's probably gas that's frozen. And so we can't break through that.
So what do you think about they tell us? I mean, I've been told that the military, in other words, a common man cannot go to the South Pole.
Yeah.
The military is there,
Antarctic
is there.
Treaty. So you know about Admiral Byrd?
Yeah,
So-
I've read that. Yeah.
So just after Admiral Byrd comes out on Longines TV and says we found land bigger than America and resources that have lost mankind a lifetime, he dies the next year, and they sign the Antarctic Treaty with all the big nations of the world, saying we're not going to go beyond the 60th parallel. Me and you cannot go there unless it's military, unless it's escorted, unless it's controlled into a very
So
small
that kind of
peninsula.
confirms your
idea that they're hiding something.
Yeah.
Some people say there's more continents, there's more land. We theorize that there might be more continents. But this idea that if God created a sun and it is warming or melting things, then naturally there would be a hot spot, which is the land that we stand on, and then beyond the extremes of the light of the sun, because the light is not traveling infinitely far.
Yeah.
It's a small and local effect.
Yeah.
And so beyond that might be frozen where it cannot be melted because there's not enough sunlight. But I'm theorizing based on what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I have great questions on. At this point, I'm kind of.
Oh, good. Well, just keep asking those questions.
Well,
and not being trusting.
for example, here the other day, it especially manifested itself again. The sun rays were going like this.
Crepuscular rays.
Would there be any scientific explanation for that other than that the sun is only like 10,000 miles up, and when the rays shine through a hole?
Yeah.
I mean, if it would be like 93 million miles, you couldn't notice the those.
It's all meant to be
the
parallel.
difference.
Yeah.
They would, to our eye, would be parallel.
Yeah.
The sun rays.
Yeah, and it would find its way through in parallel lines through bits of the cloud. But what they'll say is that the light is hitting the cloud and being scattered into that form. But if you follow the pyramid of the crepuscular ray back above the clouds, it seems like the sun is just above that. Now, I don't think that when we look at the sun in the clouds, we're looking at a physical object. It may be a secondary point of light that we're observing or we're interpreting. Because the way that it plays in the clouds for me is different to the way that it'll play for someone who's 100 miles away from me. They'll see it in different clouds, or they'll see it without clouds.
Well, yeah, that would stand to reason because those clouds are local to us. But if you many, it'd be different for
let me
them.
offer you this to think about it. Let me offer you this to think about it. If you just say a cloudy night where the moon is pretty strong and you can see the moon.
Yeah.
The moon will create a highlight and a hot spot just where you are. And as you get a mile or 2 miles away from that hot spot, you'll notice that the blanket of cloud gets dark again. Go and check this out the next time you get to see the moon, right?
Yeah.
Now, ask your friend who's 10 miles away from you in the apparent dark of the same cloud bank, what are they seeing? And they'll say they're only seeing a hot spot above their house, and it's dark where you live. So you're seeing, the best example I can give you, that when you see the moon, you're seeing your own projection of the moon. It's a secondary projection. I'm not saying it's a physical object down as low as that. And when you go in a plane, it seems to lift up to a point, although some pilots have filmed it down below them in the clouds, and not that it's setting far away, that it's just down, and they're laughing at each other and going, look, it's kind of crazy, right? So I think that, and I was telling people earlier, that I was in Dubai one year and watched the sunset while I was in the airport building, and then the plane took off, and there was the sun again above the clouds. Now, for everybody in Dubai, they said, no, it's dark, it's sun, it's gone down.
Oh, yeah.
I said, no. I'm just above Dubai right now, and it's still bright. Someone said to me they were on the Burj Khalifa, and they had the same experience where they've gone up there at dark, and it's light up there. The sun's still light up there. So your height, when you're looking at these luminaries, is going to have a bearing on it. How exactly it works, we may never know, and I don't know that we're meant to know. And as a Christian, I think we've got to accept that we're not here necessarily to know these things. We are to be in the world and not of the world.
Yeah. Well, another thing is, see, if you look in Genesis, it says that God placed cherubims around the tree of life, lest any man eat thereof and live forever. All right. That's someplace on this earth.
Right.
And if you this bird is a general bird.
Oh,
is he general?
Admiral bird.
Admiral bird. Okay. He brings out an instance where the America with all their military power, they came into some place in the north, I think South Pole, and they couldn't go any further. They just, if they would have gone on, it was just their ships were just destroyed. They absolutely couldn't go on any further.
I think that's the North Pole.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then this scripture came into my mind. Somewhere on the earth, I mean, that's not in God didn't say that for nothing.
Right.
See, somewhere on this earth, because the Garden of Eden was someplace on this earth.
Yeah.
So it says that God placed cherubims, flaming, turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Okay? See, death.
I like that.
All right.
Let me interject. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if you had to ask me, because I think it's electromagnetic torus, and I think that torus is sort of lying down, and the North Pole is like your head, is the top of it, but you're lying on your bed, right? And the South Pole is between your legs, yes? And the navel monitors our oceans, and the heart is kind of like where the center is. Now, if you look at our Earth, where can you live? Can you live in the North Pole? Can you live in the South Pole? I don't believe so. Whatever the Antarctica is, apparently we can't live there. But where you can live is in the Serengeti, in the center, at the equator. The most vibrant life source place on Earth is there at the center.
In the Serengeti, that's Africa.
Africa, yeah. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean I exclude.
Yeah, right.
I
know what you mean. But the center, the most central to grow things and so forth is in
science loves to tell us that we come out of Africa and all of that evolution story.
Okay,
so
all right.
Maybe sometimes it's truth in what they tell us.
Right.
And I found, because most flat earthers talk about Mount Meru. When they tell the stories about the North Pole, they say that ships couldn't go there because the magnetic pull is so strong, ships would be ripped apart and all this, and there might be a hollow earth.
Just to interrupt, they're looking at that as a natural source, which we but behind that is the power of God.
Yeah.
And so it could be, could it be those angels, flaming cherubims are there protecting that place?
It could be. But I think like if your head is the North Pole, then you have a corona, you have a crown, yes, which is what we might see as the Northern Lights, is that the crown is giving off this light, But what I wanted to say was that, and for people listening, is that I think that if I was to have the most abundant place of life, it would be at the center, it would be at the equator. Equator stands for equal torus, and where I believe that's the point where the two torus systems, top and the bottom, meet. I think that, that's what I was going to say about the center in the North Pole, is that flat earthers talk about Mount Meru.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Are you going to be here regularly, or
I plan
really
to.
talked?
No,
yeah,
but I plan to come back. I've been traveling on the road a lot, so when I'm back in London.
Because it's like there's three areas I don't want to go. It's like
email me.
I didn't want to I didn't want to go barefoot because you just know what people think.
I do that a lot, and I get a piece for it.
I didn't want to. There was another thing.
Sun
gazing is good, but you can do that on your own. But I didn't want to go with this. But I thought I can't accept anything on blind faith now.
Yeah, good man.
You just can't.
Yeah.
We're through the looking glass, and I can't prove the globe Earth. And so I need to keep learning and look. I've downloaded the Flat Earth app.
Okay.
And I've watched some of the stuff, and I can see NASA.
That's a mate of mine.
Bunch of lies. Flat Earth Dave.
Dave,
yeah. Right.
I'm hoping to do some stuff with him soon.
Right. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not there.
Yeah.
But you gotta work through these things, haven't you? I don't like it.
It took me months.
I don't like it. Yeah,
and even because I was early in 2015 coming into Flat Earth, and it was probably a year before I was willing to stake everything that the globe was a deception. It took me about a year to really be certain that I wasn't being fooled.
Yeah. That's see, I got it. But I've got to work it out for myself.
Yes.
So, and it has. You've got to get there individually, haven't you?
really.
But it brings,
if it's true,
but it brings everything personal. It makes everything personal. Makes this world your world.
Yes.
It makes us sovereign. It makes us the expression of whatever the Creator is. That's what it does for me, because the globe is an evolution, is a part of the evolution deception, to make us insignificant, to make us Goldilocks, to make us, just lucky to be here rather than an intended.
Well, like some people say they're hiding God from us.
Absolutely,
yes,
absolutely,
yes,
absolutely.
That now.
And even those that are deep in their religion, and I saw flat Earth in the Bible as a teenager. When I read the Bible study as a teenager, I used to joke about, look, the Bible's talking about a flat Earth. They're so out of touch, right? And now, still today, there are Christians who say it's not a flat Earth book. It's not flat Earth. It's not. Like, you are denying God's excellence. You are denying the Creator's intention to create a world. It's like you've got an opportunity to build a house for your daughter, right? So that she can raise your grandchildren in. Are you going to put her on some sort of crazy ride that's spinning dangerously, or are you going to build her a perfect house on good foundations? On good foundations. That's biblical. And this earth is on good foundations. It's solid and unmoving, like it says. And the sun and the moon came on day 4. And there was a separation of waters from waters. And we think that when you look at the stars under a powerful camera, you'll find it's like sonoluminescence and cymatics. You know, when you take a sound plate and you vibrate it, and you can change the frequency, and you'll get the salt to rearrange into these sacred geometric patterns, right? Well, we're seeing the same sacred geometric patterns played out in the different stars. They each have their own tone, so they're each doing their own speed and their own little light show. But that's what we see. And the star in the jar experiment is mainstream science, where they can take vibration or frequency, power it into a glass of water, and get it to burst into a star. That's mainstream science. So it's sonoluminescence, and these are signs and wonders, and they're given to us to tell us what's coming. And so we don't necessarily interpret them very well because we're so misinformed. And that's why when people, for example, you're an astronomer and then you realize that the Earth is flat, you're the best astronomer. It's hard, it's hard, but you are going to be the best astronomer to talk to, because if you can recalibrate your knowledge and your observations on a flat model, it's the same as listening. I spent a few months listening.
I am an astronomer. I'm a member of the Hampstead Scientific.
Okay.
I mean, not a very professional one, but I just looked at the stars a lot. And we operated an observatory in Hampstead.
Oh, really?
So and there were going to be questions about, like, I've watched Jupiter, and I've watched the moons of Jupiter moving, and I've watched the surface of Jupiter. Yeah. But that'd be another time.
Yeah, I've got a great video on that. But and the idea, just as a point of logic, right? The idea that I've got a dull, gaseous lump anywhere, and I can coalesce it, because everyone knows if you let one go in the lift, right, the smell goes everywhere. But apparently in this science, these lumps can coalesce together. But this is the point I want to make, is that this is a grey, dusky, dull lump of gas receiving light from the sun.
The light, that twigs some questions.
Then reflecting it back to you.
I know, it's
all that way.
A bit too much.
And even the moons. I saw a great video someone had on their P900 of the moons, and they're all glittering little stars. To say that these little moons are somehow reflecting back, because the inverse square law, when applied to just the moon should be so bright by the time we reach there. If it's illuminating half the Earth,
it is stretching belief.
Yeah,
it really
It's melting anything that we can make when the light is that bright. And those photographs from the moon should have just been blown out of proportion by the white. It should have been such a glare that we couldn't. Everything should look white, not dusty, and not dull. So for that light to be illuminating us all across the Earth from 250,000 miles away, and then these stars and so on,
does deserve a good explanation, which we're not getting.
Sonoluminescence, and go back and look at cymatics. When you see the cymatic patterns change, you go, shit, I can see Mars there. I can see what Mars is doing. When I see that, get the right frequency.
Really?
It's about getting the right frequency. But in those there's plenty of these salt plate sand vibration.
Yeah, I've seen that. But you can see that on Mars.
I can see. Well, if you see enough of them, I can see that. I'll have to email you some stuff. But Flat Earth Dave is the best repository, I think. On in fact, that's his app on there that I've got. We're mates.
The Flat Earth app.
I'm his favorite. I'll say this out loud. I'm his favorite activist. I'm his favorite on the Flat Earth. Yeah.
Well, it's great. Do you know Piers Corbyn?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm friends with him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and he's great. I've known him for a long time. And through science, as well as other political activism, and through supporting his brother in the Labour Party, but also through the whole lockdown protests.
Oh, yeah. I was watching him.
So he's been incredible, really.
Yes, I'd like to meet him.
Now,
I did heckle him once, but
okay,
that's
good.
only because it was flat Earth.
Okay, good. I mean, so he's completely fit. He's a cosmologist as well.
Right.
So that's his training. Yeah. He's got a master's degree from Oxford or Cambridge. Wow. So he's a physicist. He got a first in physics in Imperial College here, and which he denounces the science of Imperial College now, but rightly. Okay. That's what they did. The good computer models.
That good doctors and scientists can be misled. We saw it.
So he knows that. Yeah. So, but at the moment he won't even debate. He's like his position.
Listen, nice talking to you.
Did I give you a fly, sir?
No.
Can I send you one?
Okay.
My YouTube channel and contact is on
all
there.
right. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. I really appreciate your conversation.
Sorry
to harpoon you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All the best. Safe travels, man.
Same here.
Cheers.
So Piers, he's convinced that it's a paid-for organisation that's here
I'd
to
debate
make
him any day.
Yeah. The thing is, at the moment, he's kind of. I mean, I think he should debate.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, no, I won't debate them. I mean, he's always calling for other people to debate him.
Yeah.
Like the doctors should be debating him, and the Sadiq Khan should be debating him, and but the climate change, but he won't debate this. He's kind of like, no, they're here to make us look foolish.
Yeah.
But he speaks here most weeks.
Yeah, that's why I've seen him before. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I've been on the road, traveling away from London a lot. I've been wanting to come back. I've only been here once or twice this year.
Right.
But I'll definitely look out for you. You can always hit me up with an email.
Okay, so
my
it's on
website
there.
is on there. Contact information is on there. This is on live.
And your name is?
Dave.
Dave. You're Dave as well?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Are you Dave?
I'm Martin. No, I'm not. That would be too freaky.
You're like Flat Earth Dave. There's a lot of Daves on the Flat Earth. I'll tell you that, man. There's a lot of...
Actually, I just learned. I mean, God, I've been through such a journey. We've all been through such a journey. Yeah. But I just learned. I think it was this year actually. So my name Martin.
Yeah.
It means Martian God or something.
Really?
Mars. It's like Martin.
Yeah,
it's that's where it comes from. That's the source for it. And it's like, oh my God, I sort of feel like a Martian God now. Right. Like I'm God of War.
Right.
And it's. I mean, we're in a spiritual war. That's what it seems now.
Yes, we are. Absolutely.
So it's kind of like...
So glad you got an open mind on this, Martin, because really, we are in a spiritual war, and this is one of the great deceptions, if not... I wouldn't say
if it's true, if it's flat, this is the...
It's the gateway truth, I say.
I can totally see. That's what I can get.
And once you come through this, because it was 2015 when I found this, so once I come through this, and none of the stories like Ukraine or
you can see through it straight away.
I was on the street in the first weeks of COVID lockdown saying, hey guys, I think this is a hoax. I think there's something wrong with this.
Yes.
Right at the beginning, before we even knew what virology and all the testing and all that shit. So so it helps that, but I think also in terms of our spiritual journey, it's like I say to people, you could be on a good spiritual path, but what if at birth, when you were launched, someone had taken a hammer and smacked your heel with the keel rather than the heel, because they hit you in the heel with a needle when you were born. You know that, hey? They do a heel prick test since the 1960s. Every child, which is straight up your sciatic nerve through your heel, say, into your groin, which is your seat of your safety.
The whole childbirth thing is ritualistic abuse.
Yeah. My wife is very hot on this subject now.
And then they fucking jam you.
Yeah. All that K, vitamin K, and all that sort of. We had none of that.
Even before, while you're in the womb, vitamin K. It's evil.
Even the ultrasound can be harmful to the baby.
Yes.
We think so. And birth certificates, all of that stuff is a con. So my little boy, my newest child, doesn't have any of that stuff. We're just
fantastic. So do you know the Michael Benicia and?
Yes.
And that, I mean, because
I
they
listened to
talked
them
about
in the early days, you know, part of my journey, like 8 years ago.
Because I hear criticism of them, but I don't know enough about it. It's all very new to me still.
Yeah.
And I'm still sort of like getting a smattering here and there.
Yeah.
But they're talking about they've set up sovereign communities.
Yeah.
They've had children being born, don't get birth certificates.
Yep.
They've still got passports.
Yes, like mine.
So you've done the same thing as well, right?
And,
okay.
we travelled and...
Why is that fly
hanging around?
It's just totally...
It must be a glober.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You know,
So,
I
but
can
wow!
fly over here, it must be a globe.
But you've done all that as well.
All of that. So,
wow.
but this is about freeing us from enslavement. Now, the thing is
Yes.
that there's a Bible verse, Matthew 24:24, which says that at the end of times, the elect, even amongst the elect, will be deceived. But more the majority,
Even the what? Who?
amongst the elect, it says the elect, whatever that means, will be deceived. So, the majority of people, even good preachers, are being deceived. They've had their heel or their keel smacked at birth, and so even though they're trying to sail a good course, they're always going to go off a little bit because of that damage. And I believe that damage is this idea that you happen to be a lucky strike, evolved monkey running on the outside of a spinning ball, rather than this place is a created habitat. It's like an Eden project that God created for us to exist in and have a soul experience. Because if I own your mind, if I put
my experience, we are souls.
Yes,
that's
mind, body, and soul. So the soul is the eternal thing. The mind and the body are, I think, are the material bits that you're carrying now. Now,
yes,
you will take your memories or your experience with you when you leave. I think that from your mind. But if I control your mind, I can control your body. Because if I can tell you that, oh, it's cold today, you'll go and put a jumper on. If I can control your mind such that you believe it's cold, you would go and put on a jumper, even though you didn't necessarily need to do that. So I can control your body. I can get you to go and work in the Docklands. I can get you to.
And I've
go
done
to war.
Wim Hof, so I sort of I deliberately don't put on a jumper.
Much respect.
Even though I want to put on a jumper, I don't put one on.
Yeah.
I take one off.
That's one of the things I haven't really. I have jumped in cold stuff, but I don't do that often enough.
Oh,
It's
you
good.
love it.
Nervous
You love
system
it.
reset.
But carry on.
So
but controlling the mind.
Controlling the mind, because once I have the mind, I've got the avatar to do what I want.
Yes.
And then if I've got the avatar doing what I want, just pick on alcohol. I've got the avatar getting drunk, and you know I've harmed him as a child. Now he's getting drunk all of the time, and he's not going to have the soul passage, the soul growth that he was meant to have. Now, I don't come from the religious point of view that says, now it's bad for you, you're doomed to devil and Satan and hell and all that. No, I don't know that it's that, but I think that maybe we're in a reincarnation system. That means that we come back until we learn the lessons. But I don't know.
So I mean, I've got some sort of gleaned bits which kind of resonate with me.
Yeah.
So firstly, this is my cocktail cabinet.
Okay.
So I've just had very nice pins.
I'm not against alcohol. It's just about managing it.
But yeah, it is managing. And I drink too much, really.
All right.
Thank you.
And I drink every day. But so it's maybe I can. But I've just been speaking to this woman, this South African woman. It's amazing.
Yeah.
She says, "Don't change. Drink your alcohol." I'm in the 7th level, apparently. Good to her. So
Awesome.
fair enough.
Awesome.
That's
Awesome.
I'll take that.
But yeah, coming from a glober, I would be taking that with a pinch of salt.
Okay, I don't know if she was a global or not. Actually, we didn't talk about that.
No,
But,
I don't say don't do any. There's nothing.
But the thing I was going to say, sorry.
About the alcohol, or
no, it was after. It was
Soul Journey.
Soul Journey.
Yeah.
Yes, that reincarnation and stuff. So I listened to David Icke's. That was it. So it's two things. One, the three things that I was resisting was going barefoot, associating with David Icke, and flat Earth.
Okay.
Right? So they're all, because I know what I thought about people who do that. It's oh my God.
Yeah.
So, but David Icke is kind of, he was awake from the beginning.
Yes.
As well, like you.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, and everything he said that I've heard him say personally was absolutely spot on. And so I couldn't kind of
fault him
on that. And so I've kind of listened a bit more on other my friends and new friends. So I started listening. So I listened to his last book, The Trap.
Okay.
And he goes very specifically into this reincarnation stuff. Okay. And it's very interesting, and it makes a lot of sense. And he's saying it's not just his view. It's kind of like, this is a reference to lots and lots of shaman and spiritual people throughout the world. He spoke to hundreds of people in various positions. And this whole reincarnation stuff is a con, he's saying.
Is that?
It's a con.
Con. Oh, con. Okay.
It is happening, but it's like there's sort of some sort of forces, which he goes into, which are orchestrating it to keep us in this cycle, in this recycled batteries, basically.
That's why they've got us recycling, and everywhere you go, you see the word, let's recycle. They're wanting us to recycle.
Of that bullshit, yes. So he's saying, don't go into that shit. He's going, you're way more than that. Yes. So it's like when they say, if you die, you'll go into the waiting room. He calls it the waiting room. Yeah. And they may present you with people who look like your loved ones and stuff. Yeah. It may be true, it may be fake. Yeah. He wasn't conclusive on that, but he was saying, that there's enough kind of evidence from people who've had these near-death experiences. He spoke to hundreds and hundreds of them. So they're manipulative. They're trying to push you into the light.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And
we're not meant to go towards the light.
Yes.
No, I don't.
And it's just like, wow.
I'd love to know if that's true.
Yeah, well, I'm exploring that now.
It's a question on my mind about that. I mean, I think that if each of us have our vibration in the best possible place, that's all we can ask for. Now, being a flat earther, we know that we get flooded, or we get epoch-ending events happening every 500 years. So you can walk around London today. I could walk you just between here and Victoria Station, and I can show you 100 buildings that are under the mud, that are got stories and stories into the ground. I was just in an old 250-year-old hospital, naval hospital in Gosport last week, and what I find there, that there's a basement underneath the ground level, and this is 250-year-old, 1750. So they built a basement apparently. Not only did they build a basement, they put windows in that basement that have to now have little cemented holes up to the ground, and then I found a window arch in the floor of the basement. So I said to one of the caretakers there, I said, I found more basement there. He said, there's 2 more floors underneath that. He said, they had to cover them up.
Because where I'm living in King's Cross, it's like I go past the British Museum all the time. It's massive drops. It's like, they've sort of just cover them over.
And they've had to dig back down, or sometimes like Victoria.
And below that, I know that there's even more kind of stuff. Because
so we think that this has been flooded
built up
in the last few hundred years, because these buildings are not that old. They're not Stonehenge.
Well, they're not purported to be that
old. Yeah. But just a wear and tear, I would say that it's probably not 500 years. But there is some interesting research that suggests that every 150 years or so there's an event of a fairly sizable cataclysm, and then every 4th event, every 500 years or so, there's this like worldwide sort of mankind ending event.
And that's what it seems like. I've seen documentaries about that. It's like, so you had the sort of like the Spanish flu, which was a vaccine, again. But then, but even before that, there's kind of like pictures of all these sort of around the world, like especially in Australia, which was supposed to have only just recently been conquered at that time. With these incredible, sort of like these
Gothic cathedrals
classic,
and buildings.
Incredible. How did they source all the stuff for that?
And how did they look like Greco-Roman buildings when they weren't talking to each other? Same with the Americas.
Too much, and no people.
Yeah,
and no people. You think, ooh. Now, maybe that's all just faked. Mate, that could all just be faked in this documentary. But they're interesting questions, and I want to know. They're intriguing. Yeah. It's intriguing. Same with this shit.
At least 5 or 6 years, I've been going around looking at buildings on purpose to see if I can substantiate that. And I have found window arches opening into the ground, into the dirt,
feet below the ground.
Wow.
So, and then when you look at, like, do you know the TV show Downton Abbey?
Yeah.
The actual original building that Downton Abbey is filmed in, if you go and look at, look at the floor plan of that building, you find that the basement is grander than the first floor that they take, the ground floor that they're taking in. So all of these things are under mud. Buckingham Palace would have been mostly dug back out. But when you go around away from Buckingham Palace, things lift up a little bit, and then you've still got 3 floors under the ground. And these people did not have a way of stopping the water from ingressing into those buildings then. And even today, it's a real headache for builders.
Yes.
So he's still in Chelsea and King's Cross and places like that. You've got buildings that water still pisses in. If they haven't tanked it, then the water still comes into that building. So no one that smart that could have built these buildings would have dug deep by manual hand, so deep into the ground where things are falling in on them.
It would be
water's
insane.
coming in on them.
Insane to do that. Yeah.
No, so this world gets flooded, and so what the point I was going to say to you, Martin, was that what this means is that we could tomorrow have an event that ended all of Europe or all of the Americas or more. The question is, where are you when that happens? Not geographically, but spiritually. Are you in alignment as much as you can?
Yes.
Because I believe the reason for the globe lie is such a deception that it has to be this intention to, like Ike is saying, that they want to trick you into coming back round.
Yes.
Yeah. And so for me, all of the lies have to be with the purpose of perhaps that end goal is the soul trap. And so for the soul trap to work, you need to believe you live on a heliocentric globe. And just finding the flat earth, a friend of mine in South Africa, the flat earth farmer, he says that flat earth is the silver bullet, it's the kill shot. I think it might be the kill shot to people believing in the status quo. It does help with that, but in terms of your own labyrinth, your own soul journey to within, it's only just, maybe I need to start the marathon all over again from this new perspective.
It is extraordinary. And somebody who actually really was like, I was shocked that the flat earthers was Space Busters.
Oh, okay.
Do you know Space Busters?
I know of them. I know Globebusters better, but Space Busters.
Right, okay, so but they're flat earthers.
Yeah, right.
And so he did this documentary, The End of Germ Theory, which was absolutely nailed it. And it linked up with all the other virologists and scientists, doctors that I knew that were sort of exploded the myth of virology and what a load of BS that is. And then I saw something else they did. They I think they did an interview with Flat Earth Dave.
Okay.
And they were all kind of like in it together. This is bullshit. That's bullshit. And talking about NASA, and it's like, and that's been. I mean, whether it's flat Earth or not, the explosion of NASA. The wires. The wires and the green screening and the spacewalks where the suit fails and fills up with water. You think, oh my God!
And then the Challenger.
What's going on?
And you remember
how
86?
Does that happen?
You remember 86, the Challenger disaster?
Yes.
And
they're all alive. They're all working. All alive. Apart from one who they haven't managed to track down. So, oh my God.
Yeah, they've all got twins, but none of the twins came to the funerals. They were known of back then. But so it's
still very recent to me. So it was Piers said to me about it was a friend. I think it was about the end of 21, and I was out with my friends, sort of like anti-vax and stuff like that. And because I remember the Scientific Society, they're all kind of completely fucking captured. And
right. So you're the outcast.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's amazing. And they said, no, you don't think about the moon landings, did you? I go, what do you mean? And Piers goes, no, we never went to the moon. I went, I fucking hate you all!
Cheers, bro. Yeah, Piers said we never went to the moon.
Yeah, he said that's all bullshit. And it was like, oh God. And it took me about a year before I even could look at it. I was so upset. I was so upset. And so it's only at the end of towards the end of last year, I started looking at it. It's like, oh. fucking sticky tape. They made it in a Blue Peter studio. It's a
Yes.
fucking a sticky tape cardboard.
Yes.
How did we fall for that shit?
They never put the spacesuit in a vacuum chamber to test it. They never got the lunar lander to work. Even the chassis of it, they couldn't fly.
It's all
TV.
just so.
It's all TV. It's all TV. And it's all mind controlled. Tell lies to your vision.
That was just and then I started looking at Diana. Diana's like fucking. It's like they're all, and I reevaluated. I could kind of see through 9/11 to start with, and I heard stuff, but I never really tweeted. The penny didn't really
and
like.
You didn't do your own research.
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I couldn't see right. They are looking to mass deceive us, and fucking they've got an agenda, and there's a program here. I didn't get it like that. I just thought it was nefarious shit.
And that's why it's important.
Like
That's why I like to help people with who they know 9/11, but they can't look at flat Earth. But I say, once you know this one, once you get through this truth, then you're starting to break the shackles properly.
Yeah.
Because, thinking 9/11 might have been, an inside job and blah, blah. No. This washes the slate clean. And there's almost nothing that happens on the world stage that isn't intended to do something, social engineering something.
How the fuck do they do this?
It's incredible. It's almost beyond human
capacity
level
to conceive.
That is that deep. That is that. And this is why sometimes when people suggest that there's extra terra, there's more land, there's other land
it's
which
beyond,
might have developed
beyond the dome.
Right, that's right. Or outside of our ice realm. I mean, outside of the dome, I don't know. It's like me saying I'm living inside of a grape, but there might be other grapes on the outside on the bunch, but I can't tell you whether there are or not.
Yes.
But in terms of a flat Earth being longer and wider and bigger, very possible that there's other continents, and those other continents would have possibly higher civilizations.
Well, I've seen stuff like
civilizations
Anunnaki and like some of the star systems. What's it, Arcturus? I've seen these maps of like extraterrestrial
Have you seen
areas.
some of those? Yes, that they might actually
that
be.
they might be. Yes, I mean, who knows? And also the Truman Show as well.
Yes.
Kind of is becoming more fascinating. It's like fuck yeah.
But he could leave that world.
And it was made by a Rothschild as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
There's a bit shoot thing like the 10 hidden signs of the Truman Show.
Okay.
Because I just became, it's just I just pick at these things now and again, and it's like it's made by a Rothschild, or they produced it. So and it was like there's just so many other.
But he's saying that the Shawshank Redemption. He's saying you know the movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's put in prison for a crime he never committed.
Yes.
And the same with Truman. He never did anything wrong, but got born into that show, right? But eventually, once he worked it out, he was able to leave. Both characters are able to leave.
Yes.
And that's what I think, is that you can't necessarily go and overturn the prison. He had to walk out of the prison on his own. He couldn't take all of the prisoners with him, and most of them weren't ready, just like Brooks, he hangs himself.
That's the case.
Here,
it's
and
absolutely
you have to
the
be
case.
grown up about that and realize that if you're leaving, you're probably going to leave without many people around you. But there are these people, maybe though Bernie's here, but I would love for these people to, if they were so deep, even with Ike, I was like, if he's not willing to touch flat Earth, at least give it respect and show, and go and do the same research that we've done, then you've got to ask
You've
questions
got
about
to do
whether
that. I
he
don't
thinks
see
it's
how you can't do that. I don't. Why his peers is kind of so like that. I mean, it's like, okay, he's a cosmologist, but if you're a cosmologist, you fucking stand up with the.
But the higher you've been
indoctrinated.
And the word indoctrinated hides the word doctor. So you are being doctored.
Yes.
If you doctor the books, you've altered them in your favor. And if you've been made a doctor, then you've been altered in the favor of the people that run the game. It has to be. And the more that you've had the doctrination, then the harder it is to climb back down.
See, my friend who is a doctor, he's a medical doctor, a hospital doctor, came to stay with me at Christmas. And 5 days. It was a bit of a journey for both of us, actually. But I showed him this at the end of germ theory, the space buses thing, and various other Mike Yeadon, and him.
And you're still friends with the doctor?
He's not been responding. There's been other things that have gone on. Which I think because his aunt really gave him a fucking slap down.
Right.
through me. I'd send them. So it's not directly me.
Yeah.
But at the end of that 5 days, he was like, fucking hell, Martin, I thought you were a conspiracy theorist mad or something. How have you been living with this information? And it's like, you know, it's like it really rocked him.
Yeah.
It really rocked him. But he's not been responding to my
So
messages for months now.
Because, and you
There's
can show
too many
people this,
things.
and I tell people great evidences. I'm like, why don't you look at this one thing or two things about going to the moon or going into ISS and all
The
that.
moon was it's so personal.
But it doesn't
I'm
stop
so upset. I've been really, you know, it's like I grew up. It's one of my earliest memories. You know, I was probably about I was born in '66.
Right.
So 69, I was 3 years old. And it's like I just got
but
this
the
vague
culture,
memory of seeing the TV with the.
Well, up to 72. So they were still doing it up until 72. So you would have been like 5, 6, 7 years old by that point. So it would have definitely been in the lexicon of the day. There would have been newspapers. People are talking, oh, they landed on the moon again today, didn't they? Oh, look, well, now we can see a little black and white rerun of it. And blah, blah, blah. And there's so many things wrong with that. So many things wrong with that.
It's
And
just
the Dutch,
unbelievable.
The Dutch. I read a bit more about that story about the Dutch testing their bit of moon rock and finding that it was petrified wood, you know, and it was actually announced on the BBC. But the story about how they came to have the piece of moon rock, it comes from like a very wealthy person in Holland being a friend of one of the guys, and he gets given this rock, and then he gifts it to the university on his death. And then they have it, they're proud of it, it's the centerpiece of their thing, of their moon and earth thing. And then they test it for insurance reasons, they're like, no, this is not rock, it's wood. So, but then again, I was over in Bristol a month or two ago, and the students, because I parked myself outside the campus where they do this kind of study, and the student was saying, we've got moon rock here, he's saying it's not real. I'm like, well, so they said, but we can't find this rock anywhere else on Earth. I'm like, yeah, but the thing is, we don't know all of Earth. You know, if there are lands that Admiral Byrd was talking about, then he could have brought back a piece of rock, or it's petrified wood, and you would never know that, you know. So there's too many unknowns to just say, because we've never seen it before, ergo, comes from the moon.
That's right. I mean, and you've just got to question everything.
Yeah.
Are you filming me, by the way?
Yeah.
You
live
are?
on YouTube.
Okay, right. Am I live on YouTube? Hey, hello. I don't care anymore. It's great.
Yeah, you're out there, man. You're out and proud.
Dave, good job.
Did you know?
Fact!
Flat thumbs! She knows.
Well done.
All right,
What's she saying?
She's saying flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Very good, very good.
Once more,
Dave,
it's been fun.
Yeah,
I'll
fantastic.
see you again. I look forward to it.
I'll come down in most weekends.
All right, well, I'll definitely catch up with you again.
All right, excellent.
Cheers. Oh man, thanks for hanging in there, guys. That was a really useful and good conversation there with Martin. And I got some information for you. Earth is flat, not a spinning globe. You guys want some information? Take a flyer. You know that water's always going to find level. Water's always going to find level.
Is the world
in fact, no, the water's level. The mountains and stuff, you can go from one coast to the other coast with the same sea level. Yeah, but the same. Yeah, they say he was spinning. Do you know how fast we're spinning?
No.
1,000 miles an hour.
Really?
Faster than the speed of sound. We're spinning faster than the speed of sound,
Isn't
but we've
there
got.
literal cameras to prove that it's round?
It's possible to CGI it. Hey, it is possible to. And you know, like when you take a camera
What
out.
are they benefiting from that?
The
From
lie,
faking it?
with the lie.
Yeah.
To
What are they
keep us,
benefiting?
well, to hide God, hide Allah, if you believe in Allah, but to hide God. You see, because the globe is an evolution article. It comes from evolution.
Oh, right. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hey guys.
Hello.
How are you doing?
All good, just reading.
Good science? You do science?
Yeah.
You like science?
Lots of science.
Really? Well, I'm going to enjoy talking to you. I'll let you read my stuff and then you can pick out the things you don't like.
Ali Maula, ya Ali Ali, Ali Ali Maula, Ali Maula.
Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Take a flyer. Free your mind, Earth is flat.
No, thank
They say that water's curving around the ball, according to trigonometry, 8 inches per mile squared. Did you know that?
8 inches per mile squared.
No, sir. You can go and see that in Google. If it was 8 inches per mile, it would be a gentle slope forever.
Oh, it's per mile squared. Okay.
So it has to be increasing.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. You don't mean per square mile as in a square, but per mile squared.
So if I'm standing here and I'm observing something 10 miles away, it should be 800 inches below me, according to the curvature formula. But when we look at ships going away over the horizon, sometimes they go away quite quickly, and sometimes they go away much further in the distance. And when we take a powerful camera up to that ship that's gone away, we can bring that ship back into view as though it's still on a level body of water. And then, of course, when we go up higher, we can see 50 miles across the sea. And if we're in a plane over the Mediterranean, we can see 100 ships, what look like they're on a level body of water. So water, like the Suez Canal, is always going to find its level when it rests. This we know. And if we want the Panama Canal, you've got to come down the mountain in steps, like this.
Yes.
And every body of steps...
That's a different thing, right?
Every body of steps... No, but every body of water before the lock is going to be flat and not only flat, but parallel to the next one. And parallel to the next one.
Over the short run approximation, that's true, right? But if you go
8 inches per mile squared. So in fact, I should be able to measure curvature in an Olympic swimming pool, because 8 inches in 1 mile means that a half a mile is 4 inches, quarter of a mile is 2 inches.
Yeah.
And down to 50 meters, I should be able to see with a micrometer or something. I should be able to measure curvature. But all we get is surface tension, an ellipse or on the edge, a little bit of tension. That's it. But the water itself is going to be level. Suez Canal, 120 kilometers long. The Lake Baikal in Russia, which freezes over in winter and they turn it into the world's biggest ice rink, 300 miles long.
Yes.
Level. There's no 8 inches per mile squared, sir.
But it's only level because if you take a spirit level at one end and then you walk to the other end and you put a spirit level at the other end, the spirit level's moved, but it's indicating...
So if I was ice skating, sir, if you've done any ice skating, you know that if I was going uphill, I'd know it. And if I was then going down the hill, I would know it too.
Certainly, but if you had a tennis ball with a body of water on it and the attraction was to the center of the tennis ball, wherever you are on the water, you're flat. The water is horizontal because you define horizontal as being at right angles to the pull of gravity.
Okay,
right?
but that's begging the question. It's begging a question that we're on a globe with a center mass attracting everything. You know, we've only drilled 8 miles into Earth.
No, that's true.
So we don't actually know what's beneath us. And so this idea, but if it was true that was the case, that it was a center mass and that I'm curving all the time, I should be able to, theoretically, account for that almost to the millimeter. So I could say that a ship that's 10 meters tall would go over a lake, go away over a lake or whatever, and go down at exactly 3 miles or exactly 4 miles, because that's according to the formula how it should go.
On the sea you can, right? I sail and I know that you can calculate how much of a ship
here's a couple
lose.
of evidences that kind of kill that. One is the furthest that we can see a lighthouse is up to 50 miles.
Yeah.
And that's line of sight. The American military have a weapon called the railgun. The railgun shoots at Mach 15 and they paint a ship 80 miles or 100 miles away with a laser, and that jet or that dart is going to go straight line of sight. It's not going out like this. So there's pilots who will tell you, and I've taken a digital spirit level on a plane myself, but the gyroscope will tell you that once you get it going at this level, it will tell you the moment you change your aspect. But if I fly from London to South Africa, the gyroscope should change by 90 degrees according to that. But I've taken a spirit level myself, and the gyroscope I understand, and my body systems I understand are telling me that I'm sitting level now. The plane's going down, we must be about to land. But it's never ever going over any sort of curvature. Now I listened to an interview with a F-15 fighter pilot, American fighter pilot, now retired, who now says absolutely the Earth has to be flat, because the way that we look for planes in the distance is that we search like this with our radar.
Right.
And then we have to set the bands because of, we have to set it at 20,000 feet or whatever to 50,000 feet, and we tell it to do this. But when we train against our own pilots, they're doing the same thing, but they're 100 miles downrange coming towards us. Now, if the Earth was a curve and they were flying at 20,000 feet according to where they were, they would be below our radar.
Yes, that's right.
But that's not what they find, that everything is level. So when we go shipping and we use stellar navigation, we use something called the
North Star, Southern Cross, whatever.
you use Northern Star, but you use the
Pole Star, sorry.
the sextant.
Yeah.
The sextant assumes a flat plane to start with.
Yeah.
So we think that everything must be flat. If you take any liquid like an oil, for example, and you put it into a container with water, the oil is going to float on top of the water, and it'll be a level strata. Now I could make that jar 10 meters long or 1,000 meters long. I would expect to see the same thing, and until someone can demonstrate to me otherwise, this positive claim of it's going to curve eventually, then that has to remain supposition or theoretical. Now, the idea of gravity...
Yeah, so still, I mean, I've just sailed from England to the southern part of Spain and up Spain. And I can tell you that the angle of the sun at noon was different from when we left England to when we were at the south of Spain, right? And that's because the boat has turned around and the angle of the sun has changed.
Or the sun is small and local, and they say, let's just use the equator as our mean middle. Yeah, then the closer I get to the equator, the more it becomes directly underneath my head. But the further I go from the equator, so the light, you can do this with in a large hall. You know, as you move away from the light appears to be lowering down. But of course, it's staying at the same height. You see how these clouds down there look like they're going lower, in the distance. But actually, if you took a hot air balloon to 500 meters now, you would see that it's actually a flat. As you've flown, I'm sure, it's actually flat. Yes, but it's an optical effect that seems to make it look like that. But the sun, as you move south, yes, the sun will get higher in the sky.
Yeah, but the sun is really very far away. I don't think that...
How far?
It's 8.5 minutes.
Everyone knows the 8.5 minutes, but it's 93 million miles according to the maths.
Right.
And
so moving around the Earth by 4,000 miles or 2,000 miles, it doesn't make a difference to the parallax effect of how close you are to the sun, right?
Okay.
You're not getting much closer.
I won't argue that point. Right? But here's something to think about. If we're flying around the sun, tonight, when I look out into the night sky, I'm going to see a pattern of stars.
Yes.
In 6 months' time, I should not be able to see any of those stars. Why? Because I'm on the other side of the sun looking that way, because my night today is this way.
That's right.
In 6 months' time, my night is that direction. So I should not have any of the same stars in 6 months' time. But of course we do.
We do.
And our zodiacal, not all the same, because it depends on, see, these lights, just like the sun, are not far away. And just like the lights of a city, that the further you move away from them, the less you can see them. So as I move to the southern regions, the northern stars become invisible to me just because of perspective as they go away, as I go away, down like this, and the range of them, that the light is not traveling infinitely like we're told in mainstream science. That the lights are finite in the range that you can see them. But eventually they get lower and lower in the sky. As you're sailing south towards the equator, everything that's north here is doing this essentially. And that works perfectly. Remember, you haven't answered my question. How is it possible that I'm seeing the same stars in 6 months' time as I can tonight?
But you're not seeing exactly the same. Some of them are the same because...
But I should see none of the same stars. Remember, it's like saying to me, like, look at that. I can see all of these Muslim people standing here, but now I can see none of them.
No. That's only true if you're looking quite far south. If you're in the northern hemisphere, the Earth spins on itself and spins around the sun, right?
Yes.
So
66,000 miles an hour.
When you're looking, let's say, at the pole star, which is going to be up here, there's no reason why you can't see it from here and when you're on the other side.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It should really make a difference for the stars that are straight east or straight west.
Okay,
let me... For example, the Seven Sisters, when you're in New Zealand, that's how the Maoris... it's like the almanac for harvesting.
Yeah, and the Maoris would never have said we lived on a globe, by the way. Nor the Sumerians, nor the Mayans, nor the Incas, nor the Egyptians. None of these cultures ever said we lived on a globe. We live inside of a globe. You can take the pole star if you want to, but if I live on a globe like we claim, and I'm in Africa, then I'm looking straight out into the sky, into that part of London. And in 6 months' time, I'm looking into that part. How can I see the people behind me in 6 months' time? I can with the stars, but that makes much more sense on a roof. Now there is a precession of the equinoxes. Yes, 26,000 years. So I know that the roof isn't just fixed and it's showing me exactly the same picture night after night. It's kind of shifting like this around. So different times of year, I will see different things. Yes, but in a year's time, I can come back and see the same stars in the same places in a year's time, right?
Yes.
But yet, we're moving in 4 vectors at more than 1 million miles an hour in total. You know, if you consider that we're spinning once a day, we're going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. The sun is moving through the universe, through the Milky Way, it's 660,000 miles an hour. And the Milky Way is moving through the galaxy, through the universe, even faster. And yet, and everything else is doing its own dance, and yet they're still in the same place in a year, in 1,000 years?
Well,
yes, sir, you've got a question.
Okay, I'll leave you. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Do you want to fly?
Have fun.
Did you do it? Cheers, man.
Yeah, lots of science over here.
Lots of science. Go.
Imagine I can think of stuff.
I don't like this one. A lot of the science guys come to me and say, you know, what is this proving? Because out in the atmosphere, there's no heat really, because the particles are so far apart. So how do you measure the? I've been wanting to ask a science guy because I've been hit on the science guys, but they love this one. How do you measure it? How do they tell us that it's 1,000 degrees centigrade if I've got nothing to measure such heat?
So the way they measure heat, at least for those things, so I've read a bit about it. It's 0 if there's no particle, because that's the way it's defined. 0 is. I don't think it's not 0. It's 0 Fahrenheit. Not
Kelvin.
0.
Oh.
It's not 0 Celsius. It's 0 Kelvin.
Kelvin. Yeah. Okay.
Celsius.
Okay.
0 Celsius is heat in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
So how they measure the 0 is that when there's nothing, it's 0. It has to be, because there's no movement. The small particles, which are usually emitted by, at least according to what science says, emitted by the sun or by others moving, are hit by beams, light beams, heavy in energy. When they hit those particles, they make them move, they make them vibrate, which is what we call heat.
Right.
And
that's okay.
And so how you measure heat for those small particles is you measure their displacements left and right.
Okay.
You can also measure how much they emit as energy. If you englobe them in some stuff, emit how much energy is emitted, and you can backwards find out the energy. But at least over the exosphere, I don't know if much people pretend there is 1,700 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
because
I won't argue that. Let me concede that one. Okay? Let me concede that one and say I can't test that. You know, one of the things that's weird to me, I know scientists tell me this, something about, but like the outer space or the vacuum of space is meant to be super cold, you know, and because there's no particles and all this sort of hoo-ha, and yet the sunlight travels for 8.5 minutes and then gets hot again, you know, having come through this super cold environment. What's your answer?
Because it's not the same energy. So
that's right. It's like X-ray or
the sunbeams being hot. The sunbeams aren't hot. It's just that when they carry energy, which carries through the void, electromagnetism, and it carries light. Is like the way light is specific, but it carries energy not in particulate states. It carries energy in waves, as like my phone is with 5G, and when it hits any object, that's why light can go through glass, for example. Light can go through glass because glass doesn't capture all of that wave, and so the wave that can go through go through. The ones that are blocked, they're all like black clothes, like no wave, almost nothing can go through black. That's why you see it as black, nothing is reflected.
Right.
And then when those waves are caught, they release that energy that they had as waves, as energy, as form of heat, because the wave make those particles not dangle but vibrate very slowly. At least that's how
that's the theory,
that's but it's not just theory about like the space, it's theory that we know works here. If your microwave, the simplest way of microwave works is lots of radio waves, very powerful ones, that hit water molecules at a very specific frequency, which they call the resonant frequency, and which perfectly matches, so it absorbs all the light, which explains why you can heat lots of things very quickly in a microwave and others not, depending on their water contains.
Does a microwave need to be contained?
No. Why is it contained? Is we use the containments to reflect all the rays that miss, it's first of all it's a waste, so it can just bounce back.
Yeah. They're quite dangerous, I think, outside the device.
Very dangerous. If you put like a lithium battery in, it blows up, and if you put your hand inside the electrics behind it, you'll blow up.
You fry.
So it's but that's why it's contained. It's a Faraday cage, and they contain it to make it bounce. But that one is weird because even science disagrees a bit on what can you measure heat in space. So it's very particular. I don't know how you see it, but do you agree that two objects are attracted by each other?
No.
Okay, then that.
that's a fundamental thing.
Yeah, but then how?
Well, that's what's his name, Cavendish.
Yeah, but then so I don't get how you could explain that things stay on the Earth.
It's just about the things of weight, with a bit of a wind blowing through here now, if there was a leaf on the ground, that leaf could motivate that and lift that weight. So the wind could lift that leaf up.
What is weight then? Because weight is defined by gravity. It should be. Mass isn't, but weight should be.
Well. See, how much do you weigh in a swimming pool?
I'm the same. Same
I thought about this a bit. I'm trying to understand because I came from the same science that you come from.
Yeah.
And it's only 8 years that I, stopped believing.
Yeah.
But I do get these kinds of questions about weight and mass and the difference and what do we weigh here and do I weigh less if I go onto a very tall mountain, if I go up high, do I weigh less? I've seen this for myself. And how do I explain that? Is it because I'm further away from a center mass, or am I less or more buoyant in the environment? I say that the reason why you go down is because you're heavier than the medium you're standing in. But if you jumped into the
buoyancy, basically.
Sorry, buoyancy.
It's buoyancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there's a combination with buoyancy of the medium, because if we jumped into the Dead Sea, we'd be very buoyant. And I have actually done that myself.
Okay.
So, and you're extremely buoyant in that environment. And so I don't go down. In fact, just like the football that's pushed underwater, I feel like I'm being forced almost, I'm being pushed up.
It's just buoyancy.
And then so that's why we use the helium balloon, because the helium balloon doesn't care for gravity. Because it's thinner than this air, or lighter than this air, or has less weight than this air. I don't know how you want to describe it.
Yeah.
But it will do that thing of just heading straight on up.
Okay, but then.
Sure, brother. Thank you. No, you're welcome.
So you agree that there's air surrounding us, but there's no air in space.
Okay, so let me just tell you what I believe.
Okay, tell me what, because
so I think that the Kármán line is about 60 miles. We're not exactly sure, but it's about 60 miles high, and that may be the barrier of our world, and we can't get out beyond 60 miles or 100 kilometers. And so there is a pressure gradient between here, the floor, at 0 sea level, up to 100. And at that point, you've got the super lightest, thinnest gases. Unless they're being stirred around, it's super light, super thin up there. And it's not habitable. In fact, when Felix Baumgartner did his jump, he only went to 140,000 feet, something like that, and he had to wear breathing apparatus to be that high. So we know that our atmosphere changes dramatically as we get higher and higher. And thinner. But as we go below sea level, things become more and more dense. And that could be described as because of the weight above it or whatever. But actually, the lower we go, the more things going to crush. There's a submarine famously got crushed recently.
Okay. But then the Earth, at least the Earth is a closed system. There's a Kármán line. There's the bottom. There's, I guess, walls on the side,
so I like to liken it to what we see in nature. So in nature we see apples, oranges and fruits that are all round, like oblate spheroids, but the skin is the enclosure. So if I had to take an apple and slice it top to bottom and let it fall open on the table, then that little center pod where the seeds are, that's where I believe we are. That's where I believe the continents are.
And then where's the sun?
And the sun is, so in the same way as the apple probably wouldn't ask the tree, where is the sun? So I think that the sun is like a wave of energy that comes into the system. Exactly how it works, I can't say.
Okay,
but I believe it's a wave of energy, and we observe that. Just like if you were standing on the beach, so you're in the water, 20 or 40 meters in the water, and your feet are on the bottom, weighed down, and the waves are going to crash over your head, and you're going to watch the wave as it arrives towards you, and then rise at midday, like the sun, and then leave, and then go and catch a friend who's in America.
Okay.
And so that's what I think the sun is. But there are simply points of light. It's not a physical blob of gas, or it may be plasma, but it's not a physical thing. I don't think it's a physical thing. I think that we're each individually having our own unique experience. And I'll give you guys a great little something to think about.
Yeah.
And that is the moon on a moonlit night where there's clouds in the sky. Yeah. Now, you'll go outside and look at the moon and find that it creates a hot spot, almost like you're standing underneath a street light on a foggy night. Yeah? But it's just like the street light on a foggy night, as you get 10 meters or 30 meters, or in the case of the moon, a mile or two away from that hot spot, it's dark again. The clouds are dark. Really go and look at that. Now phone a friend up who's 5 miles away in the apparent dark, cloudy area and ask them what they're seeing. And they'll tell you that they're seeing a highlight just at their house where they live. And this is how each of us are experiencing both the sun and the moon. But that's a really great example of how it seems to me that the moon is a unique individual interpretation of a wave or an energy form that's washing over us. That's my theory on that.
So you said that. So light comes in the system. So let's call the system the closed box between common line, Earth, and the two barriers. Sunlight comes in.
Yeah.
How does it go back out? It can't stay in. If it stays in.
Okay, so on the flat Earth.
So how does it go out?
No. Well, on the flat Earth, it never goes out. It's never extinguished. There's never no sun. It's just that this, like the stadium light behind us, is that if I move it further away from you, it'll be darker in this area. And the further I move it, so the darkness will return. But if I had to take 24 hours to move that lamp around the Hyde Park, then you'd see it in 18 hours or in 12 hours time. It would start appearing back there, and it'd be like, oh, that's sunrise, right? So this wave that we interpret as the sun. Well, I mean, in mainstream science, what do they say? They point to, they say it's only about 6,000 degrees on the outside, and then millions of degrees on the inside, which doesn't quite stack up. You know, that's something that's emitting at 6,000 is going to travel and then heat up. But without wanting to get off on that, just to say that the sun on the flat Earth is not ever going away. It's moving away from you or your area, and then moving towards another part of the world, America at this point in time, because we're having sunset now and it's midday in America right now. So it's traveling over the Americas, and then does it get around to Japan eventually again, the land of the rising sun, possibly. I also like the flat Earth model that says it's like our Earth is like a wall map. That you get in school, that you got Japan on one side and you got Hawaii on the other side, and that from like an ECG pulse, you got this, because the Earth, for a flat earther like me, Earth is living. It's actually a living thing. The oil is its blood. Oil is abiotic. It creates new oil. When I was about your age, they had oil shortages and they said we were running out of oil. This is 40 years ago, man. Let me tell you. They've been conning us about oil. Now they've still got the same. We're pumping much more oil today than we ever did when I was a kid. And yet they say, but so I think that just like your body can be drained of a pint of blood every week, it'll refresh, it'll remake it. Well, I think the oil is abiotic. So I think it's a living system. So just in the same way as you wouldn't ask your heart how it's creating that pulse. And it's going to do that millions of times. It's going to just create that pulse out of nowhere. Well, I think that this thing is living and it creates that pulse, but it's masculine and feminine. So the sun may be the masculine energy and the moon may be the feminine energy, which is why the moon is unpredictable in terms of its. And I'm only. But the moon is unpredictable in the way that it comes around. And a woman, if she's in touch with nature, her own natural cycle will fit in line with the moon's natural cycle. She'll menstruate at the same time every month in line with the moon. So I think that this system is like the micro to the macro to the micro. I think that we are all the microcosm of this living macrocosm. And like I said to you earlier, everything in nature has a skin. So I think just like we have a skin, this thing has a skin, and we're organisms living within it, just in the same as you have a biosphere or a gut biome and all these things. You got things living. You got forests in your body. You got trees in your lungs. These are all these things that are happening in your body. And the oil, well, our bodies create oil. Our bodies, there's a little bit of gold. You'll probably know this. There's a little bit of, all the metals that you can find in Earth are actually already present in your body. So we are, I think, the micro of the macro. And I think whatever created this place is
essentially us. I think that we are the creators of the place, although on the diminutive, smaller level. Like I say, with an orange, you can take an orange, cut it open, and take out one cell of that orange. That orange, that's perfectly pure orange, color, taste, flavor, everything. But it's only a micro of the whole.
Of the bigger thing. Okay, perfect. Mark.
That'd been useful.
I have a thing.
All right.
Thanks a lot, sir.
All right.
Hello,
That's
sir.
been good. Hi, man.
I've got a few questions for you.
Yes, bro.
You're talking about you think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, man.
I want to understand that. So you think the Earth is flat? Do you think other planets are flat?
I think the other planets that we see are stars, are the lights in the sky. So the idea that there's other rocks. Can I have a drag of that? Do you mind if I have a drag?
Yeah,
After I've been like standing here talking for 6 hours, man. I'm gagging for a smoke. But what we see in the sky, if you ask NASA,
No, not like the far stars. Like with telescopes, you can see like Mars pretty close.
Yes.
So you can see the shape of it, right?
Yes.
So do you think Mars is flat?
I think it's round. Is it a ball? I'm not sure. Have you studied sonoluminescence?
No.
Sonoluminescence is sound in using sound to create a star. It's called the star in a jar experiment. It's quite well known. It's gone viral on YouTube. Mainstream science, where they take a frequency and fire it at a like a vial of water or liquid, poof, and it turns into a star. It like lights up and it'll burn as a star. Okay. Then when you look at cymatics, which is where they take the sound plate or a speaker, and you can change the frequency on that speaker sound, that plate, with the salt on it, and it'll change into these beautiful patterns.
So I have a question for you.
So we think it's light and sound.
Have you ever seen the top of Mount Everest?
Not personally.
Picture?
But I saw a picture from Wales. A guy took a photograph the other day from the highest point of Wales to...
He's from Wales.
Really? The highest point in Wales. This video is going viral right now, but I've got some pictures, some stills on my camera. But he took a photo from this high point of Wales at sunset, and he saw all of the Alps, and he's been able to point this mountain, this one, this one, this one.
Or round?
It's all flat.
No.
That you can see.
No.
Yeah.
Let me show you the picture I saw, because...
Sorry, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Are you filming right now, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. So you say there's no scientific evidence for Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity, but it's been like continuously, it's like one of the single most tested scientific theories in the entirety of like history.
Yeah, it's tested, but not proven.
It is tested and proven. Most of them, well, to be fair, that's how science works as well, to be fair.
Yeah,
like,
I
it's
heard that.
It's a continuous evolution of ideas, right? But have you personally tested any of these ideas before?
Of relativity?
No, a flat Earth.
Yes, I've tested these things. I've gone and tested for curvature over water. Have you?
Curvature over water?
Yeah.
I have actually, yeah. Physics.
What
I've
would you
studied
do?
physics for...
No. Have you gone and tested for curvature?
Have I tested for curvature of water? Personally, no, but I have tested for measurements of shadows, to be fair.
Okay.
Which is a proof. And then that is something which differentiates with the angle of the sun on the sphere, basically.
No?
Yeah. Like, in many cases, I think...
They walked away. They couldn't handle it.
They couldn't handle it. Wait, what were you talking to them about, actually? Because it is interesting. Like, it is an interesting conversation.
Well, it is a very interesting
It's something which
conversation.
needs to be said, and it's something which is, like, interesting within counteractive points of view.
Well, the thing is that for me, there's two starting points. One is that you can't prove that we're spinning.
You can't prove that we're spinning. You can prove that we're spinning by like many different like mathematical field equations. To be fair, basically.
Okay, but that's not physics.
That's not. It is physics. They're both very, very linked, and it's a building of physics based off mathematics.
You know what Tesla said? He said that modern scientists are getting so far. Nikola
Tesla. Yeah.
That modern science is getting so far away from using mathematics to get so far away from reality. They're building a construct that bears no relation to.
To be
the world
fair,
we
I
live
do actually agree with you on that. Like mathematics is something which is, and like theory is something that's very overindulged in compared to experimentation.
That over the last 100 years, the sun has moved from 3 million to 103 million to 27 million, and now it's sitting at 93 million.
Wait, 93 million in terms of what? In terms of mass?
Miles.
Miles? Oh, miles from us. Well, I mean, to be fair, like the Earth definitely does change in terms of like distance from the sun throughout its orbit from the sun.
That's
like
what
we
they
do
say,
know that,
yes, yeah.
and we do get that with like different discrepancies in the intensity of light on Earth, and with things such as like.
Earth is flat.
Pun?
Earth is flat. I'm just.
Oh, is that
I'm
what
just
you're
trolling them.
Oh, are you trolling them basically?
No. But you know, when they stop and read my flyer, I like to tell them that.
Because I don't agree with that the Earth is flat. Basically, I don't think the Earth is flat personally.
Okay. So I think there's an oblate spheroid, but I think
it is an oblate spheroid. Yeah.
But I think that we live inside it, not on the outside of it. Can you name me a single thing in nature that you can point to that has no skin?
That has no skin? No, I cannot.
Yeah. So everything.
Well, a lot of bacteria, to be fair, like they have membranes, but as in like skin is a very skin's a very loose thing.
Is a skin, right?
I think to be able to.
No, it's not. For something
really
that
a
small,
skin.
For something that small, I think the membrane would be considered the skin.
I think to say that is to over-categorize, basically. I think a lot of issues with modern science is something which points to like hyper-intense, like categorization and separation of issues instead of trying to like look on minute details to what they operate on that scale.
All I'm saying, I think that we would say that that any kind of bag, you know, like if you take an orange, cut it open, inside of the orange itself, you will find little bags of orange, tiny little pockets, individual pockets of that.
Yeah.
Take a picture. Take a picture. Please do.
Wait, quickly, in terms of living inside of the Earth, what do you mean by that? As in, like, we live on the underside of a crust, basically?
No, I think it's more like this. Like, let's just say we had to take a balloon and fill it with gas, and then also fill it with water, and then fill it with some stones.
Yeah, that's what the atmosphere is for, to be fair. It's something which acts
now
like.
Remember,
do you know what surface tension is?
Yeah.
So surface tension is something which can be exhibited by all fluids, basically, and it's and in itself, like gas is a fluid. A fluid is just something which operates.
Well, it needs a surface
change.
to have tension against.
It needs it does need a surface.
So my example is a balloon. So my example is a balloon. So that's a closed container.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I say that we live inside a closed container. Now, when that balloon settles, all the dirt will be at the bottom.
Yeah.
The water will just be sort of sitting around that, and then above that will be gas. That's a model of our Earth.
Yep. So above that will be done. I don't know if I can agree with that because that's not really.
You don't need to agree. But I don't want you to agree.
Yeah,
I just want to tell you.
Want to
after
debate?
8 years of leaving the religion of heliocentrism,
Yep.
I now see that as a way of explaining how it would be. Because in nature, right, if you allow things to settle in nature, like of course the orange has got its fruit, but if you allow it to sit, then the heaviest things are going to settle in the bottom of that orange, inside the bottom of that orange.
Orange is kind of a solid. It may stop at some point, basically.
It's
not really like in terms of like solids. It's not really to do with whether they settle or like sink, because what will happen is there's just going to be a force acting against it which will push them upwards. But in terms of what you say, in terms of surface for something to have surface tension, right? A gas does have surface, like as in there's a limitation to where the gas goes outwards to, and so then when they collect and they have atomic forces acting between them, that will create a surface basically, and that comes from gravity as well. Basically, they're pulled in. Yeah,
gravity is a theory. You can't say
gravity. Gravity is a theory.
So I'm glad you say that because a lot of your fellow scientists believing that
all of science is a theory, basically.
But so what we say is that to have this pressure that you described in the surface tension, then you need to have like you must have seen it, you're that much into science. You know where they took a train cart and they created a vacuum in it and crunched and imploded into itself in half a second. It just immediately slams shut.
With pressure, right, basically.
Yeah, yes. and they're just creating a non-pressure against our natural environment. Boom,
that's to do with pressure differentials and force, though, basically.
And thermodynamics?
That is pressure differentials and force is thermodynamics, basically.
Okay. So we say the second law of thermodynamics requires for there to be a pressure gradient, as we experience here in our atmosphere.
And there is a pressure gradient.
There is.
There is a vacuum.
There must be a roof.
There must be a roof. Well,
not a vacuum, though. Because you see a vacuum.
To be fair, space isn't entirely a vacuum. To be fair.
Okay.
Like it's probably not a vacuum. But as in based.
How do we prove that?
How do we prove that?
You and I can't prove that.
Well, I mean, you and me directly can't prove that. We need big collective teams of scientists, right?
No one's been out there except these few astronauts.
Except the scientists. Yeah, which is no.
And
to be fair,
astronauts
it is a difficult thing. So it's just like
and
knowledge.
They've never
basically.
gone in. You know, NASA has this vacuum chamber that's got 8 foot thick walls. Why are they 8 foot thick walls? Because it would crush itself in when they get to
the force. Basically,
they can get to like -6 torr.
But we wouldn't. But the reason why you can breathe on Earth right now, basically, is because there is something keeping the air on Earth, basically.
Yeah.
Because this air experiences, at least, maybe gravity isn't exactly
right.
What about
a roof?
But there is
what about an enclosure?
Well, why does it have an enclosure? Why does it have to have an enclosure?
Well, because I can't have gravity.
Well,
only because gravity is a theory and it's a non-physical
So you can't have gravity yet. So you can't have gravity. So therefore, your solution must be adjusted for not having gravity.
Have you ever
basically.
bought deodorant can?
Yes.
Deodorant in a can that was made of gravity?
I've never. Wait, sorry. Someone's calling you.
Deodorant.
Can I just take a call?
Deodorant. Hello. Deodorant must be in a can. If it's under pressure, anyway.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm alright. How are you?
Good, man.
I'm alright.
I need to pack up anyway. Yeah. What's the time, brother?
54.
And it's now coming up to 5 hours, I think. Guys, has that been fun for you? Thank you. Has that been fun? Tony, nice to see you, bro. Guys, just so you know, I went live last week in Bournemouth, but I couldn't get a signal because the satellites weren't flying overhead apparently. Anyway, so I've recorded most of my conversations, and I will be uploading them when I got Wi-Fi, so I have access to over time, over the next few days and weeks. But it's been 5 hours since I started, man. And still they keep coming. The drooling believers of whatever they get told by the government. Do you want to fly? Thank you. Oh, keep an open mind. Yeah, you can take one too, young lady. There you go. Cool.
Can I ask, according to you, are the planets?
No, the other planets are lights. Are they round? Yeah. Are they spheres? Don't know. But
So when if you observe like Jupiter, for example.
Yes. I see a light. If you type into Google P900 stars, because the P900 camera is killing what NASA give us. Guys, I've done this myself. You can go with the P900 and look at the stars, and they're doing this. They're doing like a repeating light show.
Yeah,
And
but
that's all they are. Yeah.
I know, trust me. I got a degree.
Idea that it's a gas type. Right? You know that in this world, that if you let gas go now, it's going to spread around the whole place.
It's entirely different according to the...
Yeah, according to the model. But the model says that this sun is lighting up from millions and millions lighting up so bright that you see it just like a twinkling sun.
by the sun. It's also, we're not entirely lit by the sun.
What else are we lit by in the model?
Stuff we have on Earth as well, to be fair. And also our own lights. If you look at images of Earth from space, then you also see like city lights coming on all the time, and light pollution is a thing as well, because it's absorbed into the clouds. But about your skin theory as well, it's effectively the same thing as gravity, basically.
What's skin theory?
Oh, he thinks that there's a skin around the Earth which keeps our atmosphere in.
All the ancient cultures knew that, by the way.
Pardon?
All the ancient cultures knew that. The Mayans, Egyptians.
Yeah, but
ancient cultures also thought the Earth was spherical.
And they also thought that sacrificing each other and cutting out.
They were smarter than us.
To be fair, they also thought that cutting out people's hearts and sacrificing it to God
you know,
would
they talk
change
about
it.
evolution. We are being devolved.
Humanity has never been. I'll be honest.
I think evolution is a far more complex theory than Charles Darwin ever.
You must know
put out.
Göbekli Tepe, right, in Turkey. You ever heard of Göbekli Tepe? Yeah, this is ancient buildings that are huge in their scale,
Big
and they are buried underneath, meters and meters of mud. So ancient cultures could build ways that we can't build today, and we're not told the reason or the story about how these.
I've seen the thing in Turkey. We can build it. It's just impressive that they can build it back then. That's entirely different.
It's like with the pyramids as well. The Egyptians were around for like thousands of years,
and
basically.
they used water to build those.
That's one thing.
To build the pyramids,
Yeah.
they did use water to build the pyramids, but then also
water
that's
must be level.
That's a fair thing.
water doesn't have to be level.
Perfectly level.
Like
It doesn't have to be level.
Like how did they
show me water that's not level?
show you water that's not level?
That's on its surface, and not being
As
acted
in,
on.
so one of the major mathematical theories.
No, physically, not on math.
Physically, yeah, but as in a lot of our description of the world is on a basis of mathematics. The only way we can describe it is by mathematics.
Will give me all their kind of, but a preacher told me that. No, you can't tell me that the math.
No, but you can derive it yourself.
You must.
Yeah, you can do that yourself.
Physics. See, science requires. You've got to view it just. You've got to.
Math in itself is a science.
I've got a physics degree. Like,
fantastic.
You know, I'm.
Where do you go, by the way?
I'm doing a medical. I'm doing masters.
Oh wait, where?
Kings.
Oh, sick.
Kings.
That's cool. Yeah.
Good lord. Do you know what? Hey,
I focus on MRI physics, so this is a.
Oh, okay.
So
that's interesting.
Yeah, so that stuff kind of preemptively works on partly the ideas that I guess the Earth is spherical.
Oh, why not? Why couldn't it be electromagnetic? You work in MRI.
Yeah, of course
so
it's electromagnetic.
So it's electromagnetic, not physical. I say that the world is an electromagnetic torus system and not a physical. No,
By
we are
an
all
electromagnetic torus system, what do you mean? Like a donut?
You know, like a toroidal, yeah. Like a donut. Like an apple.
You think there's a hole at the North Pole?
A toroid is a donut, though.
Yeah, kind of.
A toroid is a donut.
a hole in
is
the
a
North
donut
Pole?
shape, basically.
Yeah, and with a...
So to
like
call it a torus is wrong. So you mean there's a hole in the middle, basically?
Yeah, like a donut.
No,
Yeah, like a donut. Yeah, like a donut.
A donut that's flat on one,
No,
like
no,
a
no.
semi-circle.
So look,
Yeah.
I've got you a picture over there on my thing. This is what I mean.
Oh, I haven't seen this one yet.
This is what I mean. So, in electromagnetic torus, you got energy rising and spilling over the crown, and then you got energy coming up and up in the center here. And this center here, this accretion disk in the center, and you can go and study the primer field experiments. It's mainstream. That you'll see that they could create an accretion or creation disk right at the center here. And I believe that's where the seeds are in the apple. That's why I put an apple here, because this here is the center of the torus. The energy is rising, coming in the butt of the apple, and rising back up and again and round and round. But
that's oddly shaped like those fields. The Earth's magnetic field, which is something that's produced from the movement of metals within the center of a sphere, which we can measure the shape of and we can test the shape of, which is also a reason why people think the world is round as well, basically. Which is thought to have been produced as a product of the Earth spinning.
Did you know that you brought up magnetism?
Yeah.
That we've discovered that when you heat up iron, it loses its magnetic property.
It does.
So how can we
make it very cool?
Yeah. So how can we have an iron core giving us our magnetic field?
It's not just iron. It's also nickel.
And also, it's very different at that type of scale.
Yeah.
The Earth's magnetic field is about 0.00003 Teslas. If you go get an MRI and your average MRI, it might be 3 Tesla. That's 30,000 times stronger. So it's, to have that. So firstly, you're right. It's hot and it's weaker. And that's just the scale. At that huge scale, it does make a difference.
How far are we drilled into the Earth? Do you know?
How far?
Not that far, is it?
It's not. We haven't gone.
We've gone deeper in the ocean, right?
Yeah, we've gone deeper in the ocean.
Ocean-wise, Mariana Trench.
Mariana Trench. I don't even know if, like, you saw that recently a submarine got crushed at 4 miles. If that happened.
Yeah, fuck it.
Well, so we can't really go down. And
they can. It's just that guy.
The deepest we've drilled is the Kola Deep in Russia. It's 7.8 miles. So guys, we don't know what's below the crust.
It's very difficult to dig that deep.
So I don't disagree that there's a magnetic field around us, but in an electromagnetic toroidal system, you also have this environment or this ether or this background of magnetism that your compass can work from, that birds can fly from, that whales can steer from.
Well, no, I like he said, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's not that different to.
So, but remember, in the mainstream, they've got to take what they see and then interpret it in a way or another way.
For example, if you look at how, and I guess I'll talk about MRIs because that's my thing. I don't know. We've never seen how. Do you know how MRI works?
Is it magnetic resonance?
Literally yes, but it's incredibly complex.
So I think we are electromagnetic beings, and this is
that's fine.
We are electromagnetic beings, to be fair.
About MRIs and how an MRI works is it will go to each proton and each hydrogen nucleus in your body, and it will align it in a certain way, and as it spins out, as it processes, it will go to the blah blah blah. We can't see that, but we know it works because you can get an MRI and it gives you a pretty good idea. So it doesn't. You can use the theory, you can use the understanding. These people did this, Damadian did this in like the 50s and 60s. They did MRIs then. They did, the first X-ray was 1893 by Röntgen or whatever, and they couldn't see, you still can't see rays. You can see the effects it has. So it's not all about it being physical, it's about the effects of the physical, what you see physically. And, this, it's fine. This is a completely... It works as well on your system as it's not that different from
So that's why you can't fall off no edge, because you see at this rim around the perimeter, the environment changes such that we can't.
In what way does it change?
Super cold, super hard, super impenetrable. So that's what.
But on the surface of the Earth, when we follow around that field as well, it does not become that at all. Basically. It stays pretty temperate all over the Earth, basically. Because there can be an even distribution of heat, and there can be a changing distribution of heat because of the curvature of the Earth.
Do you disagree that on a flight from certain places they will go over the poles? Do you disagree with that?
Maybe over the North Pole, but never over the South Pole.
Not from Buenos Aires to South Africa, for example.
Never. Australia to Peru would be the quick way would be underneath. Never. And you guys don't know the Antarctic Treaty stops us from going beyond below 60th parallel. So we cannot on a flat Earth.
They're still there though.
Huh?
There's someone's there.
The military. You trust the military?
We do have sacrifices.
You might do.
Obviously
You
not.
at King's
Sure.
College, but
Trust me, I don't trust it.
You know,
I have Iraqi heritage. I don't trust the.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, I don't
good.
trust the military.
I
at
had
all.
Iraqi refugees live with me in 1993, 94. They'd gone
Where's
away
that?
from
Here.
in Cape Town, in South Africa. They'd got on a ship from they were not friends of Saddam, I suppose.
Same.
And they and so they got on a ship, 7 of them, with very little food, and they sat in the bottom for about 10 days until they made themselves known they were too far away, and then they dropped them off in South Africa.
Same
So
thing
3
like
of them
us
came and
in
lived
the
with me
90s,
for a while in Cape Town. So I kind of understand that the governments of the world are.
You have to tell me. You know? See, the thing is, a lot of the time with, I don't know what flat earthers or whatever, there's a skepticism, which is fine. You won't meet many people more skeptic than me.
I'm very skeptical
because of the my background, etc.
Yeah.
My parents came over here in the 90s.
Okay.
So
Wow. Mohammed, Fala, and Fadil.
Yeah,
The 3 guys.
plenty of people escaped. There's plenty of people here that escaped.
Yeah.
I can show you 10 people here that escaped this exact same shit. So we're all skeptic. Trust me, I would not trust any.
Okay, but you remember then that NASA is the only ones who gives us photos of space.
We have Chinese space agency.
Yes, and
I
have you
trust them
seen
much
their
more, I
moon
can't
landing?
lie.
Have you seen their moon landing stuff? Go and have a look
I
at
didn't
it.
even see them go
Bro,
on
do
the moon.
yourself a favor. Look at this.
They got a space
They don't
station.
put it on TV.
Content on the moon or something. Or
They
were
put
trying
a
to.
they put a lander on there. I looked at the picture of it the other day, and if you cannot see that that's a cartoon or CGI, then you are still a long way
A lot
back.
of stuff is obviously going to be CGI because it's difficult to. They're kind of giving people an example of what.
Well, here's one. You know what? When the moon, when one of the lunar landers leaves, there's footage of them doing this and watching the lunar lander leave the surface. It's like, okay, 1960, you had a camera that could follow that
Tracking
track.
cameras are real.
In the 1960s.
Do you know why a lot of this? Do you know why? Do
1960s.
you know why a lot of cameras? Do you know why a lot of cameras actually got a lot better? Actually, from nature documentaries. The nature documentaries by people like Attenborough and stuff. They needed cameras to do certain things, so they would actually go and do it. And this was in the 60s and. You know,
No. I'm not going to give you that. They had old school reel.
Yeah, but we have footage of stuff from 1890.
Okay, no, if you've got an answer for that, can you tell me how they managed to get the data of that footage off the moon?
It was constantly can be connected.
Bluetooth. You're going to tell me they had Bluetooth as well?
No, it can be connected back to plenty of things.
But no, this is.
No, they had
this
radio
is
communication
this is the
networks.
analog-
They had high frequency communication networks as well. You can hear him. You can hear them going, Houston. What do they say again or something? We have a problem. They use radio. networks. The transference of information through radio waves and through electromagnetism is a very well known.
I can go out of London.
I'd much rather talk about the USSR. I don't trust I much trust them more than I trust the
Right,
Americans
well,
when
there's
it
a
comes to
cosmonaut
stuff.
on record who's gone and said, we've never been to space. And Buzz Aldrin says, we never went to the moon. There's a video of him saying that. So you don't have to look at these things if you
How
don't
old was
want
Buzz
to.
Aldrin when he said that?
How old?
Yeah.
It's a few years ago.
A few years ago.
Are you going to start?
I'm not going to say he's crazy. No.
This is what you see.
think
Now,
anything's gone to space?
now, listen. No.
Nothing.
No.
Well,
we
why
can't
don't
get
you
out.
make something?
Why we can't get out? We can't get
No,
out.
not
No
you.
one can get out. Do you
Not
know that
you.
in the
You think there's
1960s?
can you make
in the
something that goes to
1960s,
space?
the Russians and the Americans spent 4 years shooting nukes up on the roof. It was called Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic and Operation High Jump. If you go and look into the operations, you're starting to see, oh, whoa, maybe they were trying to test
They're also
their
trying
place.
They're also doing a lot of other crazy stuff like trying to militarize dolphins and
Dolphins, or mosquitoes even.
They also dried up an entire
Yeah.
lake in where was that? Was it Afghanistan that they dried up or something?
It's not abnormal. They did a lot of crazy. They still do a lot of crazy shit now.
Some people say it's the Great Satan, but I think that there is an intention to harm God's creation. And one of the lies is this one. And by the way, if you're becoming a
Christian,
doctor,
right?
no. But if you're
So
becoming a doctor, then if I doctor my financial records, what does that mean I've done? I've altered them in my favor. So if I make you a doctor in my system and I'm the bad guy, I've altered you. Although you're still a good man and you're still, tell your friends this is what you need to do because this is the best science on offer. People went around putting needles in each other in 2021, believing that they could make each other sick and that they needed this protection. I say to people, if you don't trust God, then
Have you got any
trust man.
vaccinations?
Not
None
since
at
I
all.
was young.
But you had them.
Stay a bit back then. To be fair.
Like, are you alright with that?
Just in case.
So which ones have you had?
See, now that shows the level of indoctrination.
I don't think it shows the level of
Which ones
indoctrination.
have you had?
I think it
Not
shows.
since I was.
Yeah, which ones did you have?
When I was a kid.
Yeah.
MMR.
Polio.
don't know about polio. I don't think I had polio.
You had MMR. So do you think there's no problem with MMR?
No, I wouldn't. I've got a 6-year-old child. He's never been touched with a needle.
Is it an autism thing?
It could be.
Is that why? But don't you think that stuff came out because? But even the guy who did
Even
the study,
polio
no,
got
the guy
worse
who did
when
the
they started
MMR,
vaccinating.
the guy who did the MMR study, whatever, he found it. He only had a problem with MMR vaccine as a whole.
And
He didn't
separate them. He said, yeah, separate
he didn't have a
them.
problem
Yeah,
with them
yeah,
separately.
yeah,
So
no,
why don't you do that?
That's Andrew Wakefield.
Yeah, why don't you have a problem with that then? Why don't you just separate the vaccine?
I don't, because I trust God now. See, God never made the vaccine.
God never made a vaccine.
God never made a vaccine.
The third size population were killed off. by-
No.
Wait,
You're
wait.
Muslim.
Sorry, of course.
Allah did not make a vaccine, brother, and you cannot
But
serve
he
two
can give you the
masters.
capacity.
You cannot serve two masters. No.
He can give you the capacity to do
No.
something.
He gave you the capacity to grow fruit and vegetables.
What about
and
doing MRI?
Animals.
God-
Not MRI either.
God
Look,
did-
I'm not against all of modern medicine, right?
Yeah, but did God make MRIs?
But let food be thy medicine.
In giving
Let
us the
food be thy
ability, in giving us the ability to think, and in giving us the ability to grow food, and giving us the ability to like harvest wheat and like grow trees
What if
and
your
stuff
arm
as
gets
well,
cut off?
and to like build wood. He's given us also like by consequence the ability to like develop technology as well. It's not that it's within God's plan.
Paracetamol?
It's the
Paracetamol?
No.
it's the
Nothing.
Penicillin? Penicillin's
no.
natural.
it's the fact that we
I mean,
are.
look, if I was super sick, maybe I'd.
Penicillin comes from, you know.
Hi, very good.
Good. How are you?
Penicillin.
Yeah. I remember you. Nice to see you.
Penicillin is not natural too.
Penicillin is natural, isn't it?
So you
But
take
I
that
don't-
comes
I
from
don't need to
ants.
unless I'm sick.
All chemicals
Yeah, obviously, I'm not just taking it. I'm not.
that can be synthesized from things which are already on Earth.
Because obviously, I'm not going to be able to check through the level.
Yeah.
If you think that I'm somehow harmful to you because
No, I
haven't
don't think
taken
you- no,
the
I
needle,
don't think you
I haven't taken the needle, right? But let me ask you this: have you looked at the actual total death numbers over the last 5 years?
In terms of what? Total deaths from what? Or
No,
just
no,
like
no,
total
no,
deaths like in total?
because I want to weigh the whole pizza. Because
Yeah.
once I get you to slice up the pizza, then you can slice it up into different slices. But I want to say, what is the whole pizza?
To be fair, I like do not know how many people have died in total over the last couple of years. What? Yeah, he's talking about the COVID vaccine. Yeah.
I think it's dangerous. I didn't take it myself.
I mean, I took it and I'm pretty
I didn't get the full.
I'm all drugged up. I'm
now,
pumped
a lot
up.
of the death rate's going up, though, isn't it? Every
See,
year.
now this is what people like that you want to
They went up before
but
though.
the
How do you
death
know
rate-
they're going up for
the death
what,
rate-
COVID or the vaccine?
Of
what though?
No, wait. So let's just say you live in a country that 500,000 people die every year on average, right? Old age mainly, but that's what happens, right? Now, in the year of the pandemic, that number goes from 500,000 to 505,000. Would you call that a pandemic?
Would I call that a? Well, no, because just because you've got the disease, it doesn't necessarily mean it's
That's
going to
not
kill you.
No.
A lot of people like the
Whoa.
Sorry.
Now remember, we're talking about a pandemic that forced you to stay at home, social distance, and put a nappy on your face.
To be fair, that's to avoid killing my grandparents or something.
I love wearing the mask.
And to be fair,
it keeps me private.
No, and to be fair, at this point, all my grandparents are dead, so it doesn't really matter for me. But as in terms of if there's a potential to harm people who are older, and to be fair,
you've got to believe that potential.
No, but you believe that there's no potential as well.
Yes.
There's a complete
Do you think
disconnect.
COVID killed anyway?
No.
You think it can
Do
affect
I
people?
think that someone came home and gave their grandma something that killed her? Absolutely not.
You don't think COVID harmed
Absolutely,
anyone?
COVID's harmed
No.
anyone.
Remember, COVID is a brand name. What
Okay,
is
fine.
COVID?
That
COVID
specific
is- COVID is,
branch of whatever.
It's a branch of corona. It's a branch of corona.
Let's just call it the cold. Do you think that cold hurt anyone? Yeah. Do you think that flu hurt anyone?
Flu kills people every year.
No problem.
Flu kills people every year.
But
So it's
then
not possible for it to. So it's not possible for there to be a different strain or virus that could potentially harm people as well.
You can even, if you tell me that the Americans made it, I'll be happy. I won't even complain.
Some people say that. Some people say it came out of Wuhan.
It did not.
Made by the Americans.
It much more likely came out of California.
No. The viruses. This is what you see. I've
But
studied
I can answer.
virology.
You asked the question. I can give you the answer.
So I've studied some virology, and it turns out that a virus is unique to you. Like, although we might have
its effects will be
mad
unique,
markers,
yeah. Yes.
but you going out drinking tonight or getting bladdered is not going to affect my health.
Yeah.
And no matter how, whether I walk through this place, and I went through I was traveling during the lockdowns, by the way, and I went everywhere. And everywhere I went, people say it's not really here, and I wouldn't care hugging people and all that sort of thing.
Where did
Never.
you go during that? Was you
Portugal, Spain, France, South Africa for 11 months.
I went to South Korea.
Yeah, South Korea, one of the safest places.
I went to South Korea.
And one of the fastest
during
dealings
lockdown.
with the virus.
Yeah,
Did you get mad?
everything was open. All you had to do was wear a mask. You just had to wear a mask.
How did you get mad during lockdown?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
How'd you get in there? Because all airports were closed.
No, they weren't.
Oh, yeah,
Heathrow
they
was
were.
amazing.
Oh,
Heathrow
it was so
Terminal 5.
easy.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
There's no
Wait,
one
was it
there.
easy? Was it easy? Was it actually
I'm a scumbag. I missed lockdown.
Don't believe the media. Let me tell you, I traveled.
They ask
I
you a
went
lot
on
of
a.
questions.
They ask you a lot of
But-
questions. They
but
make
the
it.
people,
Yeah.
they don't act like they're not going to create trouble for themselves to.
Yeah, to get you through.
You just
Okay,
go
yeah.
like, you just say a couple. Oh, someone's dying, and they'll let you go.
Virgin Atlantic.
Sorry, that's quite funny.
Because I wouldn't put the mask on the way back from South Africa.
Let me, can I ask you a question before about you said from 500 to 505,000 is a pandemic, blah,
Yeah,
blah,
it's not
blah.
pandemic.
Now, there are secondary and tertiary things that me, as someone who works in a hospital, I can understand the effects of that. It is not just the direct effects of that. You also agree that it's going to, okay, maybe you don't agree, but it harmed a lot of people in non-death ways. So non-mortality, a lot of people ended up in hospital and didn't die.
Yeah, there was some
so
weird
what,
stuff going
so,
on, man.
So what happened? This is
There was some
pre-vaccine,
weird
blah,
stuff.
blah.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not finished. A lot of people ended up in hospital. A lot of people ended up in hospital because of COVID, or the flu, whatever, that specific strain of the flu. That affects everyone else who is very likely, even if it's a normal flu, someone who's very immunocompromised, who's in a hospital. You don't want them to get the normal flu. If I have a grandmother who's incredibly, or my parents are very ill,
Stay at home. And I would say stay at home.
But what if
Don't
they're in the
make you stay at
hospital?
home.
What if they're in the hospital anyway?
Not for 5 extra people in my town.
But there's
So it's
firstly,
500 down normally, 505. I just want to talk about that.
No problem.
You know
Five
why?
extra
Because
people, you wear a
I
mask,
know-
everyone can go out.
I know that. Well, no, not even that, because you haven't yet proven. I haven't yet proven that I can make you sick from breathing near you. And actually, if this were true, then still today we should still be observing social distancing. If this thing of I can make you sick and you can make me sick.
Well, we can make each other sick.
I went around to hospitals in this country during the early lockdown in 2020, and what did I find? The hospitals were mostly closed or had no people in them. What they'd done is they closed wards. What they did was they closed a lot of hospital wards and then pushed everybody into a few wards. So there were some wards that were super busy. But I confess, I admit that there were some people coming up with some unusual illness in that time.
I won't disagree that.
I'm still not sold on pandemic.
The way they had to deal with it was not how they dealt with it.
And
they did it
today,
incorrectly.
are you willing to look hear this? That today, and there's a doctor called John Campbell. He's got 3 million or 8 million subscribers on YouTube, and he pulls out the data from around the world all the time, and he'll only put out stuff that's credible. He's not like into any conspiracy theory. Certainly not into flat Earth. And he in fact he took the needle and he was advising people to take the needle back in the day. I lost my last YouTube channel for talking too much about this, so I'm just being a little bit cautious about this subject is very, very sensitive. But in Australia and in the UK and in most developed countries in the world, the death rate is now higher by 15% than 2020. But the only reason people aren't frightened is because it's not on the news. If the news were telling you that the death rate today is worse than it was,
that is entirely true.
Yeah, but it's
the total death.
Yeah, it's multifaceted. It's incredibly multifaceted. There are so many things which should affect it as well.
There may be, but remember, young men of your age should not be dying suddenly.
Yeah, we're not dying suddenly.
They are.
Well, no, not of COVID, not of diseases.
Myocarditis.
I know multiple people who died pre-vaccine due to COVID.
Due to COVID, yeah.
Yes, I know plenty of people.
They've died suddenly from a disease.
Before the test or after the test?
No test.
How
Before
do you
anyone
know it's
gets
COVID
tested.
unless they've had a test?
As in they had those exact symptoms. Okay, they had a flu then.
They had flu. They had flu. And
If the flu killed them, that's
even
still
the
not a
guy,
good thing.
you know, guy who invented the COVID test, Kerry Mullins. Just listen to this. Kerry Mullins, the guy who invented the test, said this test is only pointing out protein spike something right. I haven't really studied this part very well.
Have you been tested ever?
Really?
Yeah. I had to test in order to fly to South Africa.
Did you not like it?
It was an invasion on my personal thing, you know, but it wasn't as painful as they said.
I'll be honest.
I regret.
I've had plenty. In Korea, they'll stuff that right deep down.
Really?
Oh, that was painful.
So you should be able, if I'm so virulent that I can cough and make my granny die, then I should be able to cough or spit onto that thing, and you should be able to find me that. But apparently, according to the science boys, they've never isolated the COVID-19 strain. It's never been isolated.
It's about this again. This is kind of plays back into physics, not in like a physics science sense, but into probability and statistical probability, in the fact that you can cough into something and it might not get it. It might get it 1 in a million times because it is sparse and you want 1 in a few.
No, I wasn't allowed to go on a train. I wasn't allowed to go on this. I wasn't allowed to go on that.
I'm surprised people like you don't like wearing masks.
That's just.
Why? You
It's
can't make
itchy
me
to
sick.
be-
Only,
it's
only,
pretty itchy to
Look,
be
you can
fair.
see me.
I know, but I
Why
have
is
to
that
be
not
out there.
nice?
Listen, I got no fear. You can't have fear.
No, not about fear of that. We're skeptics. Why show people your face? Surely you should love that.
I would stand in front of any freaking government, police. I have the police walk past me. I would go.
Yeah, no problem. But privacy-wise, lovely, no?
Yeah, I can't. I need.
But it's
to
kind of
be
itchy
running
to be
it.
fair. You have a beard as well. Well, you have a beard as well. It's going to be kind of itchy, right?
But you see, your exhaust and your intake are the same hole, right? So you're actually capturing exhaust.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
The holes in a mask, surprisingly, they're much bigger than any oxygen molecules or anything.
I know.
However,
So how could they ever stop a virus?
In the N95 mask, for example, the actual proper ones that a surgeon would use and stuff, that will block.
These are the ones a surgeon would use.
Unfortunately, in this country, yeah, but in developed countries, not this one.
But to be fair, that could also be seen to do with lack of funding.
Yeah, I'm saying.
And there's
in real developed countries, not like the UK, people use a 95 mask. Because in a 95 mask, the hole that you breathe through is bigger than the air molecules, but smaller.
How to explain that?
Lots of people told me that they were wearing them all day with headaches.
I wear them.
My daughter.
I worked in a school. I wore multiple masks at the same time for 8 hours a day.
Wow.
I worked in hospitals. I wore them. I have asthma.
No wonder you think you live on a globe, bro. Listen, I gotta go, guys. It has been interesting.
Yeah, it's been good.
I appreciate it.
Were you on the Guardian documentary? Was that you?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Wait, which one? Which
That was a while ago, isn't it?
A while ago, and it was right here.
Yeah. I think I was there on that day when it was filmed as well.
That was weird because that was a sort of created thing, and something happened to me that night after that event that is sure it's been one of the hardest things in my life because a guy approached me and said, "You're a really good speaker, by the way."
You are proper.
Thank you.
That's why I liked you. I'm a physicist. Obviously, we completely think we're both nut jobs.
But this guy comes to me and he said, I could help you be a better speaker. I'm a kinesio and something or other. I work with the South African cricket team. Why don't you come see me in a hotel in Mayfair? And eventually, a few weeks later, I was like, I'll go. And I see this guy, and he does this thing where he's pushing my wrist for about an hour. And when I walked out of that hotel room, I was crushed. My confidence to speak was gone for a year. This was October 2018. This is when that was. And for the whole of 2019, I had dark thoughts, terrible thoughts. I was fearful. So this guy fucked me up. And because if you were watching Flat Earth in 2018, we were doing this tour around the UK and it ended here with that event. And so if they were wanting to find me, they knew exactly where to find me on that day. So I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist that I think they hurt me on purpose. But I think that we are eternal beings of the Creator. I think that
You're not religious. You don't have any religion, you said.
No, but I think we're spiritual. I stand with the Muslim and I stand with the Christian. I think that we are all equal, in
To be
that
fair,
way.
it's something which is completely unprovable, whether it exists or not. So I think to believe it is like effectively fine, pretty much, compared to not believing it. It's something which
Was it that hurt you?
There's more proof. There is them.
That wasn't the Guardian that hurt me. It was this guy who offered to do a treatment on me.
It's like it's completely me. I'm about to go study maths.
And he did me this treatment on me in the hotel for like an hour. And at the end of that, I was fucked up.
That's what Earth looks like. This.
Yeah, that's it.
Is it true there's a glass ceiling above the sky?
It seems well, maybe not glass, but there's a
Can't escape it.
Yeah, we can't get out. We can't get out, and that's what they want people to believe that we can get out. When of course we cannot. We're inside the system.
So all the other planets, do you think they exist?
Yeah, they're all here, inside.
No, I mean Jupiter, Mars.
Yes.
They exist.
But they're not rocks.
Okay.
They're just light. Sonoluminescence. It's light in water or sound in water. It's creating that, and so that's everything's inside of that. It's almost like a part of your body. Let's say your spleen or your liver saying, "Oh, we're not part of."
They are.
We're out. Yeah, but they're actually inside, and they're intimate inside your body, just like these energies. And I think these energies are
the creator.
Sorry.
It proves the creator exists.
Creator, yeah, absolutely. You cannot be on a flat Earth and not have a creator. It had to be made. It had to be built. It had to be built on purpose, and it had to be built perfect, just like our human bodies. Perfect.
So we say the globe Earth, would you say it promotes atheism?
Sorry?
The globe Earth, would you say it promotes atheism?
Absolutely. And evolution. The globe can come from the Big Bang, from evolution, and billions of years, rather than just thousands of years.
So this, how old is this?
this conception. Well, this is the Hebrew conception. This is how the Hebrews. Maybe 6,000. Maybe.
Wow, diamonds were formed billions of years in the thing.
No, this guy's proving that they can make these things coal, diamonds. They can make precious stones.
No, but natural ones, I'm
quickly.
saying. Natural ones are like million years.
Well, maybe. I mean, I can't argue about that. But I think that, and it could be millions of years.
Yeah.
But the 4 billion years or the 13.5 billion years, I mean, really, it's an impossible number. We don't really know truly what happened in history 300 years ago. You know, so I'm going to take these down now. But yeah, I think that we've got to keep an open mind. Did I give you a flyer?
Yeah, I need to. Yeah.
Take a couple, because I know you're really into the subject.
Yeah.
Give some to your friends. But Flat Earth is all about there being a creator. The globe Earth is all about there being no creator and it all being and evolution, Big Bang, all that.
Thank you. Enjoy your day, bro.
Sure. Oh, well, see you
What's
again.
your name?
Dave.
Dave, bye.
Cheers, brother. Guys, that's been fun. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for the support. And if any of you have been inclined to donate today, I appreciate that. The last time I went out in Bournemouth, it cost me £16 just in parking. And today, it'll cost me that just for the train. So if you want to chuck something in the tin, buy me a coffee, make a contribution towards that, I'd really appreciate it. There's a festival here happening, music festival and blah blah blah. Not that interesting. I don't know who's playing, but I got an hour and a half journey to get back to the family, so I'm gonna say thank you very much for coming. And I hate to have pronounced this name. Tony, thanks for all your support over the last few months. Yeah, I'm going to sign off and say this has been a good day at Speaker's Corner. And seem to be running out of speakers, so I could go and see what the last argument is about.
But you did have a God.
Okay, yes.
So you're going against all
Do you know
principle
what
again?
Jesus said, whether he has a God or not? Did you know whether Jesus ever said, I have a God or I don't have a God?
No, he did. He just said he came to show point people to God.
No, did Jesus himself?
And Jesus said that. He came to point people to God.
No. Did he himself say that I have a God?
And a pretty sunset out there. Maybe. I enjoyed what I caught of the stream. Yeah, well, you'll be able to go back and catch it if you want to. But yeah, we've had some great conversations. I've had some great conversations today, and I missed a really nice group conversation that started today with a bunch of people, a whole lot of people I had around me. It was really fun. I do enjoy those encounters when there's a lot of people soaking up the information. I had some of the typical trolls, like what's his name, Steve, coming to barrack me, and it's really, you got to try this, guys. When you're trying to talk and then there's people just shouting shit over the top of you and asking questions, it really takes a little bit of practice to get the hang of that and not get riled by it, because you know me, I can be riled. But I think it's been worthwhile today, so I'm glad I came. We're off for a few days to do some camping, and then we'll see where we're going to next. We don't have an onward plan after that, where we're going or staying, but that's life on the road and life as an outcast. From this, obviously, if you're new to the stream, I did hit it a little bit with the. And a lot of people are taking a photo of this today, by the way. A lot of people are taking a photo of this today. And a lot more people know of it. And I was enjoying talking to Martin about getting Pierce Corbyn in for a debate, that would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Yeah, I look forward to the next time, guys. I appreciate it. And sorry I couldn't interact with the chat so much. Have a good one.